Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special super virtual legality where honestly, I've gotten so many messages over the past few days. I've gotten so many DMs, even emails from folks that just have so many questions on what it is the CMA is doing, what it is Microsoft is doing, whether there's real risk to the Microsoft Activision transaction. And I said to myself, I had put up a few tweets. I'd put up a few comments that said, the CMA, we talked about this. There's a video on our channel called, I think, London's calling Microsoft out or something like that. And we went over the preliminary findings of the Competition and Markets Authority from the United Kingdom in that particular video. And honest to God, I thought, you know what? We've covered 98% of what the CMA is going to say. And I kept getting messages about it. Rick, there's more in here. There's more in here. There's more in here. And there indeed is. And then Microsoft has taken the rather unusual tact of fighting a pending regulatory action where, remember, all of the balls are in the CMA's court. They get to decide the fate of Microsoft and Activision on this with a little help from their friends in the UK government, which we will talk about as part of this video. And that's why you see me saying it was a very dangerous road that Microsoft had chosen, because the CMA, and mostly any regulator in any jurisdiction, is going to have near total authority to make your life a living hell. They might not win at the end of the day. The competition tribunal might come in and say, no, don't do that. Or, God forbid, it gets even appealed to the high court or whatever might happen from there. But you don't want to be made your life a living hell out of. And so Microsoft appears to be presenting to the world right now that they think the CMA is going to be trouble. Just in terms of presentation, we're speculating. I will try to mention when we are speculating in this environment. I'm going to let people trickle in because it's such a big episode. We are going to read through 100 pages of materials here today, folks. So this is going to be a little bit different for the normal virtual legality. I think you're used to a little bit of a cadence from me, a pretty rapid momentum in what I'm saying and how we're going through things. Just in the interest of keeping my voice and making sure that we can get through all of the material that we've got planned. I think I have 23 tabs right now set up. It's going to be a little bit slower. It's going to be a little bit more chill. I'm going to be referring to the chat a little bit more often. That's why we're doing it live. You can see a pinned comment that I have put in the chat that says, hey, look, this is supposed to be interactive. I got so many questions. That's why we're doing this. So if you've got a question, label it at Hoeg Law, write in all caps question, or yes, absolutely super chat, because honestly, we need it. This channel can't live without support from viewers and subscribers like you. I've got all these tabs up, but one thing I do want to say is this is a special episode. This is a special one. We're going to be sitting down together for hopefully a long time. This will probably be one that I point people to when they ask me questions on Twitter or other social media platforms, and will definitely go ultimately in the Microsoft times Activision playlist. But before it does, I want to point out that we can't do it without viewers and listeners like you. And I hope ultimately to make this a podcast, it kind of depends on how long it runs. Please do, if you like this stuff, I know we haven't even said anything yet, check out the Utreon, check out the Patreon, do the subscription stuff, check out the store. I'm going to run this a little bit like a fundraiser or a subscriber drive or a Patreon drive or whatever you want to call it. Because that kind of stuff is so important. And ultimately, it's so important to YouTube. So if you are here, if you're ready to talk Microsoft, you're ready to talk CMA, you're ready to hang out with me for however many hours it takes, please do leave a like at the front end. If you forget about it, please do it as you're exiting. And we're going to have a great time discussing these things. I already see there are a couple of super chats, and I think I saw a question. So we're just going to try to demonstrate how this is going to go in a perfect world. One, we're going to try to take it slow. We're going to run a marathon, not a sprint. And we're going to try to answer these things as they pop up. So Abdel114 says, question, can Microsoft buy out of the clause that prevents Call of Duty entries coming to Game Pass when acquisition is done? So this is one of those questions I have seen on Twitter. There's apparently a reference in the Microsoft response document that says because Sony has a marketing deal for Call of Duty, that marketing deal includes a clause that says you can't put Call of Duty on Game Pass. We saw a very similar conceptual clause when we were looking at the leaked document for the marketing of Resident Evil Village. And this makes a lot of sense, right? I know it's easy, and I'm sure there'll be comments either direction coming out of this video that say I'm an Xbox or a Sony pony, depending on which minutes that they watch or any other names under the sun. But if we think about it from a strictly business perspective, you're going to spend potentially millions of dollars in a marketing deal with a third-party creator of video games. And what you don't want to have happen is that you're spending that money to drive people to your hardware, to get people to purchase it on your hardware, and ultimately to bring new people into the decision to purchase your hardware. What you don't want is that same game being available for quote unquote free, no additional charge, on your competitor's leading service. And that would be the same either way. I would be willing to bet that if Xbox had a marketing deal with a third-party platform, they would say, hey, you can't do certain things with Sony. And that may or may not include PlayStation Plus. I really have no idea how Microsoft feels about their PlayStation Plus service, but it makes sense from a business competition perspective to say, no, you don't get this money, and then you get to cut the legs out under us from what that money should be buying, which is essentially exposure. Now, you don't have to like exclusives. I don't like exclusives, right? As I've said before in this space, I have all the plastic boxes under my TV, so it doesn't really matter to me who's excluding who, but you're spending money that could be maybe better used on developing video games or whatnot. But the question being, could Microsoft buy them out? It's entirely dependent on what's in the contract. So there might be a contract term that says if you want to exit this exclusivity provision, then this is what it costs. This is what you have to do. These kinds of things could potentially happen. But in all likelihood, that doesn't exist for something like this. You wouldn't necessarily negotiate for a buyout like that. And at that point, if you're Microsoft, you have a couple of decisions. You could just breach the contract, right? We call this efficient breach if you're looking at things and saying, well, it's probably less expensive for me to just pay out whatever the damages would be to just get whatever value out of the contract I want. And Microsoft could take it, could take all the assets of Activision and say, we're breaching this, sue us, or here's a settlement payment or whatnot. Phil Spencer, Satya Nadella, Microsoft in general have gone out and said, we're not breaching our agreements. We're not going to do that. And so they will take on this contract and all the obligations that it has, including not putting it on Game Pass. Which is, ironic because they're the ones that run Game Pass at the end of the day. But chances are, whatever this provision looks like, it's going to survive the deal if it closes as we would anticipate. So yes, they could breach. Probably there's no buyout provision. The contract terms are entirely controlled by the language within the contract. And they have said to the world that they're not going to breach, so it's probably too much political capital to breach at this point. Although, as some people on social media have pointed out, with the way Sony has acted, somewhat with the way the CMA has acted, Microsoft may just be getting agitated. And if they do ever control the assets at Activision, they might be a little bit wild with them. I can't promise that, generally speaking, because you would have squeezed through the regulation process here. If you do get the deal closed, you're not going to upend the apple cart at that point in time. But I do think that you can sense a certain amount of frustration from Microsoft. So thank you for the question. That's how it's done. Capital letters question. And also super chats, which I very, very much appreciate for keeping this channel running. Drawn TJ with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. If the CMA blocks the deal, can it still go through? This is a complicated answer, right? You've heard me talk about this in this space. And we're going to be talking about Facebook/Meta and Giphy as part of the prelude to discussing any of these documents. Like I said, I have 100 tabs, whatever. The answer is each of these regulators only control their jurisdictions, right? The world of today consists of nations, nation states, and the particular sovereign powers in those nations control what happens within their borders. So what the UK regulators control is sales and interactions to UK citizens, to the people in the UK. Now, the regulator can go and ask for basically anything it wants, right? It has a statute that is giving it authority of some kind. Basically, when we're talking about the US and the UK, and we'll look at the statute here in just a minute, they are charged with saying, hey, that merger hurts competition. We can do something about it. And in the UK, they get very strong language that says we can do whatever we want about it if we find this particular issue, that it's substantially less than competition. And as we'll also see with respect to the Facebook Giphy deal, the competition tribunal, although it is a litigatory process, which I'll talk about in just a second, is very deferential to the CMA. And we'll look at the standards that the actual competition tribunal used there. So the answer is, let's say it gets through all that. The CMA can say you're not allowed to purchase this, or in the case of the Giphy stuff, you have to unwind it. You have to sell it to somebody else. The UK can absolutely say that. At that point in time, Microsoft's options are to try to go through a judicial process, which strikes me as largely an unsuccessful pathway in the UK, just based on my preliminary research. Again, with the caveat, I'm an American lawyer. I know the FTC and the DOJ and the Sherman Antitrust Act and the Clayton Act much better than I know the stuff that we'll be talking about from the British standpoint, but we'll be able to evaluate their commentary on the markets at question and what Microsoft's response is to that, which are fact-based, right? So the CMA is going to potentially say, don't buy this company, and then Microsoft can say, all right, we won't buy it. Or we are going to, in some important way, give up sales and connectivity and nexus, what might be the legal term, for interacting with the United Kingdom as a sovereign nation state. Now, Microsoft has a lot more going on in its company than just selling video games. It has enterprise, it has cloud, it has all this other stuff going on at the company. And so my gut reaction is that they would not want to close this deal without the UK. And I think that's borne out in the SEC filings they made for the proxy statements of the deal and things like that. So I would not anticipate they would be willing to just walk away from the UK jurisdiction, which means you hope, if you're Microsoft, the CMA doesn't try to push all the way to it is just a straight block. You cannot buy this asset, like is what's happening with Giphy. You would hope that you can convince them that concessions would be enough. We promise to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation for 10 years. We promise to not raise the Game Pass price for 5 years. Whatever it looks like, we don't know what the CMA would ask for. But the answer is, can the CMA block the deal? Not technically, not legally. They can say this isn't allowed, and then Microsoft could decide to sell into the market for penalties and all sorts of legal problems. They could exit the market entirely. They could look for a judicial avenue of appeal. But chances are, if the CMA comes down hard on this and it survives that competition tribunal litigatory process, Microsoft's got some issues. And it's one of the reasons why I'm having this conversation with you all, is because in January of this year, one of the things I said was, in traditional antitrust views, this is not a deal that really rings an alarm bell for me or for other lawyers. Gaming is very competitive. There's a lot of entrants in that marketplace. It's very dynamic. There are a lot of entrants moving in and out of that marketplace. Microsoft is not the market leader. They won't be the market leader in all of games with Activision under their wing. And so in looking at this, the historical interpretation of antitrust would suggest this really shouldn't be a problem. And that's why you see me continuing to say, I think it's about a 70-30 chance. Now, I'll probably lower that as we go through the CMA into the 60s or something like that. And we'll talk about why. We'll talk about why I can tell you I think it's probably an okay deal and the law doesn't cover what we're discussing with Microsoft and Activision, and why that to some extent doesn't matter because these other people across an ocean or sitting in Washington, D.C. or elsewhere have near total authority to determine this on their own. And if they use a different antitrust theory, well, in the U.S., the courts are going to take a look at it. In the U.K., it might be more deferential, and that might be its own problem. So can they block it? I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer. The answer is they can try, and then the ball's in Microsoft's court. Thank you so much for the question. We'll get to documents at some point. We might be here for 12 hours, folks. Who knows? I think 12 is the limit on a stream on YouTube. I'm hoping not to do that because I have to eat something today. But we'll have some fun until we get there. Jarrett asks, assuming the deal does go through, could Xbox throw together some kind of Call of Duty collection and release that on Game Pass as a new game, like Remake, Remaster Collection? Now, unfortunately, I can't answer this question. So as you've seen here in this space, contracts have their own definitions and they have their own legalese, and there can be good lawyering and bad lawyering. So we would need to look at exactly what the marketing contract says, exactly how it's defined. Now, I will tell you, my gut reaction is no. Generally, a good lawyer would say any derivatives of the product in question can't be put on that. Does it cover the whole brand forever and ever? I don't know. But chances are it's covered to Sony's satisfaction for however much money they're spending on the product. Super Virtual Legality, says David. Yes, absolutely. I would say it was Turbo or some other reference to video gaming, except I doubt very much that this is going to be Turbo. It's just a question. Hi, Richard. How you doing? I'm good. I'm having fun. I'm happy to be here chatting with you all about a lot of cool and important things on a deal that just won't stop throwing off news items. Eagles fan 76, the Microsoft Activision deal is the gift that keeps giving on Hoeg. Well, I tell you what, I really was going to skip this section of documents because I really didn't think people were interested in this particular public fight. And I will fully admit, I am a human being and I was wrong. I kept getting asked on this stuff and I was looking at it and I was saying, well, there's no real way to shorten this conversation into something that's bite-sized. And so what can we do? We can just sit together like you were in my living room or in my office and we'll just go through it. we will go through it together, and hopefully everybody has fun with that. If you wind up getting off the stream and coming back to the replay crew, the archive mode, that is totally okay as well. We're just going to keep going until we get through everything we possibly can. Question, can Microsoft buy out the clause? We got that one. Yes. Fantastic. We're moving along. And I think we might be ready to go into documents. I do want to warn people, I'm going to do my best to capture these things as we're in the document mode. But I don't have a team here. It's just me trying to capture this stuff. So if you do have to flag me or say, hey, Rick, there's a super chat I gave up above, please don't feel like I will be offended if you do so. We are all in this together. Autumn Zero, hello, Sir Rick. I know this is not a financial advice legally, but I have an amount to invest. Should I put some money on Activision stock? I can't give you that. I can't answer that question. I appreciate the super chat. What I would say is that you should evaluate what you think the chances are of the deal and what the price that it's being offered to you, and also consult with your direct financial advisors on this stuff if you have one, because they're going to be able to talk to you about it as well. Tristan Brown, do you think Microsoft's relationship with Sony changes once this deal concludes? Bridges may have been burned. I think this is an unhealthy atmosphere for the video game community and ecosystem as between Xbox and Sony. I think that they are fighting, and I suspect they will be fighting more openly as we head into the end of the year. And as a guy that just loves games and loves my PlayStation and loves my Xbox and loves my Switch, I don't like this. I don't think it's very fruitful to see them fighting in this particular manner. And I do think the people that come out and say Sony's arguments are a bit specious, they're a bit hollow when they made their money doing exclusives for 2 decades, I don't think they're wrong. And so what I will say on this, I'm a corporate lawyer, right? I'm a business guy by trade. I've been doing it for almost 20 years. Generally speaking, if there's money to be made, if there's a pie to grow, if there's advantage to being kumbaya or otherwise working with your competitor in some fashion that's legal, that will out. That will find a way. Money finds a way in the world of business. So while I do think, in all probability, there are actually emotions being triggered at both of these companies at this point in time, once the dust has settled, I generally think you'll get back to normal business. But who knows? Grudges can be held even in the world of corporations. It's not limited just to people. Ryan McLeod, why doesn't Microsoft highlight the tons of dormant Sony shooter IPs that could compete with Call of Duty? Killzone, SOCOM, Resistance for me. Sony's got complacent with their Call of Duty revenue. Maybe. Look, I have skimmed through the Microsoft document. One of the reasons we're doing it this way, live, super virtual legality style, is that I will be reacting to these things and your questions and the super chats in real time. We are just going to have a conversation. It's going to be a first look type video. And so I don't know exactly what Microsoft has said in that document other than the things that have been flagged for me with like pictures on Twitter. So we'll definitely be talking about that. I think it's an argument you could make. Look, you've got all this IP ready to go. Certainly Sony could respond by saying, yeah, Resistance isn't Call of Duty, which isn't wrong. Question. So we need it in all caps because I'm going to miss these, especially when we're on the fly. Would they be able to make some stipulation that the deal can go through, but content from Activision is blocked from Game Pass at least day and date, or must be put on PlayStation Plus? So whenever you start to get into a stipulation that would involve Sony's accession, that they would have to agree to something, you've got problems because Sony's not in front of these various tribunals or regulatory bodies. But yes, in general, if it satisfies the CMA or the FTC or the EC or whoever, then it satisfies them. If they want to agree to that, that's what Microsoft will be doing behind the scenes. If the FTC says we might block this, but we'd like these concessions, Microsoft is going to try to synthesize those across jurisdictions. And yeah, it could absolutely be, okay, Activision can't go on Game Pass for 5 years, regardless of what the contract says. Whatever the CMA or the FTC might think is justified and what Microsoft is willing to live with. That's the real politic here. And so, yeah, they can ask for whatever they want. Dad Hoeg, Papa Hoeg, wow. Hoeg Law, anytime. Thumbs up. You don't have to super chat with me, Dad. You can just come say hi. But I love you very, very much. Thank you for the super chat and the support. Everborn Saga, Microsoft really is making some strong insinuations in their response. They are basically saying to the CMA that the CMA is incompetent or worse. We saw that from their kind of summary stuff. There has to be a strategy here. I just don't see it. You know, the presentation, as I said, is suggestive of a Microsoft that thinks that the CMA might already be gone, right? That they are trying to control the messaging to the other regulatory bodies. And they view the CMA as a full-on enemy participant at this point in time, is the best way that I can make logical sense out of it. Because just going and having a bear that can eat you at any time that it wants and poking it repeatedly is an odd move. Of course, if you're Microsoft and you have, a couple $1 trillion in market capitalization, you might be operating a little bit differently than Hoeg Law. Gold Shill, could Microsoft sway the CMA Phase 2 better than Phase 1? They certainly hope so. It's a different group of people. It's got a little bit more expert folks that are supposed to be looking at this. They are also arguing their point with the reactions that they make to the Phase 2 people. But that's just a hope, as we'll see in a minute. Certainly Meta and Giphy thought that they could do that with the Phase 2 and with the CMA in general, and they failed to do so. Buck, frustrated with your analysis sometimes. Happy to have you here. I appreciate the super chat, as I see a lot of Sony hypocrisy, but we need you on this, Hoeg. Okay, well, that's fair. I will tell you, I am fans of both products. I am not always fans of both corporations. I think these companies are led by humans, and they can all make mistakes, and they do quite often. So that is certainly it's an acceptable criticism. I think certainly if I see Sony making complaints and I don't immediately dismiss them, or vice versa, that could get frustrating. And as I say here, reasonable minds can differ. That's always going to be okay. Everborn Saga, if Sony can get this deal blocked, what does that do to their relationship with Activision? They want this deal, plus their stock would tank if it fails. Yeah, their stock is already kind of, we're getting a little bit weak on that from the CMA side, especially. I don't know. Like I said, money generally outs. So if Sony continues to have the platform leader, if Activision can make money putting products on their service, they might grit their teeth and secretly call them names when they get off the conference call explaining their marketing. But they will go and get that money. That's the fiduciary responsibility of management and officers in a corporation. Ralden Blade, can you see Microsoft money hatting most of the industry, doing a Sony to a Sony, big bank, take little bank? If this deal just gets shut down and they just suddenly have $70 billion in cash, I could see them just signing every exclusive that they possibly can away from Sony and doing it that way. Certainly that kind of deal making, those kinds of contractual stipulations are not looked upon as strongly as a full-on merger, where we've seen in this space and in others that you actually have specific statutes that cover talking about mergers. And so, yeah, Microsoft, if they're willing to open their pocketbook, has a lot of muscle it can throw around should they decide to do so. Question, do you think it could escalate to the point of Microsoft retiring Windows and Office from the United Kingdom? No. I'm just going to be frank on this. $70 billion is a lot of money. It's not necessarily a driving force behind a multiple trillion-dollar company. And so Microsoft's bread is not yet, at least completely, buttered by video gaming. And so they would be very reluctant to just step out of the jurisdiction. Now, if they felt that there was some weakness at the regulatory level in the UK or the government level, and that they could pressure them with a kind of short-term strike of some important Microsoft products or services, it's possible, but you're really talking about a kind of nuclear war on the UK, at least from the enterprise software side of things. So I don't see it happening. It's not for Activision, Blizzard, and Call of Duty. Michael Mooney asks, could Microsoft try to force Sony to buy Call of Duty for an amount that Sony can't spend as a solution to Sony's demands? Maybe. I mean, the hypothetical here is that the CMA says you can have Activision, but you have to spin off Call of Duty. And then Microsoft says, fine, we'll sell Call of Duty for $14 billion out of that $70 billion that we would have already spent. And Sony doesn't really have that in its cash reserves or ability to go and get it. And so, yeah, they wouldn't be able to do that. Now, I think you would see through that. At least, again, we're imagining the situation where the CMA has some kind of justifiable reason to even do this. And so I don't necessarily see that happening because there just isn't a player there. Now, if they just have to put it up on an open market and say Tencent buys it or Embracer Group buys it or Epic Games buys it or something along those lines, I don't know that we've made the video game world a better place, but it's possible it could happen that way. I don't see it, but it's a good question. Question, is Goff going to be good for 400 through the sky and 6 touchdowns this weekend? I'll take some of what you're having, Gaston. He is, of course, referring to the Detroit Lions quarterback, and we have not had a lot of success in Lions fandom. So I'm glad you have that sense of optimism. I don't see that one happening. Ralden, I see the end of a relationship with Sony and Activision. Short term, maybe. Medium term, gets a little bit wishy-washy. Long term, no. If there's money to be made, they will find a way to make it. I promise. Outbreak asks, can I interview on Outbreak Gamers so more people can find your amazing channel? Fire emojis. We'll see. I'm really, really busy. If you were on my Twitter, you just saw I'm just started writing for The Escapist. So we just put an article up on that this morning. I'm obviously doing a lot of videos. We've got whatever this is, number 6 for this week already, I think, maybe. So I appreciate it. DM me. Maybe we can work something out. Ralden with another question. Never mess with rich people with money, with $70 billion of cash on hand. Well, I mean, you don't want to just yield to super rich corporations, but it's certainly something that you have to take into account. All right. We're caught up, which means we can hit some of the stuff I want to hit with this documentation. So let's see if we can hit those buttons. First and foremost, I did see this covered a little bit. So this was one of my responses. Tom Warren of The Verge, great reporter. Check out his stuff. Said and linked to the version of the Microsoft response to the CMA's findings that we'll be using today. And I said, hey, look, folks are tagging me. I was getting just a lot of tags on this stuff. And I said, it's a more technical version of the MS responses we had looked at before, so I'm not sure I'll do another video. Joke's on me. But one thing to take away is that it's pretty clear that Microsoft thinks it may need to prep for litigation. And a number of folks sent me like DMs and things and said, well, I don't understand how the UK works. It's not litigation. There's no litigatory avenue, and et cetera, et cetera. I want to clarify this just a little bit, and we can talk about it with the way the US sees things, right? I'm an American lawyer. And the way this functions is that if you've got a problem with the CMA, you go and you ask for their competition tribunal to look at it. Now, tribunal is not a word we use very often in American law, but I can tell you that it gets reported on here in a way I think is pretty accurate, which is as a UK court. Here in the summer, when that tribunal decided that the CMA was allowed to block the Facebook Giphy deal, here's Bloomberg Law, very prominent source. UK court agrees that CMA can squash Bennett Giphy merger. And what are they referring to there? That's the Competition Appeal Tribunal. So this is a litigatory process, and you can look at various aspects of the UK statutes. You can see the tribunal consists of, among other things, judges as nominated by the Chief Justice of England, judges as nominated from the Lord President of the Court in Session, judges from the Lord Chief Justice of Northern Ireland, other members. And while that doesn't mean that everybody is a judicial member, it does wind up with documents that look very much like this, right? This looks pretty litigatory to me. This is the process of going to the tribunal, applicant, respondent, interveners. And if we actually look at the Giphy deal, we can see one thing that's going to be really important to our conversation with Microsoft, and that is that the standard of review here is very low. Now, if you haven't been to law school, you might not be familiar with the phrase standard of review. I do not blame you, but it basically means at what level of scrutiny are we going to look at this deal while we are acting as a court? However you want to frame the tribunal, if you're not comfortable calling it a litigation process, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you, especially if you live in the UK, what to think about your tribunals. But it certainly looks like litigation to me, and that's what I was referring to when I was commenting on Tom Warren's post. And here's what the tribunal says in respect of Facebook and Giphy, and we'll take a look at more of the substance of this in just a second. A broad discretion is conferred on the CMA in crafting remedies in relation to completed mergers. Subsection 2 applies where a report of the CMA has been prepared and published, and the CMA shall take such action under the various sections to remedy, mitigate, or prevent the substantial lessening of competition concerned, and to remedy, mitigate, or prevent any adverse effects which have resulted from or may be expected to result from the substantial lessening of competition. The CMA can take whatever it wants. For purposes of this ground, we proceed on the basis that the decisions regarding the vertical and horizontal combinations are unimpeachable and that the remediation ordered is in relation to both. We also note, and this was not disputed by Meta, that Section 41 confers a wide discretion on the CMA. And this went so far as for the tribunal to mandate, among other things, that Facebook not only has to sell Giphy, they have to capitalize it with $75 million. Not only did they spend $400 million buying it, they don't get to keep it. They have to sell it for whatever they can get fair market value. They have to put $75 million more into it. And the tribunal says, well, that's rational, right? if you actually go and you look at the summary of how the tribunal looks at these things from the CMA's perspective on the UK level, you see this word rationally. You see this word not irrational. So Meta and Facebook went and said the CMA can't decide these things. This was based on a concept called dynamic competition that the CMA was basically using to say, well, it might not hurt this specific market in this specific way, but it'll curtail this other market in this way. And we're kind of hypothesizing certain things. And the tribunal basically said, it's not irrational. The CMA correctly directed itself to the test it had to apply, and the decision made by the CMA is one that it is entitled to make. The CMA acted rationally in order to put itself in a position to apply the substantially lessening of competition test. The CMA's conclusion as to the counterfactual are unassailable. The CMA has broad and wide discretion in crafting remedies in relation to completed mergers, and the remedies ordered by the CMA were not irrational. That's legalese, folks, for not absolutely insane. And if the standard that the Competition Appeal Tribunal is going to use on the CMA's evaluation of any deal, but including the one that we're all talking about here today, and the standard is was not completely crazy, it's very unlikely that the tribunal would overturn substantively what the CMA finds in this case, which is one of the reasons why, as you look at these things operating in conjunction and you get a headline like Facebook owner Meta has to sell Giphy after UK watchdog confirms ruling, you are quaking in your boots a little bit and you are coming out swinging. Microsoft has elected aggression. If you're on Twitter, they've chosen violence this morning. And that's part and parcel to we're going to come after them hard. Do I agree with that strategy? I don't know what they're looking at behind the scenes, but they have certainly gone out with a very, very, very aggressive strategy to try to justify their deal. And before we start talking a little bit about what happened with Facebook and Giphy and comparing it to what's happening with Microsoft and Activision, let's hit a few more of your questions. Do you think the CMA got a conflict of interest with Sony, the reason why they're trying to scrutinize Microsoft and Activision when it comes to stock trading and such? No, I don't think we have any reason to believe. I know people on Twitter and social media like to claim that it's corrupt or it's otherwise subordinated to Sony in some fashion. I don't think we have any reason to believe that right now. We certainly don't have any factual basis. Who knows what will come out in the future? But I think that's a bridge too far. It's a little bit too far of an assumption for where we are right now and what we know. Raiden Blade, sorry, Hoeg, I mean, don't mess with rich people and their money, i.e. Activision shareholders looking forward to that cash buyout of $70 billion. I get it. Yeah, Activision and its shareholders really want to get that sale done, especially as the market in general collapses and the economy is in tatters. It's 2022, folks. What are you going to do? And so, yeah, they've got a locked-in deal price from January this year, which is starting to look more and more good as tech companies take baths and things like that. They want to get this deal done. And Microsoft wants to get this deal done as well. They're at least defending the billions of dollars in penalties that would happen if a regulator stops them, that they would have to pay to Activision in any event. So that's also happening behind the scenes. What else do we have here? We've got the never mess with rich people, conflict of interest, and rich people and their money. So I think we're covered on that. So let's talk about this Giphy deal for just a minute. And I promise you, we're going to get to those actual documents from the CMA and Microsoft. We just have a little housekeeping to do before that happens. This deal is important. This only happened. I know this says this article is 10 months old because this is when the CMA originally acted against it. But this only happened realistically in the last week and is one of the things that Microsoft is reacting to. So I think it's necessary as a part of the story. We're going to try to tell as we look through all this. So UK competition watchdog orders Facebook owner to sell GIF website Giphy. And what is happening there is the biggest item is advertising services. The regulator said Meta could cut off the supply of GIFs to rivals or demand more user data from them in order to keep using Giphy. The CMA said that a takeover would also remove a potential competitor from the £7 billion UK display advertising market, where Facebook is the biggest player, accounting for about half the market. And I highlighted that because the best differentiator of this particular deal, Giphy and Meta, from what we're talking about with respect to Microsoft and Activision, is finding a market where Microsoft would become something like the biggest player, accounting for about half that market. Now, at the time, Facebook and Meta disagreed. We disagree with the decision. We are reviewing the decision and considering all options, including appeal. Both consumers and Giphy are better off with the support of our infrastructure, talent, and resources. Together, Meta and Giphy would enhance Giphy's product for the millions of people, businesses, developers, and partners in the UK and around the world who use Giphy every day, providing more choices for everyone. Does that sound like any messaging that we've heard in the past? Similarly, they also said the UK regulator is engaging in extraterritorial overreach, following up with blocking the deal to buy Giphy, which is based in New York and does not have operations in the UK at all, would send a chilling message to startup entrepreneurs: do not build new companies because you will not be able to sell them. And I highlighted that section because it is very reminiscent of some of the responses, including my own, that we have seen on the American side of things from the FTC and their decision to block Facebook's purchase of the VR gymnasium application within, where they have gone so far as to basically say Facebook, even though they don't have any presence in that market, or they try to make it out of Beat Saber, that they should be foreclosed from buying a company that would do that, because they would have otherwise had to enter in with their own resources, and that would be better for everyone. It is a very novel theory of antitrust liability that says, well, if you're big enough that you could start your own company, then you should be forced to do so instead of buying another company. And as I also said in that within video, one of the real problematic things for that, from kind of the corporation's perspective, the entrepreneur's perspective, is that business models exist that say, we're going to figure this out. We're not going to be able to get commercially viable with the amount of money that we can raise, but we can make it attractive and we can get bought. And if that starts to go by the wayside, if, for instance, Facebook has to sell Giphy, and Giphy, which was not revenue positive, has to go and just dies, is the world a better place? And that's what regulators are going to have to figure out on this. And I can't substitute my judgment for theirs on these particular questions, but I think there are questions, and certainly the CMA continues to raise them, especially when they are showing that they are accepting certain arguments that, well, people might have an issue with. This got confirmed in the past couple of days. Meta appealed the decision, which the regulator said would protect millions of social media users and stop Facebook increasing its significant power in social media, which was upheld by the Competition Appeal Tribunal on 5 of the 6 grounds challenged. That's where we see this summary, where we see that they're only testing rationality. And so that's the state of things as it exists today. Now, I also want to comment on some of the things that I have said in the past, and will say almost undoubtedly as part of our review of these documents as we go forward. I believe the deal should go through. I'm editorializing now. As a lawyer looking at antitrust laws in general, I think that the markets that are affected here, console sales, game development, game publishing, potentially data collection, online advertising, the things that we saw Brazil and their CADE authority look at, I think that Microsoft will not maintain the market power necessary to substantially lessen competition after that deal is done. Now, I also said in January that a motivated regulator could decide that if they want to stop this deal, or if they want to seek concessions, they could try to split the market differently, because this all comes down to market power, and the market definition is flexible. And so the CMA could, and has now signaled that they will, look at the subscription service market and the cloud gaming market as separate. And there, Microsoft clearly has a more dominant position than in the gaming market on the whole. And you start to make a math equation where that denominator is small enough that Microsoft's presence is big enough where you can say, well, if we combine these two parties, we might have a problem. That is not fence sitting. That is explaining the actual situation at hand. Or as I say a little bit later on in this thread, oh boy, so here's the thing. Antitrust laws, all laws to some extent, they're going to be determined. They're going to be affected. They're going to be executed by administrators, regulators, judges, justices, tribunal members, whatever it might be. And so if you're sitting in the office of a lawyer, somebody explains their situation to you, I can tell you what I think the law says. I can tell you what the precedent shows. I can tell you what I think your chances of success are if you were to litigate something or to otherwise go through that process. What I can't do, what I can never do, is promise you what another human being will decide. And as we've seen with the competition tribunal, and as we've seen in this particular method, I can say, look, I've looked at the substantially lessening of competition argument. I think the deal should go through. I think in large part what the CMA is trying to do is butt its face in there by using very specific market definitions that I don't know hold water, but I can't tell you they'll lose. And I can't tell you they won't proceed with it on phase 2. And I can't tell you the tribunal will overturn them, especially on a rational basis test. And so that is the lawyerly answer is, hey, I think you should get through. I think it should work, but I can't promise you that. And when people come into Twitter or otherwise and say, well, Microsoft's got really smart lawyers, they know what they're doing. Of course they know what they're doing. They're expensive lawyers as well. They can't make those promises either. They could be sitting outside Phil's office. They could be sitting outside Satya Nadella's office and saying, look, I think it's 80-20 in January, and now I think it's 60-40 because they were rattling sabers. We didn't know exactly how far they would go with it, and the FTC has sued within on the within deal, and the CMA has stopped the Giphy deal and is now proceeding potentially against us. You say, look, we don't know what those regulators are going to do, and we can pout about it, and we can pursue penalties, we can pursue appeals, but we can't make promises on that. So I just want people to know that as we go now, finally, deep into the documents, that's the state of play. I still think the deal should go through. I think that this kind of deal does not jeopardize competition in the way that some regulators appear to be leaning towards. That doesn't mean I can make promises for what those regulators might otherwise say. All right, let's hit a few more questions and super chats before we start this document. I know we're all excited to do that. Let's just see if I can find them. In paragraph 178 of their decision, I'm not there yet. We're on paragraph 1. The CMA says they are reviewing this qualitatively and not quantitatively. How is that allowed? So this, I think, probably lines up with what we were just talking about with respect to dynamic markets, right? Dynamic markets is a little bit like trying to stick Jell-O to the wall by having a throwing knife that you throw and try to get it to stop. Dynamic markets, as a definition, is used by a regulator that wants to be a little bit more active in the regulation and is a little bit more like what the kids might call feels oriented. How is it allowed? It's allowed if the tribunal accepts it and the UK legal system accept it. And we saw that with Giphy. The Giphy argument is dynamism for the most part, not static markets. And so I can't speak to how it's allowed. I can't speak to why it's allowed any more than I really can with respect to American laws. I can just tell you that right now, it's enough that if you're Microsoft, you have to have a little quake in your boots from what you're seeing with what this tribunal and everyone else is doing. Carmine presents question: if Microsoft decides, hey, this is just not what we want and backs out of the deal, would they see similar issues if they went and tried to buy another publisher, EA, Sega, etc.? I suspect the lower down the price goes, that the easier you would have a time of the competitors with. I mean, certainly if you were buying something at about the Bungie level, you have a pretty good defense since Sony's deal went straight through. And so I think you could definitely justify that. $6 billion, probably the same. $70 billion, I think you start to get into more of these issues. That top line number really does matter to the people that are evaluating the deal. And I think we're all set as we dive deep into the documentation. Oh, one more. Rezu, after this deal, do you think it will be harder for Sony to buy a publisher? Kind of depends on what happens here, right? It depends on whether it goes through, whether it doesn't. It depends on what publisher we're talking about. Generally speaking, there isn't anything as big as Activision out there on the market. So it really does depend. But we'll see. We'll see. All right. Let's talk about what the CMA said. Buckle up, folks. Get your tea ready. We're in Britain. And let's talk about it. So the first thing they note here in terms of structure, this one's 76 pages. So I will try not to read every word, but we'll try to get the gist of every paragraph. When you see these scissors, that is them excising information that was provided to them by industry participants that is otherwise kind of trade secret or valuable to those companies. They actually got dinged on this by the Meta Giphy tribunal because they were called that they were clipping too much stuff to allow Facebook to respond properly, and the tribunal made them put it back in for their final determination. That doesn't matter in terms of what that final determination wound up being, but it does kind of play into the CMA is controlling the game a little bit more than maybe they should. Okay, overview. CMA conducted a phase 1 investigation. After examining a range of evidence, CMA believes that the merger meets the threshold to go to a phase 2 investigation. Really nothing surprising there. Talked about it in this space. I've always thought this deal was deserving of a phase 2 kind of review at any jurisdictional level, and that's what the CMA says. As a result of the initial concerns found in the phase 1 investigation, the CMA is therefore considering whether to accept undertakings. They did not. This is actually, funnily, referencing back to when the decision is made at the top of September. Microsoft says, no, we're not doing undertakings, which are concessions to them, and that's the timing concept. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the gaming industry. The same 3 companies have been the only major suppliers in the console gaming market for the past 20 years. Gaming industry is the UK's largest revenue-generating form of entertainment. It is bigger than pay TV, home video, which is not a phrase I'm used to hearing, cinema, music, or books. Y'all are playing too many video games, not reading enough books. Somewhere a parent is unhappy. In 2021, it generated approximately £7 billion in revenue in the UK. For the past 20 years, the same three companies have been the only significant suppliers of console gaming. That's Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. I don't need to tell you all that. As part of its investigation, the CMA sought to ensure that the merger would not substantially reduce either current or future potential competition, which is good because that's their ambit. That's what they're supposed to be doing. The CMA shall make a reference to its chair if it believes that it is or may be the case that agreements that are in process will create a relevant merger situation, around £70 million, give or take, and the creation of the situation may be expected to result in a substantially lessening of competition within any market or markets in the United Kingdom for goods or services. And they get to define those markets. They get to figure out what they are with some rules, but they get to define those markets. So they say, that's what we're going to look at. We're going to look to see if it substantially reduces either current or future potential competition. We're good so far. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Part of the difficulty in entering and expanding in the console gaming market is the existence of strong network effects. Console providers such as Microsoft compete to attract users who want to play high-quality games, often with friends, as well as high-quality content from game developers who want to make games for consoles with a large user base. We want to go where the people are, like Ariel. Consoles with a lot of gamers attract better content, which in turn attracts more gamers to that console, which in turn attracts better content, and so on. This self-reinforcing mechanism makes it more difficult for new entrants without a large user base or good pre-existing gaming content to enter and grow in the market. Now here I'm going to take my first issue with the CMA. And I believe I said this when we were doing the earlier video, but video gaming is very responsive to quality and price and the other metrics that you would hope a given market would be responsive to. You can see this in the wildly disparate fortunes of these three companies in any given jurisdiction, right? Nintendo's riding high with the Switch. How are they doing with the Wii U? Microsoft is riding high with the Series X and Game Pass. How are they doing with the One? Sony is okay with the PlayStation 5, I think. Certainly was riding high with the PlayStation 4 and then asked them how they were doing with the PlayStation 3. This market is very responsive to your console being crap or overpriced. And so I disagree that a regulator necessarily has to step in and kind of hork with what they are describing as network effects. Yes, within a generation that can happen. Generations are only 7 years long. This is a tiny, tiny lifespan for looking at regulatory review. And so I think that's probably one of the first problems I have with it. In addition to consoles, people play games on personal computers and mobile devices. Consoles and PCs can usually process larger and more complex games, such as Call of Duty. Mobile devices currently lack the technical capabilities to play most console games, and most people use them to play more casual games such as Candy Crush. I like how you use both of their games. So that's a mostly okay definition of the gaming industry, but maybe with a little bit of a problem overemphasizing how sticky it is to transfer between consoles, because it isn't at all. Subscription services and cloud gaming are growing, and this is the CMA setting up for what they want to do, right? Which is that they are going to tell you that subscription gaming and cloud gaming are separate markets because that's where Microsoft is most powerful. And if you want to do something against Microsoft, that's how you set up this question. The CMA believes the gaming industry is in a transitional phase. Over the past several years, gamers have typically accessed games by paying an upfront fee and downloading the relevant games from a digital storefront to their console or device. For consoles, this buy-to-play model, whereby the gamer pays for the game in full and then accesses the software locally on their device, remains the primary mode of delivering games. In recent years, two important and closely related disruptions have started to emerge in the gaming industry. The first is the development of cloud gaming services, a technology that allows complex games to be accessed on remote servers and streamed directly to a device. Since games are executed remotely, gamers can play using a range of devices that can be less powerful and are often cheaper than consoles, such as mobile phones or tablets. In fact, that's how most AAA games come to the Switch, if at all. There have been several recent entrants into the gaming industry using this disruptive technology, including Amazon Luna, Netflix, Google Stadia, Blacknut, NVIDIA GeForce Now, as well as publishers like Ubisoft. Many industry experts predict that cloud gaming will continue to grow significantly in the coming years. Now, this is a little bit eliding as well, because while it might grow in the subsequent years, it is not big at all right now. The second important development is the emergence of a multi-game subscription service. Unlike the traditional buy-to-play model, these services allow gamers to access a catalog of games for a fixed, often monthly fee. Some subscription services currently offer games that must be downloaded and played on consoles, with a smaller selection of games that can be streamed from cloud infrastructure, such as Xbox Game Pass. And other subscription services offer gaming libraries that are entirely cloud-based, such as Amazon Luna and, pour one out, Google Stadia. While most of the revenue in the industry continues to be generated from the purchase of individual games, multi-game subscription services are rapidly growing and have attracted a range of new entrants, including Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, Amazon, Apple, Electronic Arts, Ubisoft, Nvidia, Netflix, Utomic, Black Nut, and Google. That's right. Game Pass is here. It's pretty popular. Although the console gaming market is highly concentrated with those three participants, the CMA believes that the shift to cloud gaming services and multi-gaming subscription services is opening a window of opportunity for new entrants. Hooray for all. To succeed, these new entrants will need to offer a strong gaming catalog that will attract users. Cloud gaming service providers will also need access to cloud infrastructure and an operating system license, especially Windows, which is the operating system for which most PC games are designed. So you see them laying the groundwork for what is going to be their claim. Now, in fairness, I'm not positive you need a strong gaming catalog specifically. There's often different axes that you can fight on, including price. You could have a mid-range catalog if it were $1 a month, and that might be able to compete with some of these bigger ones. Price and quality tend to be the two axes that you look at here. But in general, I think we can grant the CMA that it's better than not to have a lot of good games on the subscription service that you choose to market. So that's the first section. That is the gaming industry. Let's go. Let's check, see if anybody has any questions. Make sure that we're on top of this to the best of my ability. We do have one, it looks like. Would this have gotten this much pushback if Google, Apple, Tencent, or someone else had tried? Would they have been a better chance of getting it through if Microsoft failed? Depends on the company. I actually think Google, Apple, Amazon, some of the big tech companies would have a harder time. Those are the ones that are really in the crosshairs of the regulatory bodies right now. And you can go back and you can see videos that I have done on like the Senate hearings and tech companies. Generally speaking, Microsoft, although it's a large tech company, has mostly escaped that level of scrutiny. So some companies might be better. But if you were going to have a top-line tech company up there, I think you'd be facing the same kind of discussion. Certainly Facebook, right? All the regulators seem to agree that they hate Facebook. And so they would have a problem doing this, I think, at the same time, even though they don't have a big presence in the gaming space. Question, is there a scenario where the regulators request that Blizzard King is broken off and sold to Microsoft, but request Call of Duty and Activision are somehow separated from purchase? Anything's on the table. You do see sometimes when you've got a deal that is going through that is blocked and it's asked for a spinoff. We saw this, and some people miss it, but we saw it with Disney and Fox, where Fox was forced to spin off some of its assets in order to complete that deal and be sold to Disney. So it can happen. I don't think that would solve any of the issues that are identified here by the CMA or other regulators that are likely to find issues. So I don't know that that is the likely solution. But yes, they can ask for basically anything that they want. Microsoft is a global technology company. They have a strong gaming ecosystem. Echo the Dolphin was pretty big on the Sega, but I don't know much on the Microsoft ecosystem, offering a wide range of products and services with a global turnover of nearly 125 billion pounds in 2021. Since 2001, it has released several generations of Xbox gaming console. Xbox is one of the three major consoles in the market, alongside PlayStation and Switch. Gamers typically download digital copies of the games they want to play on Xbox from Microsoft's Xbox Store. Microsoft also offers a multi-game subscription service, Xbox Game Pass, where gamers pay a monthly fee to gain access to a library of cloud-based gaming content, of downloadable and cloud-based gaming content. Microsoft is also a game publisher. They don't just distribute them, they make them, and currently owns 24 game development studios, several of which it acquired in recent years. These studios make games such as Minecraft, Forza, Elder Scrolls, and Halo for Xbox and other consoles, PC, and mobile devices. Some of this content is available exclusively on Xbox, and some is licensed to rival console providers, especially Minecraft. Microsoft has other business areas that are relevant to gaming. One is Azure, a leading cloud platform, i.e. a network of data centers and cloud computing infrastructure that offers a wide range of services across several industries, including gaming. Another is Windows, the leading PC operating system. Many people play games on a PC rather than a console, and the vast majority of them use Windows. Because of its popularity, game developers generally make games that are designed and optimized for Windows. That's Xbox. They make stuff. Activision also makes stuff. ABK is a game developer and publisher with global turnover of 6.3 billion pounds. It develops gaming content for consoles, PC, and mobile, and its three most popular franchises, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush, account for most of its revenue. Call of Duty in particular is widely regarded as one of the most successful gaming franchises of all time. For more than a decade, its releases have ranked in the top games available on console and are expected to continue to do so. Call of Duty. I don't know if anybody's sick of talking about it, but I had never expected Call of Duty to be this important to regulators as we discuss this particular transaction. Honestly, Candy Crush seems more important, but we're getting away from ourselves. Microsoft's acquisition of ABK is a significant transaction. That's self-evident. It's almost 70 billion US dollars. The merger is conditional on receiving merger control clearance from folks like us. What is our assessment? Asks the CMA. And I say, I don't know, CMA. Why are you asking yourselves? But we'll get into that in just a second. We do have a few more questions. If the deal doesn't go through, do you think Activision would retaliate against Sony by removing Call of Duty from PlayStation? No. That would be taking a gun and shooting themselves in the foot. And I think that is very unlikely to happen. But they might not agree to another exclusive marketing campaign. They might not agree to some of the stuff that they otherwise would have. They might charge more for those services. Certainly, it's not a friendly situation here. And Activision might hold a grudge for some time, but they won't just cut themselves off from making money. Brap, video game news, opinions, and more. Hoeg, are you surprised by the CMA giving EU scrutiny of the Big Five? Historically, they've required things of Microsoft that the FTC has not. I would say that I am not surprised by the European side of the equation being the harsher side than the other regulatory bodies that we traditionally see. I would have imagined that Microsoft, in its back offices in January, would have said to themselves, Europe could be a problem, including in their heads, UK for that purpose. So I'm not surprised necessarily. I am a little surprised that this is being litigated in open public with some angry words. And as another commenter said earlier in this video, really suggestive of Microsoft saying that the CMA is incompetent. Like there are really harsh corporate words that I would not say advantage the corporate position when facing a regulator that has this total authority. Right? If the tribunal, as we just discussed earlier in this video, is only going to look at the rational basis, generally speaking, the CMA is going to be able to use, 73 pages of paragraphs for any specific thing that they want to accomplish. And it's very difficult to deem them irrational. You can deem them wrong, but we find ourselves in reasonable minds can differ. And it's very difficult to prove that they are irrational. And so Microsoft has to come very hard on the stuff that they think makes the CMA's case to establish it as flatly irrational, completely wrong, crazy. Tribunal, the CMA is crazy. You have to stop them. You have to put them on a leash because they're insane. That's a tough case to make, especially from a foreign body like Microsoft acting in the UK. Harjeet Shani, a subservice needs its own content. Netflix, Apple Arcade, and oh yeah, Game Pass. None of those had a lot of their own content. Game Pass started when Xbox had 4 studios. Right, well, we can see that. We can see any kind of content provider or service looking at the history right now, saying that, well, Netflix found itself very vulnerable to the content coming from third parties, so they built up their studios. That's the natural way of things, because as these various content providers realize how much value there is, what was stopping Activision from having an Activision Game Pass? It's really only infrastructure money and will. And so Xbox is trying to get in front of that and saying, all right, we're buying ZeniMax, we're buying Activision, we're buying the things that we can. And you can look at that and say, well, that might be too much. That might be monopolizing a nascent market in subscription services that we are worried about. I tend to disagree that they are separate markets. I think even Sony disagrees with that, as we saw in the answers that they gave to Brazil. But if you're a regulator that says, hey, this should be stopped, then that's the kind of reason that you could give for stopping it. Garen Seifert, do you think Microsoft can make the argument that this would be good cause of Activision's controversies and how poorly it handled them? It would be good because, okay, yes, I think Microsoft has certainly made that argument to the public. Right, the public saw what was happening at Activision Blizzard King, and it's interesting that this news story, the transaction itself, has kind of subsumed all the troubles at Activision in terms of newsworthiness, right? They saw those problems. They saw how the people reacted to them. They also saw the discount pricing that resulted, and they said, we'll buy it up. And what we'll say is, we're great people. Microsoft's going to handle these things. They're going to clean them up. Now, if you're so inclined, you can go look and you can see Microsoft has had its own problems with harassment. It's had its own problems with subculture, and people have brought those to my attention and otherwise asked me to talk on them. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to talk about these things. I certainly hope for everybody involved at Activision that new management, whatever that might look like, would help their day-to-day lives. And certainly Activision at best right now seems, I usually say, tangential to legal compliance. Maybe not a fully compliant invested management group over there, and new management would maybe help. So I think Microsoft has a good argument there. Would it win the day at the regulator's office? Probably not. Nicholas Starro, in the EU and the UK, the larger the company, the harder acquisitions are. Google was fined 8 billion euros for antitrust breach in these cases. Yeah, if you're going to get dinged by the UK or you're going to get dinged by the European Commission and you want to just go over the top with that stuff, then yeah, you're going to start collecting penalties and you're going to fight about them. We see that very often. I don't know what the background is for Nicholas's reference to Google here is, but we see that very often with respect to the phone OSs. We see that with Apple. We see that with Google, where they don't want to make separate products for different jurisdictions, and they maybe just try to go over the top. And that can result in penalties. These are the choices that these companies can make, but it gets pretty expensive. Okay, back to the document. We are on page 3 of like 71 or something like that. So let's go through it just a little bit more. Let me turn off my alerts there so we make sure we don't get too much of that. Why is the CMA looking at the merger? Now, they couldn't just answer it's really, really big, Haas. So they answered the following. The CMA's primary duty is to seek to promote competition, both within and outside the UK, for the benefit of consumers. It has a duty to investigate mergers that could raise competition concerns in the UK, provided it has jurisdiction to do so. The CMA believes it has jurisdiction to review this merger. The CMA believes it is, or may be the case, that each of Microsoft and Activision is an enterprise and that they will cease to be distinct as a result of the merger and that the turnover test is met given ABK generated more than £70 million in 2021. This is a size test. That's that relevant merger concept. Accordingly, arrangements are in progress or contemplation, which, if carried into effect, will result in the creation of a relevant merger situation. There's really no combating this. They absolutely have the right to look at this deal. How did the CMA investigate? At phase 1, the CMA needs to establish whether there is a realistic prospect of an SLC, that's a substantial lessening of competition, which merits a reference to the phase 2. This is a lower threshold than will be used during the phase 2, which requires the CMA to conclude that the merger is likely to result in the significant lessening of competition. So I've mentioned this before in this space, but this sometimes gets lost in the wash a little bit. The current standard is what we would consider in the US to be probable cause. There is a possibility that this thing could happen if this deal goes down. And this is why I thought it always was deserving of a phase 2. Of course there is. This is 2 giant corporations. One is one of the biggest tech companies on earth. The other has very large intellectual properties in this industry. And you say, is there a realistic prospect that something could go wrong in terms of the markets and competition? Absolutely. Absolutely. Is it likely? There I leave you, right? And if phase 2 comes back and says, no, we don't have an issue with it, well, then I would argue the process worked, even though people have their issues with what the CMA is ultimately going to say in this document. To understand the implications of the merger on competition, the CMA gathered information from a wide variety of sources, including by using the CMA's statutory information gathering powers to ensure that the CMA has as complete a picture as possible under the constraints of the statutory timetable. We used our authority to go get docs. As part of its phase 1 investigation, the CMA gathered data, reviewed over 1,000 internal documents from Microsoft and Activision to understand their businesses, their future strategies in the gaming industry as a whole. The CMA also gathered evidence from other market participants, such as game developers and competitors across console, cloud, PC, and mobile gaming, which included both written and oral submissions, as well as their internal documents. This evidence shows that the merger could impact competition in several ways. Could is very important. We see this throughout the document. Could is different than will. And that gets lost in the wash as well. The current standard is there a realistic prospect? And here the CMA is going to find it is. It's a realistic prospect. It's possible. The CMA focused on the most important ways in which the merger could potentially harm competition, both now and in the future. These theories of harm assess the harm to competition that could arise from Microsoft withholding or degrading Activision's content from other consoles or multi-game subscription services. This always seemed like the most likely avenue to fight this thing is you're going to keep it off PlayStation Plus, and that's going to kill PlayStation Plus in a market we have defined as game subscription services. I don't think that market should be defined that way. I would fight that. I don't think it's appropriate. But if you allow that, it's not irrational, which is the big problem. Microsoft leveraging its broader ecosystem together with Activision's game catalog to strengthen its own network effects, raise barriers to entry, and ultimately foreclose rivals in cloud gaming. So the 2 items here are effectively Game Pass and xCloud. And that's what they want to fight about the most. On that, let's see. We have a super chat, I believe. I want to make sure I grab it. Very generous, $50 super chat. Thank you so much, JD Gamer. If this merger were to fail, is there anything preventing Microsoft from taking the $70 billion and creating partnerships that give Microsoft control but not ownership over IP like Call of Duty, Candy Crush, Diablo, like what Square says they want to do with their IP? It really depends on the investment. Antitrust laws can still kick in if you're not taking a majority share, and it would depend on the structuring. But certainly, a company with that level of lawyering and that level of ability to drop down subsidiaries and do various things could take that $70 billion and spend it differently in a way that would likely pass muster and give it maybe not exactly the same powers over various of the intellectual property, but a lot of power. And I think that would maybe be likely the result of them getting that $70 billion less the penalty they have to pay to Activision back. And so I don't know that it would look exactly as you describe it, but I certainly think that there are ways that they could move forward in the economy. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. On that note, we are an hour in. I did say I want to make sure if you love this content, if you like hearing these conversations, we're doing a little bit of a drive here. Check out the Utreon, check out the Patreon, subscribe to the YouTube, do those various kinds of things because all that stuff helps most definitely. I also saw that we got a new member here, Joseph Sanchez. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the emojis. We got a lot. And now let's move on with the coyly phrased, a game-changing merger. Microsoft already holds a strong position in the gaming industry through its established Xbox console, which has a large user base and a strong catalog of gaming content. Microsoft has been steadily strengthening its gaming ecosystem in line with the evolution of the gaming industry, including by acquiring independent gaming studios such as Bethesda in 2021, expanding Game Pass, its market-leading multi-game subscription service, and developing its cloud infrastructure to better support its gaming activities. Acquiring ABK would significantly expand Microsoft's own gaming library, adding some of the world's best-selling and most recognizable franchises, including Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush. And the CMA is concerned that having full control over this powerful catalog, especially in light of Microsoft's already strong position in gaming consoles, operating systems, and cloud infrastructure, could result in Microsoft harming consumers by impairing Sony's, Microsoft's closest gaming rival, ability to compete, as well as that of other existing rivals and potential new entrants who could otherwise bring healthy competition through innovative multi-game subscriptions and cloud gaming services. So you see them really focusing on that cloud gaming and game subscription service kind of concept. Whether that makes sense to you, reasonable minds can differ, but that's what they're focused on. And this is where you get this kind of console warification on Twitter or on social media, right? This is the first reference that we have seen so far, page 5 of 76, to Sony. And this reference says, you will harm consumers if you harm Sony. And that doesn't really ring true, right? The nature of competition is to harm your competitors. That's what competition means. That's why you're trying to both get the same dollar, and one of you is going to get it and one of you is not. Now, of course, there's growing pies and things like that from an economics perspective, but ultimately we want competition to get those prices down, that quality up by fighting for those consumer bucks. And so Microsoft harming Sony's kind of already existing market position does not, in our heads, intuitively lead to consumers being harmed. And that's ultimately, if we didn't read any other page of this document, that's what the fight is about. How much is this true? How much does Sony losing its fortune or its market share or whatever actually hurt consumers? Microsoft argues not at all. We're going to give away more games cheaper. We're going to get that market share from delivering more goods at higher value to those customers. And Sony can beat sand. Sony says, oh, no. This is way too much. They're subsidizing their stuff. They're going to get rid of Call of Duty, and we can't compete. We can't compete without Call of Duty. What could be the impact of the merger on gaming consoles and subscription services? The CMA gathered substantial evidence from Microsoft, Activision, and third parties to assess the significance of Activision's gaming portfolio. This evidence consistently pointed to Activision's content, especially Call of Duty, as being important and capable of making a material difference to the success of rivals' gaming platforms. Indeed, I think that's true. Activision invests significant time and capital in creating regular Call of Duty releases, which consistently rank as some of the most popular games. These titles require thousands of game developers and several years to complete, and there are very few other games of similar caliber or popularity. True. The CMA believes the merger could allow Microsoft to make Activision content, including Call of Duty, exclusive to Xbox or Game Pass. That's generally what it means when you buy an asset, or otherwise degrade its rivals' access to Activision content, such as by delaying releases or imposing licensing price increases. This is interesting. right? Normally, when we think of degrading rivals' access or not having parity of features, we're not usually incorporating what I would consider to be the most likely outcome of an attack from Microsoft on this, which is we're not going to take things away from you. It's just that instead of you getting 30%, we're only willing to give you 20%. Or we're going to mandate that if you enter into a contract with us, you have to sell your game at $100, and we'll advertise ours on Game Pass. And we'll see how it goes. And so the CMA is trying to get out in front of that. They call this, instead of exclusives, which is the term we're more used to in the industry, they call this foreclosure. In particular, they call it input foreclosure, as if Call of Duty were as an input necessary to actually create your PlayStation ecosystem. This is not a comfortable fit for talking about video games, but that's what they're going to call it here. The CMA examined internal documents and economic analyses to assess whether Microsoft would have an incentive to use Activision's content to foreclose rivals. Hey, would you actually do this? The CMA did not limit its analysis to an assessment of the short-term or static costs and benefits to Microsoft of engaging in these strategies. Okay, so this is another fight we're going to see between these two parties. Microsoft is going to come out here and say, we would never take Call of Duty off of PlayStation. Look how much money it makes. And the CMA, I think justifiably here, says we're looking a little bit more long-term. Rather, the CMA considered Microsoft's broader strategies as evidenced by its internal documents, this will be a fight, and historical course of dealing following similar transactions in the past. The CMA found that the potential strategic benefits to Microsoft of using Activision's content to foreclose rivals, such as expanding the Game Pass user base and strengthening network effects in its gaming ecosystem, could outweigh any immediate losses in terms of licensing revenues. So the CMA, which is acting as kind of economic scientists in this role, goes out there and says, Microsoft, we don't have to take your word for it. We don't want to foreclose it. We make too much money on Call of Duty. We can look at what you've done internally. We can look at what you've done in the past, and we can say, you want to sell Game Passes, right? Well, if you make sure that Game Pass is the only place where you can play Call of Duty, that might be worth the loss in selling it into the PlayStation ecosystem. In fact, the CMA says they found that. Now, they found it with potential benefits, and I tend to agree. Yeah, it's a possibility. I'm not looking at the internal economics here. They found that that could be the case, and so they can evaluate it as if it is the case, right? Because this is phase one. The CMA notes that Microsoft has followed this approach in several past acquisitions of gaming studios, where it made future game releases from those studios exclusive in consoles, such as the upcoming Starfield, which is not yet exclusive, it's not out, and based on Microsoft's public statements, Elder Scrolls 6 from Bethesda. All right, CMA, you're cheating. When is that game going to come out? I might be dead. Nobody has any idea. I don't know that the Elder Scrolls 6 has even started production. I have no idea. The CMA believes that in the short to medium term, the main rival that could be affected by this conduct would be Sony. Evidence suggests that Microsoft and Sony compete closely with each other in terms of content, target audience, and console technology. Here's where the CMA really cheats. They want to kick Nintendo out entirely. Nintendo, on the other hand, competes less closely with either of Sony or Microsoft, generally offering games that focus more on family fun and innovative ways of playing, like the Wii Fit board. What year is that from? And does not currently offer any Call of Duty games on the Nintendo Switch. So this is a very myopic view of the video game industry. In fact, it's an importantly myopic one if you're on the CMA side, because as we looked at in Brazil, Brazil rightly goes and says, well, Nintendo doesn't have Call of Duty and it survives just fine. You could do different things to compete, Sony. And I tend to agree with Brazil. CMA says, no, Nintendo's in a different market entirely, which I don't believe one bit. So Nintendo's in a different market, so we can only talk about Xbox and Sony. We don't even have to bring Nintendo into it. PlayStation currently has a larger share of the console gaming market than Xbox, but the CMA considers that Call of Duty is sufficiently important that losing access to it could significantly impact Sony's revenues and user base. Probably true, but no real problem yet. This impact is likely to be felt especially at the launch of the next generation, where gamers make fresh decisions about which console to buy. I thought we were talking about stickiness. I thought there were network effects. The CMA believes that the merger could therefore significantly weaken Microsoft's closest rival to the detriment of overall competition in console gaming. We're taking rhetorical leaps now, right? Sony hurt Microsoft with exclusives. Microsoft is seeking to go and take that market share back or establish it for the first time with the purchase of Activision and Call of Duty. Generally speaking, this is not something that we're overly concerned about. We want this to happen. And effectively what the CMA is going to have to do is say that Sony can't compete. Sony's out if they don't have Call of Duty. in order to get to that kind of conclusion. As the market for multi-game subscription gaming services grows, Microsoft could use its control over ABK content to foreclose rivals, including recent and future entrants into gaming, as well as more established players like Sony. Absent the merger, Activision would, in principle, be available to any multi-game subscription service. The CMA recognizes that ABK's newest games are not currently available on any service on the day of release, but considers that this may change. So the CMA has to reach even further. Activision doesn't actually put anything on its subscription services because it wants to sell games and not just make whatever the subscription service might otherwise pay it, but, they might in the future. Okay. After the merger, Microsoft will gain control of this important input and could use it to harm the competitiveness of its rivals. As the multi-game subscription market is still in its infancy, the effect of the merger could be to tip or significantly increase concentration in the market in Microsoft's favor before future rivals have a chance to develop. The CMA therefore believes that the merger gives rise to significant competition concerns in multi-game subscription services, including cloud gaming, to the extent those are distributed through those multi-game subscription services. So the CMA's ultimate thrust here is you are still young, subscription service industry, which is ordinarily a place where regulators don't like to get involved because it's dynamic and things haven't even settled yet. You're still young. We want to make sure that Microsoft doesn't win you too hard because that could prevent anything from actually happening in this nascent industry. Your mileage may vary on this stuff, right? Certainly my own kind of opinion editorialization is that regulators should be cautious about tech in general because it moves so fast, but also industries that are really, really young and you don't know what the dynamics are at all. And so saying, well, they don't go on subscription services, but they could, and this could tip something in one way or the other. We're like 6 or 7 assumptions down. Is that probable cause for our purposes? We're getting a little weak. What could the impact of the merger be on cloud gaming? In the longer term, many market participants expect cloud gaming to grow and for gamers to shift from console gaming to cloud gaming on a range of devices. This market is growing rapidly and has seen several new entrants that were previously not active in console gaming, including cloud platform providers such as Google and Amazon, and game developers such as Ubisoft. Microsoft already has a combination of assets that is difficult for other cloud gaming service providers to match. By having a large and well-distributed cloud infrastructure, Microsoft will be able to host games on its servers on preferential terms and reach gamers throughout the world without having to pay a fee to a third-party cloud platform. We run our own infrastructure. We don't have to pay outside services. It's generally why you do that. By having Windows, the OS where the vast majority of PC games are played, Microsoft can stream games from Windows servers without having to pay an expensive Windows licensing fee and may be able to design and test games made for Windows more effectively than rivals. And by having an existing console ecosystem, Microsoft has an existing user base of gamers to which it can promote its cloud gaming services, as well as a range of popular games that it can offer. Now, this is one of those areas where the modern world has kind of separated from kind of the historical antitrust side of things. What they described right here in paragraph 32 are generally considered to be vertical efficiencies. The reason you allow companies to purchase these various aspects of any given pipeline is that you believe that if they own all these things and you don't have to pay third parties for licenses and you otherwise get the inputs all working together, then they're more efficient and consumers get better quality stuff for cheaper. Everything that's in this paragraph is describing something that's like, yeah, that's probably how I would get games better and more secure and for a cheaper price. You're going to have to explain to me when I'm supposed to be worried as a consumer. The merger would, therefore, bring together the company in a uniquely strong position to offer cloud gaming services with one of the industry's strongest gaming catalogs. The CMA is concerned that by leveraging Activision's content and Microsoft's wider ecosystem, Microsoft will have an unparalleled advantage over current and potential cloud gaming service providers. Unparalleled against potential, like forever? This could result in increased concentration in cloud gaming services. Notice that could. Remember, all they have to show is that it's possible. Or the market tipping to Microsoft and ultimately deny consumers the benefits of competition between new and emerging providers vying to succeed in cloud gaming. The CMA recognizes that if Microsoft were to significantly increase its market power in cloud gaming, this could have knock-on effects on independent game developers and publishers who compete against Microsoft's own gaming portfolio and who could be disadvantaged in a number of ways, such as by having to pay higher fees or by being demoted on Microsoft's gaming ecosystem. Okay, all right, hold on. So you could have such success in cloud gaming that what you're trying to tag as the problem are indie developers who one would presume have a new marketing pipeline that's pretty darn successful and gets games to consumers, but you're worried that it'll just absolutely kill any other possible competition because Microsoft has too much, I guess, extra technological power. The problem with this argument, of course, is that Microsoft has competition on the server side of this equation. Cloud gaming is not driving anybody's decisions right now. And so you're hypothesizing well into the future, just like you were doing with respect to the game subscription services. Again, this is a difference in philosophies, right? This is a regulator that is saying, it's okay for me to go and look into my economic crystal ball and kind of decide these things to come to my determination. I cannot promise you it is irrational. I can say that it's not the way that I would recommend regulating these particular industries. The CMA, therefore, believes the merger could substantially reduce competition in cloud gaming services. What happens next? As a result of these concerns, the CMA believes that the merger gives rise to a realistic prospect of that lessened competition in gaming consoles, so Xbox versus PlayStation, game subscription services, Game Pass versus PlayStation Plus, and cloud gaming services, xCloud versus ? Right? Something like Luna and Stadia and PlayStation Now. Something. The CMA is therefore considering whether to accept undertakings. They never got those, and otherwise to proceed with phase 2. Now we can, in fact, I know I said we're going to go through it all. We're about an hour and 20 minutes in. Again, drink your tea. Make sure your voice stays strong for these kinds of streams. We can probably skip at least some of this stuff. But I do know that the specifics of the numbers here and elsewhere are going to come into play for Microsoft's defense. So we're going to try not to just willy-nilly skip these kinds of things. I do want to make sure we grab any questions or super chats here. Again, we've got one from Gmania1. If the deal gets blocked, can Activision itself take Call of Duty off PlayStation for screwing them out of $70 billion? Yeah, the actual owner of the asset can decide what it wants. However, the management of Activision is still going to have a fiduciary responsibility to its investors, right? So spite is really not supposed to be a motivating force for a CEO or an officer of a publicly traded corporation, right? So you've got shareholders, they've given you their money to hopefully make it grow, and you say, we're going to keep it off PlayStation because you guys suck. It's fair. It's a fair cop. However, if you give up hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars for that, well, you're probably looking at a shareholder lawsuit. And that's not great. So yes, they could, but it's probably not what they would do from a legal perspective in all likelihood. Dio Game, if the deal fails, can Microsoft still purchase Blizzard/King? Yeah. Any given corporation can spin off its assets, but we don't know. That would be a regulatory review as well. Anything over, as you saw in the UK, 70 billion pounds, I believe, or 70 million pounds gets reviewed. I think the current pricing in the United States is in the hundreds of millions of dollars right now for Hart-Scott-Rodino review. So mostly those deals would still require a full regulatory process, and you wind up here as well. Okay, so we're going to look at this assessment. Got a lot of chats here. I'm loving all of this. Tell your friends we're having this conversation. If you haven't already, like this stream. That's what YouTube really likes to see. That recommends more people we have this conversation with, even more folks. Please do that. I appreciate it. LeeBurn98. Assuming others approve, could Microsoft refuse to sell Activision titles in the UK and instead work with a third party to do so? The third party is not going to get you through it. Generally speaking, these regulators have a look-through kind of concept, which is to say, if it ultimately comes back to you, you can't structure your way around it. I don't know what the UK would do. And certainly all of those are facts and circumstances-based questions. There are ways to structure it that maybe you're separate enough if the money doesn't come directly to you. I don't know. But the kind of tricks, the loopholes, those aren't generally going to work because the CMA can look at it and say, hey, that's you. You're selling it into the UK. We're not dumb. That's you, Microsoft. And so that probably won't happen that way. Paul, what has shocked you the most so far during this acquisition? Activision and acquisition, folks. Honestly, it is the public nature of the fighting between Microsoft and Sony. It has always been to the benefit of those companies and to the industry on the whole for there to be a certain amount of growing the pie, bringing more people to gaming. This is a cool place to be. We're all in this together. More gamers, more fun, et cetera, et cetera. And I think Sony and Xbox, when they were discussing the fact that there was an offer made to have Call of Duty on for an extra, I think it was 2 years, 3 years, something along those lines, and making that public and then kind of fighting in public with quotes to games industry biz and whatnot, that's what most shocked me. Obviously, we've accelerated from there. I just didn't think that these companies would get into that position. It's honestly not the most professional position to be in. And so that's what's most shocking to me is that we're now doing all of this publicly, when that's not where I thought we would wind up. Joseph Sanchez, if any company were to take the regulator to court and that company were to win, would the regulator still be able to ask for concessions? Oh, well, that is a complicated question. So let's take it from the American side of things. It's the side I know better. If the FTC decided that they were going to block the deal, they would tell Microsoft, and they would say, well, Microsoft, we're going to block the deal because here are the problems that we've identified. Here are the things we would accept as concessions in a consent decree to allow you to purchase this. And maybe that list is fine with Microsoft, and they say, great. Maybe it's not fine with them, and they negotiate it a little bit. And if it got to be really not fine with them, Microsoft would have the option of saying, no, we don't think you actually have the authority to block this deal because we're not substantially less than competition. We aren't otherwise engaged in a violative antitrust kind of transaction. Let's go to federal court to discuss it. At that point in time, different aspects of the deal might be allowed. It might be just allowed straight up. It doesn't block it. You can do it exactly as you have otherwise claimed, and the FTC has to step down. But the court has all sorts of equitable powers to say, okay, well, these requests are too far afield. You know, you ask them to name their firstborn son FTC and to disco dance at your FTC birthday parties. That's not okay. That doesn't relate to their market power. Let's get something like a consent decree that makes sense for everybody and everything in between. So basically, any option is on the table, but the more realistic ones are deal goes through or deal goes through with concessions related specifically to Call of Duty and Game Pass. Maybe xCloud at the same time. As Darnell says here, this is the real life console wars. And yeah, I didn't expect this to happen from a corporate standpoint. All right, let's look at the document again. Microsoft is a global technology company founded in 1975 and headquartered in Redmond, Washington. Microsoft is publicly listed on NASDAQ. Microsoft's global turnover in the financial year 2021 was close to 125 billion pounds, of which clip was generated in the UK. Microsoft is organized into 3 operating segments: productivity and business, intelligent cloud, and personalized computing. Microsoft offers a wide range of products and services, including Windows OS, Azure, which is probably a little bit more important than Windows for this conversation, which is a public cloud platform and associated services, offering 200 infrastructure as a service and platform as a service solutions, including computing, storage, networking, databases, operating systems, developer tools, and runtimes. Example of games that run on Azure PlayFab, which is a back-end platform for live games, include Minecraft, Forza Horizon, Doom Eternal, and Microsoft Flight Simulator, as well as third-party games like Roblox, Astroneer, and Wasteland 3. Now, Wasteland 3, I believe, is first-party now. Somebody can correct me on that. But I think that might be a small error from the CMA. Xbox Cloud Gaming. Microsoft currently offers cloud-based game streaming through Xbox Cloud Gaming, which is composed of dedicated Xbox consoles located in Microsoft data centers. This is distinct from Azure. Microsoft has deployed around Clip Xbox servers worldwide across its data centers to provide Xbox Cloud Gaming. It is Clip. I'm going to go with RAD. I think they clipped out the word RAD. Xbox is Microsoft's gaming console. It connects to a television or other display and allows users to play games specifically developed for Xbox. First launched in 2001 and has since remained one of the 3 main gaming consoles in the market. Again, pour one out for Sega. Xbox Game Studios is an active developer, publisher, and distributor of games. Microsoft publishes games for PCs, consoles, and mobile devices, a collection of 24 first-party development studios, including the recently acquired ZeniMax Studios. Examples include Minecraft, Forza, Elder Scrolls, and Halo. Digital distribution. Microsoft distributes games in digital form, operates the Microsoft Store on Windows, an app store on Windows PCs, through which it distributes its own first-party games and third-party games for PCs, as well as an Xbox-branded storefront, which can be accessed via the Xbox console, a web browser, or the Xbox app. Finally, Microsoft offers multi-game subscription services that include access to first and third-party games, such as Xbox Live Gold and Xbox Game Pass. Online multiplayer capabilities, Live and Live Gold, and cloud gaming functionality, Cloud Gaming, which I still call xCloud, as you can probably hear, which is available as part of the Xbox Game Pass top-tier subscription and on a free-to-play basis with Fortnite. That's Microsoft. Activision is a game developer and publisher founded in 2008 and headquartered in Santa Monica, California, U.S. Publicly listed on NASDAQ, has turnover of $6 billion. And what does it do? It develops and publishes video games. It digitally distributes video games, and it operates digital display advertising within some of its game content, particularly within those mobile games. Gotta have that mobile ad in there, and King is very good at monetizing it. Microsoft and Activision are collectively referred to as the parties, or for statements referring to the future, the merged entity. Here's the transaction itself, which we probably can look at with a little bit of a skim. On 18 January 2022, Microsoft and Activision entered into a deal. Microsoft agreed to pay $95 per share for a total purchase price of just under $69 billion. The parties informed the CMA that the merger is also the subject of review by competition authorities in a number of other jurisdictions, including Australia, Brazil, SNP. Why are we snipping jurisdictions? The EU, Japan, SNP, South Korea, and the US. The parties told the CMA that the Microsoft's rationale for the merger is to provide Microsoft with gaming content, including popular Activision Blizzard King franchises like Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush Saga, which will help Microsoft to execute a cross-platform strategy, allowing gamers to play games on multiple devices. That's Phil in his blog saying we want more gamers playing in more places. Improve Microsoft's presence in the mobile gaming segment, which ABK holds an established position in, particularly through King. Support Microsoft's investments in its multi-game subscription service, Game Pass, and improve user engagement adoption amongst Xbox and PC users. Improve Microsoft's ability to create a universal store, extending the Xbox digital storefront across non-Xbox platforms and devices, like TVs, and increase the attractiveness of Microsoft's advertising business. Microsoft's internal documents broadly support the rationale stated above, with a particular focus on acquiring a broad range of differentiated gaming content to help scale Game Pass. That's self-evident for anybody that's been following the industry, and I don't think that there's anything wrong here, but you'll also see that these kinds of strategies will be used by the CMA to suggest that they might just foreclose instant sales for Call of Duty in advantaging the Game Pass product. They're going to do this phase one review. They've got jurisdiction over this phase one review. We can definitely skip those. And then the counterfactual, as we saw referenced with respect to Facebook and Giphy, this is where the CMA does some hypothesizing of its own. The CMA assesses a merger's impact relative to the situation that would prevail absent the merger, i.e., the counterfactual. For anticipated mergers, the counterfactual may consist of the prevailing conditions of competition or conditions of competition that involve stronger or weaker competition between the merger firms than under the prevailing conditions of competition. That sentence make any sense to you folks? It basically says they can decide what it means. The CMA can decide it means exactly the same as if the merger had not occurred, or it can take into account other conditions that are basically hypothesized as if the merger had not occurred, but other things changed. And that's the counterfactual. In determining the appropriate counterfactual, the CMA will generally focus only on potential changes to the prevailing conditions of competition, where there are reasons to believe that those changes would make a material difference to its competitive assessment. The CMA also seeks to avoid predicting the precise details or circumstances that would have arisen absent the merger. For example, the CMA might assess the likelihood that one of the merger firms would have entered or significantly expanded, but not the precise characteristics of the product or service it would have introduced or the level of sales it would have achieved. We can hypothesize all sorts of stuff, but we're not going to hold ourselves to like dirty things like quantification. The parties submitted that the relevant counterfactual against which to assess the merger is the prevailing conditions of competition. The CMA has not received any evidence that indicates it should base its assessment on a counterfactual other than those prevailing conditions, and so we're not going to use our special powers. The parties also submitted that the CMA depart from this counterfactual at certain points in the competitive assessment on the basis that the CMA speculates that certain changes may occur in Activision's product offerings. However, the CMA's conclusion on the counterfactual does not seek to ossify the market at a particular point in time, and an assessment based on the prevailing conditions of competition can reflect that, absent the merger, a merger firm would have continued making investments in improvements, innovations, or new products. So this sounds like what happens is Microsoft and Activision go and say, we were going under, boss. We were having all sorts of problems. Did you take a look at what we were dealing with? You should take that into account. You shouldn't just give us credit for where we were the moment they decided to buy us. And the CMA says, well, you know what? That position isn't held in fossilized form. And so we can assume you would have continued to expend money and try to survive as Activision. So we're not going to do that. Therefore, the CMA considers that the prevailing conditions of competition in this case include strategies and innovations in the gaming industry, including the emergence of that multi-game subscription and cloud gaming services, as discussed further below, the CMA considers the discussion around potential improvements, innovations, or new products which might have occurred as part of the prevailing conditions of competition absent the merger is most appropriately addressed within the competitive assessment. We're going to assume that Activision would have done some new stuff, and it would have been great. The CMA therefore considers that the relevant counterfactual is the prevailing conditions of competition. However, the CMA considers the dynamic nature of aspects of the gaming industry as part of its competitive assessment. Boom. We're looking for the magic word dynamic, folks. Looking at Facebook, Meta, Giphy, we're looking for dynamic because dynamic is what the tribunal has already said the CMA has a great deal of discretion to establish. And the CMA here in paragraph 55 says we're not going to be held to just what it looks like if they hadn't gotten together and try to figure that out. We can also look at dynamic markets like video gaming and video gaming alternatives and basically make whatever conclusion that we want. Background, the party submitted that gaming is the fastest growing portion of the media and entertainment sector. It's already bigger than a bunch of stuff. By revenue, the UK is the largest video game market in Europe and the sixth largest gaming market worldwide. Having grown year on year for the past decade, the gaming industry is currently the UK's highest grossing form of entertainment at £7 billion in revenue. The way in which games are distributed has changed over the past few years. Games were previously available on things like cartridges, CD-ROM, in brick and mortar stores, but that's not the way it is. Now it's all this digital distribution, and we got these subscription services. Heck, you don't even need to have it on your console anymore. You can just download it off the cloud. And that's where the CMA is going to fight its fight. Today, the gaming industry is going through two important and closely related transitions. The first is a shift towards cloud gaming services. Historically, the gaming industry has been organized around a limited set of devices optimized for gaming, consoles and gaming PCs in particular, which are expensive and relatively infrequent purchases. Console generations are released years apart. The emergence of cloud gaming technology provides an additional delivery mechanism that allows gamers to stream games running on hardware in a data center to their choice of device. Rather than downloading the game, gamers access and play the games through a lightweight middleware app on their device. Cloud gaming means that gamers can play more technologically complex games on less powerful devices, such as mobile devices, that would otherwise lack the computing power or storage to support those games. Enter the Switch. Although the evidence shows that cloud gaming continues to face challenges such as slow internet speeds in some regions and latency issues during gameplay, experts consider that the industry is at an inflection point where cloud gaming technology will become feasible for most game titles in the foreseeable future. You know, sometimes I criticize legal weasel words here in this space. Experts, unnamed experts, think that the industry is at an inflection point where games will become feasible at some point in the foreseeable future. Not popular, not really great playing. They will become feasible at some point. Okay. Yes, I think we all hope that, right? We all want to live in a technologically progressed world. However, this is a very weak kind of statement here. And footnote 43 doesn't help them other than for third-party responses to their cloud gaming questionnaire. The expectation is that cloud gaming will grow significantly and in time potentially become the primary delivery mechanism for gaming content. I'll believe that when I see it. The second transition is a shift from buy-to-play to multi-game subscription services. Games have traditionally been sold under the buy-to-play model, whereby customers pay a one-time upfront fee for each individual game. With the emergence of multi-game subscription services, gamers are now able to access a curated catalog of games, which they can download to their device or stream from a cloud gaming service provider. While most of the revenue in the industry continues to be generated from the purchase of individual games, multi-game subscription services are growing rapidly. And the potential growth of this market has attracted several rivals to establish their own multi-game subscription services offerings, including Sony, Amazon, Apple, and Google. Some of these multi-game subscription services offer a combination of downloads and streaming, example Game Pass, while others focus on streaming only, example, again, Google Stadia. The number of games across all multi-game subscription services that are available to stream from cloud gaming services is rapidly increasing. The CMA considers that this shift towards cloud gaming and multi-game subscription services represents an opportunity to reshape the competitive landscape in the gaming industry, and we're just the agency to do it. Microsoft submitted that it has lost the console wars to Sony and Nintendo with each generation of consoles. Well, maybe. Again, if we're keeping Nintendo in the list of consoles, that might be true, that Microsoft always loses to one of them. If Nintendo is separate and we shouldn't be looking at them in the market, certainly Microsoft has beaten Sony before. You need to look no further than kind of the Xbox versus PlayStation 3 era. So we're kind of taking data points that we like from both sides of the equation right now, and that's not great. Microsoft explained that it launched XGP in large part as a response to Xbox's lack of success in the console wars. I love, by the way, that a legal document from a major regulatory agency that can stop a $70 billion deal, or at least try to, is using the phrase console wars. The CMA considers that Microsoft is in a unique position to take advantage of the shift towards cloud gaming and multi-game subscription services. Gaming content attracts users to a platform, which in turn generates the revenues required to create more content and encourage third-party game developers to create games for that platform. This self-reinforcing mechanism makes it harder for new entrants without a large user base or good pre-existing content to enter the market. The merger would significantly expand Microsoft's gaming library, adding some of the world's best-selling and most recognizable franchises. This would leave Microsoft as the only supplier with one, the leading PC operating system, which I'm not sure why that matters. Two, one of the world's leading cloud services platforms. They know they can't say it's the biggest because it's not. And three, one of the strongest gaming libraries and user bases. Yeah, it sounds like they've positioned themselves to compete in the marketplace, but here we are. Frame of reference. Market definition provides a framework for assessing the competitive effects of a merger. The assessment of the relevant market is an analytical tool that forms part of the analysis of the competitive effects of the merger and should not be viewed as a separate exercise. The boundaries of the market do not determine the outcome of the analysis of the competitive effects of the merger. Seriously, though, go to an economics class or go to a law and economics class, and the very first thing they will tell you with respect to markets and antitrust is that 98% of the analysis is done by figuring out what the market is, and that you can move a competitive to an anti-competitive or vice versa by changing the bounds of that market. As it is recognized that there can be constraints on merging parties from outside the relevant market, segmentation within the relevant market, or other ways in which some constraints are more important than others. The CMA will take these factors into account. In this case, as in other digital markets, the relevant products are complex and include recent and future potential developments. Demand for gaming products can vary considerably between gamers, and there are complexities in how customers make decisions. The choices available to customers depend on whether they already own a gaming device or if they are planning to buy one. In addition, different customer characteristics mean that some customers may consider a broader range of choices than others. For example, some gamers may prefer complex games that require considerable time and skill and have historically been played on consoles. Others may prefer simpler games that can be played casually for short periods of time on a range of devices, whilst another group may prefer a mix of both. Where possible, the CMA has accounted for these factors in the discussion of frame of reference which follows. However, the CMA notes that a single frame of reference may not always capture the true competitive interactions between different providers, and where this is the case, these are discussed in the competitive assessment. Sounds complicated. The potential issues under analysis in this case relate in various ways to how competition between the parties and their rivals will dynamically evolve over time, in particular in relation to multi-game subscription and cloud gaming services. So this is an important kind of note, right? When we talk about Brazil, which is the only other real assessment that we have seen, one of the things they do is they say, look, it's not an issue right now. We cannot project into the future what streaming is going to do, what subscription services are going to do. We have questions about whether they're separate markets anyway, but we're not in the business of looking into that crystal ball and going 6, 7, 8, 9 assumptions down the line. CMA says that's our job. CMA says, no, we are supposed to go and look at the dynamically changing market and try to assume what's going to happen with these technologies, what's going to happen in the future, all of these various things. That is a philosophical difference. And you or I might have an opinion as to which one of those is right. I've already expressed mine. I think Brazil is closer to how I would see antitrust otherwise enforced. But the CMA here is going and saying, we're going to have to project what's going to happen in the video game industry to determine whether or not we're okay with the deal. And the major problem with that, the reason I prefer the Brazil approach to questions like this one, is that it does require this kind of prognostication. They have no idea whether they're right about what video game looks like tomorrow, let alone in 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. And that means that you should be careful with this very, very powerful tool that you have to stop, curtail, or otherwise change these massive deals and the fortunes of so many when you're looking at this question. In its assessment of the impact of the merger on competition, it, the CMA, will consider evidence on concentration measures alongside evidence of closeness of competition. This involves assessing the strength of the current and likely future constraints between the products of the parties and the rivals. Evidence on concentration and on closeness of competition can be interpreted and taken into account without the need for a precise definition of the relevant markets. Feels. Accordingly, the CMA's analysis does not seek to conclude on a bright line definition of the relevant markets, but instead describes the competitive framework within which the parties and their rivals operate. What's a market really? In this case, the CMA found that gaming platforms are two-sided, with users on one side and content providers on the other. You got your gamers, you got the people that make the games, and they go through gaming platforms. In its frame of reference, the CMA has assessed each side of the market separately, focusing primarily on the user side of the market, gamers, where the competitive concerns in the merger arise. The CMA has considered both sides of the market in its competitive assessment, including the impact of direct and indirect network effects. All right, we're going to look at product scope in just a minute. I'm giving my voice a little bit of a break here. And we'll see if we can't pick up some questions and some super chats that we might have otherwise missed here already. We just did that one, so we're good there. Just because this legitimately sounds like they're doing those future problem-solving competitions I was forced into in middle school. I don't know those. You mean like the world is going to burn down by an asteroid and how do you solve it now here in 2022 or something along those lines? I don't know future problem-solving competitions, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's, as you can see, even if you were to agree with the CMA's kind of outcome or assessment, it's pretty removed from what we usually consider, legal analysis, which is looking at something directly in front of you. And this is part and parcel to any antitrust analysis. You're going to have to think about what things look like if the merger weren't going to go through. But the further afield you get from what it is right now, I think, one, the more power you give to your regulator, because honestly, you can justify most anything from a futurist standpoint. And two, you really allow them to go and have flights of fancy that are very difficult to kind of fight against, because we think this is going to happen if the merger doesn't go through 5 years from now. What do you say to that? I'm here from 5 years in the future. It didn't happen. You can try. Oh, Ian's here. Hey, Ian. I hope you're doing great. Runkle the Bailey is in the house somewhere in chat. Lots of chats right now, so I don't see him. But say hi to Ian for me. Midnight Dreary, no question, just a small token of thanks. Well, thank you, Midnight Dreary. That is very nice of you. I really appreciate it. We're having fun, aren't we? We're at paragraph 70, paragraph 71 or so. We got a second document after this, folks. I told you. I was in it for the long haul. I think we got like 666 people in chat, so that's ominous. It's fun. Ian's here lurking. Say hi to Ian. Ian will have his own comments. I would be willing to bet. Let's go forward into more paragraphs. So what does Microsoft do? They do PCs, consoles, and mobile devices. They manufacture and sell dedicated gaming consoles under their Xbox brand. Activision does not manufacture things. The parties submitted that they are separate markets for the manufacture and supply of that hardware. In particular, the parties explained that mobile devices lack the technological capabilities to play most PC and console games, and only a small portion of PC and console games are also available as native mobile apps. Yeah, I think you could separate PCs and consoles from mobile as gaming markets. The CMA acknowledges that a subgroup of gamers may consider a number of different devices suitable for their gaming requirements. However, it considers that for a large group of gamers, the unique experience offered by each device in terms of hardware capabilities and convenience, as well as the difference in quality and range of content available, is likely to mean that these devices would not be considered as substitutable. The CMA also notes the lack of substitutability on the supply side. Yeah, in general, mobile games and console games, not great substitutes. But reasonable minds can differ even there. I want to play a game. I got my phone on me, or I want to play a game. I'm going to go grab my Switch or my Xbox or my PlayStation. Those reasonable minds can differ. In addition, the CMA notes that PCs, consoles, and mobile devices are generally considered separate in the parties' internal documents. That's pretty useful to them. The CMA has also seen third-party reports that also consider them separately. Several third parties told the CMA that the dynamics of competition differ between consoles and PCs. One third party told the CMA that different device categories are suited to different types of game. Yeah, that's true. The CMA has considered whether the frame of reference should be further segmented by console type. Whilst it recognizes that buying a gaming device such as a console is a high-cost investment, gaming consoles are not what I would describe as cheap, but generally when you're talking about mergers and high costs, you're talking about things like high-grade pharmaceuticals and cars and appliances and things. I would not describe a console as high cost in the grand scope of the world. It considers the most important aspect of competition for this case is that for the next generation consoles where customers would be making fresh choices about which console to buy. So we have to project into the next generation, which I hate to tell the CMA, it may not exist. We have no idea what's going to happen with respect to the Xbox brand. They just consider you to make kind of the new iPhone. We don't know what Sony's going to do. They are rapidly trying to catch up to Xbox and what their move was over the last generational transition. What does it look like? I don't know. The CMA doesn't know. Based on this evidence, the CMA considers that there are significant differences between PCs, consoles, and mobile devices, and it is appropriate to distinguish between the manufacture and supply of each. So, again, if you are a regulator and you're looking to do something against a deal, you're going to try to get that denominator as small as possible. Rather than treating PCs and consoles the same as Brazil did, you look at this and say they're separate because there's another chance, there's another bite at the apple, there's another swing that we can make because maybe the interest in a given market that has that smaller denominator is large enough that we can just point to it and say Microsoft is going to be a market controller, and we can just go off of that. We already talked about the definition of cloud-based gaming services. We talked about xCloud. The parties told the CMA that they do not consider that there is a separate market for cloud gaming services, i.e. downloads versus streaming, because gamers choose a gaming experience based on whether it provides enjoyment at an attractive price point, not based on the location of the content or means of delivery. The parties are correct. CMA's assessment, however, is a little bit different. The CMA notes that this is a dynamic area in which competition is still evolving and that the precise boundaries of the market may change as the market continues to develop. The CMA considers that the parties' submissions fail to recognize the impact of cloud gaming services on demand for consoles, PCs, and games. As the parties do recognize, cloud gaming allows gamers to stream games from a server on any device. This means that gamers can access games that were previously available only on console through a wider range of less powerful devices like TVs. The parties acknowledge that cloud gaming services could be attractive to a different pool of customers who do not have access to the current hardware required for playing more complicated games and will lower the barriers for certain gamers to access titles. The CMA notes that as hardware technology develops and cloud gaming services grow, hardware distinctions may become less important in the future. As such, the CMA considers that cloud gaming services can be seen as an alternative for gamers to owning a console or a PC. From a supply side perspective, cloud gaming services are very different from console gaming. To offer cloud gaming services, a provider needs access to cloud infrastructure. It also requires access to the operating system that supports the games on the user's device. Console gaming, by contrast, requires the manufacture, distribution, and ongoing support of those physical devices. The evidence that the CMA received is generally consistent with cloud gaming services being a separate market. I have nothing good to say about that determination. I find it to be wildly inaccurate. Cloud gaming services are not a separate market for the purposes of discussing whether Microsoft should buy Activision. You can make all the cases that you want in the world that, yes, somebody on a smart TV direct from Walmart can potentially play Xbox games, and that might change the calculation of whether people buy Xboxes. What in the world does that have to do with the price of tea in China? What does that have to do with whether Microsoft can purchase Activision? And the answer is it doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with that, except that the CMA is going to try to make this big, broad assertion that they can take xCloud and they can exclude everyone else because they have Azure servers and they have Call of Duty, and that's all it's going to take to establish their footing in this completely separate market from consoles, except that if there's substitutability, which there is between cloud delivery services, subscription delivery services, and buy-to-play services through consoles or otherwise, then you don't have to worry about what the cloud service provider can actually do because they don't have real market power because of that substitutability. The CMA tries to have its cake and eat its too with this kind of crap, and that's what results. And that's where I think you see people get mad. I think that's where you see Microsoft get mad because they'll do the same thing with subscription services. The CMA notes that several providers offer cloud gaming services as part of a multi-game subscription service, including Microsoft, Sony, Google, Ubisoft, and Amazon. The CMA considers, however, that this is not a necessary feature of cloud gaming services and that it is technically possible to provide cloud gaming as part of a different product offering, such as on a buy-to-play basis. The CMA considers the market for multi-game subscription services separately below. Then we've got the Windows OS here. The parties say OSs compete at the device level between PC devices. The party submitted there are various other computer OSs available. The CMA considers that PC and mobile OSs are different frames of reference. No third party contacted by the CMA considered that the two are substitutes. As for the distinction between Windows Server and Windows Client, the evidence is mixed on whether they should form part of the same frame of reference. The CMA notes that party submissions that Windows Client and Windows Service license OS products snip and that each are optimized for their specific use. And if you're wondering, like I am, exactly where we're going with this, it is altogether unclear. Based on the evidence, the CMA has assessed the merger based on separate frames of references for PC and mobile OSs. That's justified. The CMA did not have to conclude on whether there are separate frames of references for client and server OSs, since these features of the market can be adequately taken into account just in the assessment itself. Game publishing. Game development refers to the creation of the game. Game publishing refers to the subsequent making available to the public for sale or free of that game. For the purposes of the decision and in line with the party submissions, the CMA has considered development and publishing activities jointly under the single term publishing. And that's the same thing Brazil did, that these are functionally the same type of process. So we can look at that market together. The party submitted that the CMA should consider an overall market for game publishing. They also submitted, however, that technical differences between mobile and PC consoles lead to the development of different gaming content in each. The CMA has seen evidence to support a market segmentation by device type. Microsoft's stated rationale for the merger is in part to increase its presence in gaming and mobiles. The party's share of supply vary between publishing gaming for PCs, consoles, and mobile, and the party games are often published on only one form of the hardware. Third parties support the view that there are material differences between publishing games for each of PC, console, and mobile device. One third party stated that mobile devices have those physical limitations. A number of third parties told the CMA that they require software development kits from console original equipment manufacturers to publish those games, which is not a requirement for PC games. And another third party explained that certain consoles have hardware limitations that PCs do not, and they have different hardware, which limits their ability to publish PC games on console. The CMA received mixed evidence on whether the market for gaming publishing should be segmented by genre. Several of the parties' internal documents indicate that the parties categorize, distinguish, and compare games from different publishers according to genre. The parties also advertise games by genre in their digital storefronts. Some third parties explain that certain game genres compete more closely with each other than with games from different genres. Can you imagine if movie mergers were evaluated by how many science fiction movies you made? That's the equivalent here. Now, the CMA, I don't think, is going to commit to this, but we'll find out. On the other hand, the CMA received evidence suggesting that the importance of genre as a means of segmenting games has decreased in recent years. One third party told the CMA that many popular games have adopted elements of multiple genres. Yeah, everybody's got an RPG bar now. And games often compete across genre for the attention of gamers. Other third parties told the CMA that factors beyond genre may lead to titles competing closely, such as release date or popularity of the gaming franchise. Based on this evidence, the CMA has assessed the merger based on separate frames of reference for game publishing on mobile console and PC. Notes as hardware technology develops and cloud gaming services grow, hardware distinctions may become less important. As for game genre, the CMA did not have to reach a conclusion on the precise product frame of reference, as it found that its competitive assessment would not change regardless of whether the market for game publishing is segmented by genre, which is good because segmenting it by genre is pretty crazy. With respect to distribution, games are predominantly distributed individually from physical retail stores or as a collection of games via multiple game subscription services, which allow gamers to access a game catalog for a fixed period for a fee, typically replaying monthly. The parties are both active in game distribution on digital storefronts. Microsoft operates the Microsoft Store and the Xbox Store. Activision is active through Battle.net, although it does not currently distribute third-party games. Which seems like a relevant distinction there, but who am I? The parties told the CMA that individual game distribution and multi-game subscription services form part of a single distribution market for video games. In relation to multi-game subscription services, the parties told the CMA that multi-game subscription services are not an alternative channel of distribution for gaming content. They are just an alternative pricing model. Gamers on Microsoft's multiple game subscription services can interact with gamers playing games on the same platform, even if they are accessing the game outside of the multi-game subscription service. There is direct competitive interaction between buy-to-play and subscription services, and gamer behavior suggests that multi-game subscription services are part of the same market. For example, internal Microsoft analysis shows Clip in gamers' base game purchases 12 months following subscription to Microsoft's multi-game service. This is what we've seen before from Xbox. They say that the one fuels the other. The CMA considers that multi-game subscription services are a different product proposition to traditional digital single-game purchases. Under a multi-game subscription service, gamers can access a bundle of games during a period of time for a fixed fee. The drivers of demand in that context are the price of the bundle, the range of the content, and the quality of the individual titles. By contrast, when accessing games through digital storefronts, gamers typically pay a higher upfront price for a single game. Although stores can monetize games using a range of methods like in-app purchases, gamers typically have unlimited access to the game after the purchase. The drivers of demand in that context are the price and quality of the individual game. It's very similar drivers there, CMA. Third parties told the CMA that the business model for multi-game subscription services is very different from storefronts. True. There are certain groups of customers who will only purchase individual games as they wish to, quote unquote, own the titles. We've talked about licenses here, folks. And C, each mode of distribution will likely suit different types of games and gamers. And I did skip one paragraph. On the supply side, several of the parties' internal documents suggest that whilst there is some overlap, the competitors set forth for multi-game subscription services is different from that of digital storefronts. Multi-game subscriptions are a nascent but rapidly growing area. Whilst the CMA acknowledges the party submissions that there is a degree of diversion from buy-to-play purchases towards multi-game subscription services, the evidence shows that at least at present, there is an insufficient demand or supply side substitution between the two for it to be appropriate to assess them as a single frame of reference. As such, and on a cautious basis, the CMA considers that it is appropriate to assess the impact of the merger on video game distribution via digital storefronts and multi-game subscription services separately. As I said, if you wanted to get your nose into this deal, you would find that cloud services and subscription services were separate markets to the overall video game market. Again, I disagree with this entirely, and I don't even think the CMA makes its case very well here. There's just insufficient substitution. Really. I don't believe you. Honestly, you get games one way or the other. I have clearly substituted my purchase prices individually as one piece of data based on what is available to me in Game Pass, having Game Pass and purchasing games through digital storefronts. The notion that they are not substitutions for each other is, in my view, patently absurd, and it makes the case that the CMA needs to make. So this looks to me like a politically motivated kind of finding so that they could determine that the marketplace was controlled by Microsoft, that the cloud gaming marketplace is controlled by them, that the subscription service marketplace is controlled by them. And despite what you heard in earlier paragraphs, that, well, the market definition doesn't set the assessment, it 100% does, especially in a case like this one. And I think Microsoft is right to be upset about the CMA saying this. I don't believe they have the sufficient proof for this. I suspect, I have not read every detail, that Microsoft's response will go into this more fulsomely. Paragraph 112. The CMA also considered whether to segment multi-game subscription services by each type of device and cloud gaming. The CMA found that almost every multi-game subscription service already allows gamers to access some proportion of their gaming catalog across different devices. This includes Game Pass and PlayStation Plus, which include a console and a cloud gaming element, services like Apple Arcade, which allows users to download gaming content to a variety of devices, and Luna and Stadia, which allows gamers to stream their games to a range of devices. The CMA considers that multi-game subscription services are continuing to evolve and may appeal more strongly to gamers who are device agnostic than to gamers who have a strong preference for console gaming. As such, the CMA considers that it is appropriate to use a single frame of reference for multi-game subscription services without segmenting by device type. Well, good of you to not narrow it that far. Given that the buy-to-play market is not experiencing the same dynamics as the multi-game subscription market, the CMA considers it appropriate to assess game distribution of buy-to-play titles via digital storefronts for each of the consoles, PCs, and mobile separately. All right, before we get into geographic scope, I said a lot right there, and so did the CMA, right? They have determined that cloud gaming is its own market. They have determined that subscription services is its own market. I suspect some of you might have some thoughts on that. So please do leave a question, all caps, leave a super chat, whatever it is that it takes to get my attention. But please do talk to me a little bit about it so I can rest my voice before we dive deep into paragraph, what are we on, 114 of the CMA's document. Eric the Beard says, CMA is killing it. I don't know if he means the deal or if they're doing really well. It's hard to tell. Tone is difficult in text, certainly. Apple Pie says, Hoeg swore. Did I? I think I said crap. Is that swearing? I don't know. Who knows what I'm saying? Just because says this is starting to sound like something out of the IT crowd as well. Raphael says, yeah, but even Google did not try to separate the market. I really haven't found any third party that has said the market should be separate. Super 7X, do you think the Microsoft Store will ever be overhauled to be competitive with Steam? I don't know. You only have a limited amount of resources and will to move in different directions. I think all the focus is on Game Pass right now, and I don't know what they'll do with their storefront eventually. What else do we have here? I don't think we actually have any questions. So we'll just dive deep. I think there is some consternation about whether or not these are separate markets because we can see the writing on the wall, which is when you make them separate markets, it's much easier to claim that Microsoft is a monopolist or market controller of those separated markets. Here at Hour 2, I do also want to flag, if you do like this content, please do check out our Utreon, our Patreon, our YouTube subscriptions. hit the like button, please. I really appreciate it. Or check out our store. We've got all sorts of fun stuff for you to check out. Now, let's talk about the geographic scope. The parties submitted that their products and services are available on a global basis, including in the UK. For each of the product frames of reference considered above, the parties submitted the following. In respect of PCs and consoles, the geographic market is at least wider than the UK, including the European Economic Area, if not worldwide. The market for cloud gaming services is worldwide. For game publishing, the relevant markets are worldwide. For digital distribution, the geographic market is worldwide. Yep. The parties did not make any submissions on the geographic frame of reference for design and supply of computer OSs. Don't know why it would have come up. For each of the product frames of reference under consideration, the parties generally provided shares of supply on both a worldwide and UK basis. The CMA notes that in each of the product frames of references under consideration, the suppliers present in the area are generally active across a broader geographic region than just the UK. The CMA also found evidence suggesting that these markets may have a national dimension. The market shares provided by the parties show material differences between the UK and global shares, suggesting differences in the competitive landscape by geography. In particular, the merged entity generally has higher shares of supply in the UK as compared to worldwide. For example, in 2021, the parties estimate Microsoft's share of supply of console hardware by sales volume to be in the 10 to 20 range globally, but it's in the 20 to 30 range in the UK. Similarly, in 2021, the parties estimate the merged entity's combined share of supply for console game publishing was 10 to 20 globally and 10 to 20 in the UK. In addition, the CMA has seen some evidence of differential availability of services in local markets, including the Game Pass offering. Further, in relation to Xbox Live Gold, Microsoft's website explains that to ensure that pricing for Live Gold subscription service reflects the local market, Live Gold subscription cards are only redeemable in the country in which they are purchased. As such, while recognizing that there are multinational aspects to competition in each of these product frame of reference, there is also evidence of regional and national variations in supply and demand. The CMA therefore considers it is appropriate on a cautious basis to assess the impact of the merger in these product frames of reference in the UK. However, where relevant, it has taken account of the broader global context and evidence that is not specific to the UK in the competitive assessment. Again, the CMA might have a different opinion on what is cautious than Microsoft and Activision do, right? They keep taking the conservative approach, which may or may not be appropriate from whatever direction you're coming from on this, but it also obviously allows them to be more activist in whatever kind of rules they're going to say Microsoft and Activision are breaking if it comes to it at the phase 2 level. So they're cautious, they're conservative in how they are interpreting their antitrust laws and say, in any case where there might be a gray area, we'll assume that it's the worst for the deal itself. CMA preliminary's conclusion on the frame of reference, this is just going to go about what we said. PCs, consoles, and mobile are separate. Cloud gaming services are separate. Computer OSs are separate. Publishing in those specific areas, PCs, consoles, and mobile are separate. Distribution is separate. And then subscription services are separate as well. So we finally made it. We made it to paragraph 120. This is just the throat clearing stage of what this government agency has done. And believe me, be thankful we didn't actually go through things like the actual Facebook and Giphy determination by the CMA, because I believe it was 433 pages long. I would have died here on stream. And so we're here in the middle of this document. We're at page 28 of 76. In formulating theories of harm, or TOH, the CMA will consider how a merger might affect rivalry between firms seeking to win customers' business over time by offering them a better deal. The theories of harm will depend on the levels of the supply chain at which the merger firms operate, the links between the merger firms and their rivals, the nature of competition and how firms go about winning customers from each other, and any long-run dynamics in the relevant sectors. For some mergers, the CMA may consider several theories, sometimes affecting the same market. This is a weird sentence to put in the middle of your actual assessment. This sounds like it's from your handbook. The CMA will generally take a forward-looking approach to the assessment of any theories of harm, considering the effects of the merger both now and in the future. In this case, the CMA has assessed a number of theories of harm. In doing so, taking into account the nature of competition and market dynamics identified, the CMA has considered not only each individual theory of harm separately, but, as will be outlined further below, also their interaction, so as to assess the potential impact of the merger in the round. The CMA notes that whilst discussed as part of its assessment of input foreclosure, the importance of network effects and Activision's content, and Call of Duty in particular, to gaming platforms is a common element across all theories of harm in this decision. And this is why the folks that are in favor of Microsoft and in favor of this deal going through have accused the CMA of effectively adopting Sony's position on this, when you see the reference to Call of Duty in particular. Input foreclosure of rivals using Activision's content. The concern with an input foreclosure theory of harm is that the merged entity may use its control of an important input to harm its downstream rivals' competitiveness. for example, by refusing to supply the input or by increasing the price or worsening the quality of the input supplied. This might then harm overall competition in the downstream market to the detriment of customers. We're going to make it hard on Sony. We're not going to give you our product, or we're going to make it real bad. The merger would combine Microsoft, one of only 3 console gaming platform providers and a leading multi-game subscription service provider, with ABK's strong and diversified catalog of game content, including Call of Duty, one of the world's largest gaming franchises. The merged entity's games would include some of the biggest and highest-selling franchises across various genres. They then give examples of those. According to one of the party's competitors, the only category where Microsoft would not have a leading position would be in sports, where Electronic Arts has that strongest position. The CMA has assessed whether adding ABK's portfolio of games to Microsoft's broad and integrated offering would enhance Microsoft's ability to engage in total or partial foreclosure strategies. The CMA has considered whether the merger may lead to foreclosure in the following target markets: console gaming platforms. The CMA uses this term to refer to gaming consoles and their digital storefronts together. Multi-game subscription services. Multi-game subscription services are available across consoles. We know what they are, CMA. You don't need to keep repeating yourself. The importance of network effects and ABK's content to gaming platforms are discussed below. So this is actually pretty funny if we go back a couple of paragraphs. According to one of the party's competitors, the only category where Microsoft would not have a leading position would be in sports. I don't think they have a leading position in role-playing games necessarily. It depends on what you like. Certainly not JRPGs. I don't think they have a leading position in over-the-shoulder third-person adventures. That seems to be dominated by Sony. I don't think they have a leading position in platformers. That's Nintendo. I don't think they have a leading position in strategic games. I mean, like, there's all sorts of things that you could get into here, but the CMA decided to use this sentence to say that Microsoft would just be an unstoppable juggernaut. Network effects. We already talked about this a little bit. Gaming platforms are two-sided. Two-sided markets are often characterized by network effects, where the value of the product for customers on one side of the platform depends on the volume of users on the same side. Or on the other side. The CMA found that console gaming platforms, cloud gaming services, and multi-game subscription services are characterized by strong direct and indirect network effects. In terms of indirect network effects, the parties explained that game publishers are more likely to develop content for a platform with a significant user base, and in turn, a strong content library attracts more users to a platform. This checks out. One Microsoft internal document, for example, explains Snip. Another Microsoft internal document explains that Microsoft's gaming ecosystem creates Snip. The document goes on to illustrate a flywheel that shows Snip. Very useful for us reading on the outside, right? But we can imagine that Microsoft's internal documents say, you drive people to Game Pass, you get more things into Game Pass, you pay cheaper licensing fees, you get more people into Game Pass, you pay cheaper licensing fees, and you can see how that is supposed to work. And it undoubtedly works that way. In relation to direct network effects, the parties explained that gamers like to be on the same platform as their friends to play multiplayer games. One Microsoft internal document explains that Snip. Likewise, one Activision internal document shows that Snip. The document explains Snip. One third party submitted that leading AAA games have multiplayer functionality and have become social media platforms, and that as a result, established AAA video games benefit from significant network effects, which raise barriers to entry for new games and new developers. Sometimes. The CMA found that multi-game subscription services, which is the most common pricing structure for cloud gaming services, also require considerable scale to be successful, which increases barriers to entry into this market. One of Microsoft's internal documents, for example, does some snipping. The CMA's merger assessment guidelines state that network effects generally mean that mergers are more likely to induce a tipping effect or accelerate the market towards tipping, whereas customers would have benefited from a longer period of competition. These guidelines also state that the presence of network effects means that barriers to entry are likely to be high, and that incumbent platform operators that have market power derived from network effects may be able to amplify their effect. The CMA considers the evidence above to suggest that there are strong network effects present in gaming, and that they are particularly important for competition in the context of nascent markets like multi-game subscription services and cloud gaming. You can see where they're going with this. Importance of Activision's catalog. Activision content lacks market power upstream, as demonstrated by Activision's low shares of supply in game publishing. The publishing market is fragmented. A number of other publishers will continue to supply a wide range of content, and that Call of Duty is not an important input. This is what the parties said. The parties told the CMA that in upstream game publishing, Activision only had a share of about 5% globally, 5% in the UK, very low numbers, between 5 and 10 as we go through this paragraph. According to the parties, Activision's lack of market power upstream can be seen in from its share of console-based monthly active users. The parties estimate that Activision has a share of only 10% globally, while other publishers are equal or comparable scale, including EA, which has 10 to 20, Epic Games, which has 5 to 10, and Take-Two, with its share of 5 to 10, are otherwise also in that market. The party submitted that other rivals in game publishing have a greater or equivalent share of upstream publishing segment across all gaming platforms. These include EA, Nintendo, Take-Two, Ubisoft, Sony, Embracer, Square Enix, and Epic, together with a long tail of smaller publishers. And this is the parties all submitting. It's just not that big of a deal, right? 10 to 20, 10 to 20. There's some snippage here in paragraph 137. The party submitted that Xbox gamer data shows that snip of Xbox gamers did not play Call of Duty in a specific year. It's a great stat. I wish that wasn't snipped. According to the parties, amongst those gamers that do play Call of Duty, the majority only do so for a short period of time. We don't even know why we bought this CMA. Nobody plays this game. In particular, among gamers who played at least 1 hour of Call of Duty, more than snip played it for less than 5% of their total gaming time, and snip of Call of Duty gamers spent less than 50% of their gaming time in the game. Hey, do you notice this little rhetorical flourish here? If you're just basing it on the percentage of their total gaming time, that can be very, very reflective of what that total gaming time is, right? If you play 10 hours a year, that's one thing. If you play 1,000 hours per year, that's a completely different thing. You can guess which user is more valuable to the Microsofts and Activisions of the world. The parties further submitted that Call of Duty's popularity varies over time and does not equate to market power. The parties cite the example of Vanguard, which is said was not generally well received and showed drops in purchases and player engagement. It was still one of the top games of the year. The parties submitted that compared to the revenues of previous COD titles like Modern Warfare and Black Ops Cold War, Vanguard achieved revenues that were snip previous titles by its fourth month. The CMA believes that the party's internal documents show that Activision has one of the most important gaming franchises. One Activision internal document shows that Activision has 6 franchises generating revenues greater than snip based on owned IP across platforms and demos, including Call of Duty, Candy Crush, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, Overwatch, and Diablo. Blizzard doing its job, at least in number of franchises. Call of Duty. The party's internal documents consistently highlight the size and importance of Call of Duty across platforms. We've got another set of snipped stats here. ABK's internal documents also highlight the importance to Sony's PlayStation. The one internal document shows snip and shows that Call of Duty remains snip. It's probably rankings and revenue, would be my guess. Another Activision internal document shows that Activision content played a pivotal role in the success of PlayStation and would continue to do so. The document explains that a 6-year Call of Duty partnership between Sony and Activision helped to increase PlayStation 4's console share from snip, and Activision content drove around snip PlayStation Plus engagement since the launch of PlayStation 4. The document concludes that Activision can have a large impact on Sony's gaming business in the next generation. So here's an internal conversation that Activision has that the CMA thinks is very useful, where they say, we provided this value to Sony that wouldn't be available if Call of Duty were foreclosed from Sony. Now, that does show that Xbox taking it away could hurt Sony. It doesn't show that Sony is crippled and unable to compete without it. We've got more snippage here. And then from a third-party view, the CMA has received third-party evidence to suggest that Activision's gaming catalog, in particular Call of Duty, is important and could make a material difference to gaming platforms. Is that just Sony? It's kind of weird to not say it's just Sony when you're otherwise using Sony's name directly. So we'll have to put a pin in that. Several of the third parties that the CMA contacted during its investigation confirmed that Activision's content is important and would give Microsoft's gaming platforms a significant advantage. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. For example, some of Microsoft's competitors explain that Activision games are critical to competition in high-end gaming, that they have no meaningful substitute, and that the acquisition would give Microsoft an unrivaled position in the gaming industry, leaving it with the greatest number of must-have games / iconic franchises. This has to be Sony, right? Another competitor explained that Activision games constitute a significant share of overall spend and game time on its platform. This competitor also stated that having Activision games on its platform attracted gamers who then played against other gamers on the platform. Now, this is interesting. We know Call of Duty isn't on Switch. We have two competitors here, insofar as they say one of the competitors says this stuff, another competitor says this stuff. They both sound like Sony. So what is the other competitor that talks about moving things onto its platform? I don't know. I really don't honestly know the answer to that question. And so this is part of the problem with not getting the full information. This is kind of a little bit of what the CMA had to kind of move back on from what the tribunal told them. They were hiding too much stuff from the parties that they were adjudicating. And it's interesting to try to guess at what those things are. I don't know that there are two platforms that are really so affected, but maybe you have some ideas in the chat. The CMA also saw an independent survey reported by YouGov. Great. Which polled 1,200 British adults and 1,200 U.S. adults in January of 2022. It showed that 29% of PlayStation gamers in the UK indicated that the inclusion of ABK games in XGP would make them consider subscribing to the service. It's ideally what you want to do in a competitive environment. The same was true for 26% of Nintendo gamers, 26% of PC gamers, and 20% of smartphone gamers. You can see all these numbers are higher for the US than they are in the UK. Overall, the YouGov report suggested that 48% of Xbox gamers in the UK would consider signing up for Game Pass if it included Activision games, while the CMA cannot comment on the robustness of this survey. Oh, it can comment on it. A YouGov survey? The results are consistent with the other evidence that the CMA has seen. You spend a paragraph on a completely unreliable survey to just say, it matches what we already knew. Great. This is good. This is robust stuff, folks. The CMA received evidence indicating that Call of Duty is a particularly important game. Sony Interaction Entertainment? CMA, you want to take another crack at that one? Sony Interactive Entertainment, SIE, submitted to the CMA that COD has a large number of users on PlayStation, and a significant portion of these gamers spent a majority of their time playing Call of Duty. Significant portion spent a majority of their time playing Call of Duty. Okay. Doesn't really match up with what Microsoft says. I don't know that they're that different across platforms. Curious. Call of Duty is a particularly important revenue stream for PlayStation, with the game having the highest awareness and ownership of all third-party franchises. The CMA understood from SIE that Call of Duty's fan base is very loyal towards the franchise, and that having access to the COD franchise is likely to be a priority for a large number of players. SIE submitted to the CMA that if COD were exclusively available on Xbox and Game Pass, this could severely, adversely impact their ability to compete effectively. Can't compete effectively, says Sony. Where am I without Call of Duty? I'm nowhere. Another competitor explained that Call of Duty had an indirect impact on its revenues, as it attracted a larger gamer base, who then purchased other games on their platform. This in turn impacted the attractiveness of their platform to other publishers. This competitor explained that successful games such as Call of Duty create network effects that draw awareness and traffic to smaller games. The CMA reviewed an independent 2019 report submitted by a competitor stating that COD had the most passionate fan base amongst top gaming brands that year. It explained that Call of Duty's significance to entertainment at large cannot be overstated. The brand was the only video game IP to make it into the top 10 of all entertainment brands among fanatics, joining powerhouses like Star Wars, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, and The Lord of the Rings. The report goes on to explain that Call of Duty Modern Warfare had the biggest launch of 2019, earning over $600 million in just 3 days, marking the 12th year in a row that a Call of Duty game ranked as the best-selling game in its launch month. It's a very popular series, folks. Competitors also noted that very few game franchises can or could ever match Call of Duty's success. I thought we were in the business of future prognostication here, CMA. You mean to tell me that in the history of the video game industry to come, Call of Duty will sit atop the perch forever and evermore? I can't believe that to be true. Snip noted that no other game publisher has come close to replicating the success of Call of Duty, particularly in shooters. That's an important caveat. Clip also submitted that no other publisher can commit the same level of resources and expertise to game development. This is exactly Sony's answer to Brazil. And even if they could, Call of Duty is too entrenched for any rival to catch up. Another competitor explained that no game could substitute for Call of Duty, and that it would be difficult to pinpoint a game that would be even a close alternative. We're going to get to the CMA's views in just a minute. But I got to take a break from my voice here. But all of that sounded like Sony, didn't it? I mean, we know Sony's answer. That all sounded like them talking to the CMA on this stuff. So what do you all think? Do you think there's another party that is acting in concert with Sony? Why do you think that the CMA would call out what Sony Interaction Entertainment has to say in some instances and not in others? What's the goal there? Seems very confusing to me. Tristan asks the question. Sony just announced that Silent Hill 2 will be a PlayStation exclusive. Silent Hill 2 is that a remake? See, this is what happens when you're on a big, long stream. Do you think Microsoft will use this as ammo for the case? I think Microsoft is as armed as it can be with Sony exclusives. I don't think they need extras to make that case for them. If the CMA chooses to view a publisher as distinct and subscription services as separate, I'm not sure that makes any bit of a difference. We got the same question. Silent Hill 2 remaster is Sony exclusive. Does that make them look bad? It doesn't make them look great. Question, what is the current status of the Activision lawsuit? Still pending. The wheels of justice move slowly. Question, Konami just dropped the whole video on demand instead of streaming Silent Hill 2 remake for 12 months of exclusivity. LOL. Yep, I see that this happened here at this point in time. Is it true that Xbox can't buy a Japanese company because Japan wouldn't allow it? That is not true. You can always structure your deals to buy companies in another jurisdiction. Might be more difficult than it is to buy domestically, but it can happen. Big Pod question, doesn't Sony have huge amounts of exclusive content, including some content from Activision? Absolutely they do. Luke, can the CMA decision influence other jurisdictions? Do you see this going to court? The jurisdictions are going to determine things for their own. But whatever matches up with the determination that they make, they will likely use bits and pieces of whatever jurisdiction does that matching, right? We talked about that with respect to Brazil. If you really like where Brazil came out, then you might comment on the fact that they had some good thoughts about Nintendo and Call of Duty and some other things. You might use them in your own document and say, hey, as Brazil said, blah, 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 blah. If you like where the CMA is coming out, you might say, as the UK has already found, blah, 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 blah. So it's a little bit more politic than I'd like to admit on these kinds of things. What else do we have here? Ian's going to record. Good luck to you recording, Ian. We got more stuff from the CMA. Super Duper Man says this is going to damage Activision and Sony. It's possible. Question, does the FTC calling out the CMA for stopping the Meta and Giphy merger, saying foreign countries shouldn't have a say in American companies merging, have an effect on the ABK deal? No. These regulators are sovereigns. They're part of the sovereign government of their state. So absolutely, you can have differences of opinion as to how far the extension should go and these kinds of things. Does it affect things? I would argue that it does not. And I haven't seen the FTC make that statement. So maybe I could be pointed to that. In a separate context, marked ashamed. Got to leave real quick, but I would say one of the lessons is that not every lie is perjury. Okay. Yeah, I think some of these statements are certainly pretty close to at least deceptive in the way that they are framed. That has to be Google, says All Might. Certainly could be. Certainly could be Google, could be their platform, could be Stadia, that kind of thing. Certainly Google feels a little bit burned about this whole video game stuff right now. And it could be Google, Android, people making that as their suggestion for the other platform in league with Sony. Google talked to the CMA. That's the other party. Seems like a possibility. Raiden Blade, what would happen if Activision told SIE that regardless of the outcome of the deal, you will have no access to any further marketing after the current contract? They absolutely could. If the deal falls through, they are in charge of their assets. They do have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that they maximize their assets for the purposes of their shareholders' value. But I can see a world in which they have an agreement with Xbox for a very long time that gets them near that same value as an effort to just say this was wrong on the part of Sony, and we don't much care for you. Now, Joshua asked the question, why do Grand Theft Auto and Elden Ring not factor into the CMA's analysis when they very often outsell COD titles? Well, Elden Ring isn't a very often scenario. It's a one-off, right? But because Call of Duty's consistency, I would say let's put the benefit of the doubt hat on for the CMA. Call of Duty is consistently there every single year, top 10 sales. That is a special product. Grand Theft Auto releases a game every, 15 years at this point. Now, they reissue that a lot, but it's not necessarily the same kind of thing as Call of Duty. So I think there is a specialness to Call of Duty. I don't think we have to discount that entirely. Alan Muller says, you could be saying that the CMA is a bit snippish. They're a bit snippy. They are. They are a bit snippy on all this stuff, and it makes it a little bit hard to understand exactly what's happening. Fresco Bar says, why, when the CMA brings up subscriptions, they don't talk about how PlayStation had one first? Also, Ubisoft, EA, and Amazon have their own as well. Again, I think we can put the benefit of the doubt hat on and say Game Pass is a unique model, and that PlayStation, through PlayStation Now or even PlayStation Plus original recipe, wasn't doing what Game Pass is. Do they do a great job of defining those markets? No, because they think defining markets is like beneath them. We saw that earlier in the document, but I think we can look at it and say, yeah, that Game Pass thing is different from what these other services are doing. They're working specifically with third parties to put together a subscription in a way that others weren't doing. And I think you can give them that while still also saying they're not a separate market. Game Pass is not a separate market from buying a game. You can go and you can access Plague's Tale Requiem through Game Pass. You can also buy it yourself. Those are substitutive options. And they absolutely are flat substitutes for each other. So I just don't see the CMA's case there, but they need to make it in order to make their monopoly market power case later on in the document. So again, it's a little bit of the tail wagging the dog there, but you can see exactly what they're setting up with their definitions. All right. Now we've talked about how they arrived at what they've decided. Let's see what their views are. CMA views. Based on this evidence, the CMA believes that Activision content is important to the current and future success of console gaming platforms and multi-game subscription services. The CMA considers that overall publisher shares do not present a complete picture of the importance of Activision content. We're going to ignore your numbers that you've all presented of a 10 to 20 to 10 to 20 combination. Brazil used that as the primary foundation between allowing the deal and not. The CMA says, nah, those numbers aren't real. We are smarter. As discussed below and in the assessment of individual input foreclosure theories of harm, some Activision games, and Call of Duty in particular, are especially important for attracting gamers to a platform. These gamers go on to play other games. I thought they were mostly playing Call of Duty. I thought that was what you just decided. Available on that platform, increasing that platform's overall revenue. This aspect of competition cannot be captured in market shares solely. In particular, the CMA considers that, 1, Call of Duty is currently one of the largest game franchises by user base and revenue. New entrants have noted the importance of having Call of Duty on their platform. 2, Call of Duty has a high level of awareness amongst gamers and is responsible for drawing a large, diverse, and loyal user base to a platform as noted above. 3, Call of Duty has been consistently successful for nearly a decade. 4, there exists very few franchises that can be considered alternatives to Call of Duty or match Call of Duty's level of success. Look, level of success is one thing, CMA. You can play about 100 games that give you a man shoot down a corridor that is either gussied up with World War II paraphernalia or modern warfare paraphernalia. They're really a dime a dozen out there. You can talk about quality. You can talk about market penetration. You can talk about level of success. There's a lot of competitors to the actual Call of Duty experience. 5, I believe we're on. There also exist few publishers that can afford to invest the time and capital required to develop a game franchise like Call of Duty in the future. This is weird, right? Because Activision went crazy. Activision had a robust and diverse group of developers that were making all sorts of things. And over the past few years, they basically shuttered them all and made them Call of Duty studios. So at some level, this is correct. You can't really match that. On another level, who would want to? Activision put all of their eggs in one basket, then went through a major tumultuous period, and that's why their shares were down. So you're saying, well, you can't do what Activision does. That's what Sony says, but that's not a realistic competitive scenario anyway. Activision was in the process of going under, making the decisions that they made, and the tentpole releases like Vanguard not living up to expectations, really squeezing their bottom line. So yes, maybe you can't do that. I'm not even sure Microsoft will do it in the same configuration that Activision did because it's dumb. F6, the merger would result in Call of Duty being a part of a catalog of games that includes some of the best-selling franchises in particular genres. You dropped in Gears of War here, Halo, and Doom. I mean, I don't know if the CMA knows this, but Call of Duty, Halo, and Doom, it's the same genre. Shooters, role-playing games, World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, and Diablo. Those are wildly different games. I would call those realistically different genres, except for Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Racing and flying games, for example, Forza, action adventure games, Minecraft, and others. Is this an advertisement for Microsoft? Game Pass has a lot of really cool things. All right, let's go with Theory of Harm 1A. Input foreclosure of rival console gaming platforms, excluding subscription services. You're just going to keep Call of Duty off of Sony's PlayStation. That's your Theory of Harm 1A. There are currently 3 main console gaming platforms providers in the market: Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. You see, by the way, in government documents, how much overlap there is, right? We talk about a 76-page document. So much of this is just going over the same stuff. The CMA has investigated whether the merged entity could harm Microsoft's rivals and thus lessen current and future competition in the console gaming platform through strategies such as making Activision content unavailable on rival consoles, exclusive to Xbox, making Activision content available for release on rival console platforms at a later date, timed exclusivity, like 12 months, say, degrading the quality of Activision gaming content available to rival console gaming platforms, making features or upgrades of Activision games unavailable to other console gaming platforms, or raising the wholesale price of Activision content on rival gaming console platforms. The CMA considers that any foreclosure of Microsoft's console rivals would affect console hardware and their related storefronts. This is because console platforms are integrated in terms of their offer of hardware and digital storefronts. As noted further below, the CMA considers that Nintendo competes less closely with Xbox as compared to PlayStation by virtue of its differentiated content, target audience, and differential technical capabilities. This theory of harm, therefore, focuses on Sony. The CMA has considered the ability of the merged entity to harm Sony through total or partial foreclosure of ABK games, its incentive to do so, and the effect of such strategies on competition. We've seen the Brazil decision. We know that Nintendo is, that phrase that they used, the counterfactual to this supposition. Nintendo is proving that you don't need Call of Duty to succeed. And the nature of that proof is that they competed in a different way from Microsoft's Xbox CMA. Stop pulling my leg. You say, well, they differentiated enough. Then Sony should differentiate enough. What in the world are you talking about? You're telling me Nintendo is not an active participant in the video game market. That is ridiculous. And again, goes to that tail wagging that dog. You need Nintendo to not be a part of the market, because Nintendo not needing Call of Duty or really any Activision title kills your argument. You know this. Everybody reading this knows this. And you make the determination because it's differentiated. Well, that's competition, baby. Sony has to get weird. It can't fight $70 billion. We know this, but it can fight on its own merits. Nintendo has proven that you can. CMA. Come on, man. Ability. Party submissions. As noted above, the party submitted that the merged entity would lack market games in publishing. The parties also submitted that any foreclosure strategy could not induce significant enough switching of gamers from rival platforms because ABK content is not a critical input. Gamers multi-home across gaming consoles, i.e. they simultaneously own more plastic boxes under their TV. Even if exclusive games were to play an important role in a gamer's decision regarding which console to purchase, players tend to remain loyal to their preferred consoles, and players are likely to face switching costs that may deter them from switching away from the party's rival consoles. We got trophies over here, so you don't want to lose those trophies or your PlayStation Stars points. As set out in further detail below, the parties additionally submitted that Call of Duty is not an important input because Nintendo is successful without it. Sony has existing contractual protections through 2027, and evidence from past partial exclusivity strategies shows that they are ineffective. I like this. I like to think that Phil Spencer rolls up and says, you know, that one time we bought Rise of the Tomb Raider, like it totally didn't do what we expected. So, yeah, exclusives aren't really all that great, CMA. It's fantastic. The party submitted that Nintendo has built a successful console business without a single version of Call of Duty. The party stated that the overall quality and appeal of a platform are more important than any game. The party submitted that Nintendo cannot be dismissed as competing less closely with Xbox than PlayStation on the basis that it offers different types of games, because there are several paths that a console platform can take without relying on a particular game franchise or genre, and Nintendo offers games across genres. Nintendo's a real boy, CMA. And you can almost feel the frustration of Microsoft saying all this stuff. Are you kidding me? You're going to eliminate Nintendo from the equation. Really? The party submitted some snip stuff about what percentage of sales it represents for Call of Duty on PlayStation. Presumably, these are small numbers to try to establish that it's not important. In relation to Sony, the parties Wow. Okay. I think we had a moment there with the internet. Hopefully that didn't last too long. But yes, I have to put the screen up when I'm starting to talk about it. I've done that before in this space, so I apologize in advance. Okay, we're back. Everybody says we're back. The nature of live broadcast, folks. People tell me to put the screen up. We do have co-counsel coming in here. Yes, I've already shared my screen. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I have, in fact, shared my screen. Tunnel vision for Hoeg. Yes, I get into the reading, and we get it going there. All right. 2.5 hours in. Our first technical snafu. I think we're doing okay in terms of the timing there. Paragraph 159. In relation to Sony, the parties further submitted that they would not be able to engage in a hypothetical input foreclosure strategy because ABK has existing contracts with Sony. Parties explained that a number of existing agreements between Activision and Sony, which provide for certain Activision content to be distributed on PlayStation, expire in 2024. Parties further explained that they have proposed to Sony that they would extend that to the end of 2027. In relation to partial foreclosure strategies, the parties submitted that Call of Duty has provided exclusive or timed exclusive downloadable content for either Sony or Microsoft since 2005, and that these arrangements have not led to either Sony or Microsoft being obliterated out of the video game sphere. The parties also submitted that including extra content on the Xbox platform would benefit consumers and would not harm PlayStation gamers. Technically true, but it feels bad, man. Internal documents. As described above, the CMA found that ABK's content, especially Call of Duty, is important for rival gaming platforms. The CMA considered the parties' submissions in relation to Nintendo being a successful platform that does not offer Call of Duty and believes that this is because Nintendo generally offers a differentiated gaming experience to Xbox and PlayStation. Why does that matter, CMA? Why does it matter? Sony can differentiate. Sony has capital. Sony has money. Sony doesn't have to differentiate, and they can take their chances in that particular model. But if one can, that should be taken into account. In general, Microsoft's internal documents track PlayStation more closely than Nintendo, with Nintendo often being absent from any internal competitive assessment. You haven't treated them as a competitor before. One Microsoft internal document assesses SNP. Another Microsoft internal document points to the differences in the technical capabilities of the Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo consoles. Sure. The CMA has also received evidence from the parties showing something. This suggests that Xbox and PlayStation are closer substitutes to each other than to Nintendo Switch. There's no doubt that they are closer substitutes. The question is not the closeness of the substitution. The question is whether Nintendo is a substitute at all. And I would challenge you, CMA, to suggest that the Nintendo is not a substitute for playing games on the Xbox or the PlayStation. From a third party's perspective, the CMA found that Activision's content, especially Call of Duty, is particularly important to Sony's PlayStation. Regarding the merged abilities to foreclose Nintendo, third parties confirmed that Microsoft and Sony compete closely and that Nintendo is not as close a competitor, not meaning that it doesn't have a market share, just that it's in a different market as determined by the CMA alone. One third party explained that Nintendo's business model differs from that of Sony's and Microsoft's, and that Nintendo competes more closely with companies outside of the gaming industry. For example, Nintendo has products such as Wii Fit, which are not traditional games and may compete with fitness apps and other non-gaming apps. Yes, Nintendo does weird stuff. You're going to bring Labo in? This third party also explained that Nintendo's audience differs from other consoles as its games are marketed as family-friendly with less focus on heavy violence or shooting games. You can definitely play Doom on your Nintendo Switch. Another third-party publisher commented on the technical differences of Nintendo's consoles, noting that they had encountered difficulties when bringing a game to Nintendo Switch, but no difficulty in bringing the same game to Xbox or PlayStation. Okay, very true. Of course, that cloud service stuff is a lot of what folks use on the Switch. As for the merged entity's ability to foreclose Sony, consistent with Activision's internal documents discussed above, the CMA has received evidence that Call of Duty has higher levels of user engagement and revenue spend on PlayStation than the parties estimated. Sony submitted that it has the highest awareness and ownership levels of all third-party franchises. In addition, Call of Duty plays an important role in attracting high-value gamers to the platform. These Call of Duty gamers spend considerable amounts of money on other PlayStation games and hardware, which substantially increases the revenue impact of having Call of Duty on the platform. Now, this is an interesting causation correlation concept. If you are a big-time gamer, chances are you're going to get everything. Is it driving you as a Call of Duty gamer into being a high-value gamer? I would argue that maybe Call of Duty gamers are a little bit more casual and actually purchase less, but we don't have the right stats from anybody on that. So that tends to be my thought process is you have a Madden gamer, you have a Call of Duty gamer. That's what they play. They purchase whatever small amount of games that they have on the system. And that other gamers, hobbyist gamers like me who try to purchase basically everything that's of interest in all genres are perhaps the more high value targets for these consoles. The CMA notes that the network effects in gaming mean that having players on a platform attracts content to that platform, and if a sufficient number of high-end gamers were to leave PlayStation, that could impact the level of investment that independent publishers devote to making or adapting games for PlayStation. Third-party views also covered the merged entity's ability to engage in partial foreclosure strategies. Sony told the CMA that even if Call of Duty games remained available on PlayStation following the merger, the merged entity would still be able to engage in partial foreclosures by increasing the differentiation between the versions of Call of Duty available on Xbox and on PlayStation. Here's where you have to stifle a snicker, right? Because Sony and PlayStation have ads right now about the advantages of buying Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 this month on PlayStation. And yes, that's the way these parties have competed with each other ad infinitum. So it seems very specious for Sony and PlayStation to argue, well, that they could still put only special stuff or beta access or what have you on their service. And wouldn't that be a problem? According to Sony Interactive Entertainment, gamers may expect that Call of Duty on Xbox will include extra content and enhanced interoperability with the console hardware, in addition to any benefits from membership in Game Pass. Sony submitted that these factors are likely to influence gamers' choice of console. Again, I don't see a problem. CMA's assessment of ability, presumably to foreclose. Based on the above evidence, the CMA has found that the merged entity would have significant upstream market power in publishing games for consoles, with a share of 10 to 20% by revenue and 30 to 40% by minutes played. That's an interesting stat to make this determination of market share. Minutes played. Okay. Is a really long game that doesn't otherwise have in-game app purchases really like advantageous? I don't think that that's the stat that we should be using for this. The CMA is plucking out stats all over the place here. Activision has a particularly high share in shooter games, 30-40% in the UK. I thought we weren't using genres, with Call of Duty being one of the largest game franchises available to distribution platforms. In any event, the CMA considers that market shares are not completely indicative of upstream market power. We're not going to use market power for market power, which is characterized by network effects. The franchise's market power is enhanced by its high level of awareness and the presence of very few games that can match its level of success. ABK's content is an important input for Sony, such that Microsoft may have the ability to foreclose Sony's PlayStation console gaming platform. Along with the evidence mentioned above on the importance of Call of Duty, the CMA notes that Call of Duty has higher levels of revenue and user engagement on PlayStation than was estimated. PlayStation's success is not driven primarily by its technical superiority. Gaming content is an important driver of demand, and PlayStation's competitive position could be materially harmed if Call of Duty were not available. Although PlayStation currently has a substantial number of non-Call of Duty monthly active users, the CMA believes that some of these non-Call of Duty gamers may also switch away from PlayStation following any total or partial foreclosure strategies. Lord help me. The CMA's determination on this is that even people that don't play Call of Duty might leave if Call of Duty isn't there. Why? Because the presence of strong direct network effects imply that some of these non-Call of Duty gamers would want to continue to play other games with their friends, who in turn switch as a result of the foreclosure strategies. There will be a snowball because their buddies will go to Xbox where the Call of Duty lives, and you might as well go to Xbox. Certainly on the margins, this is true. Is that marginal impact significant enough to end Sony's ability to compete with Xbox? I have my doubts. There are few, if any, alternative franchises with Call of Duty's level of brand awareness and popularity amongst gamers. Sounds like something to be corrected by investment. Whilst the party submitted that PlayStation itself has some exclusive franchises such as Spider-Man, the CMA believes that these do not come close to having Call of Duty's level of success. In relation to the party submissions that Nintendo is successful without offering Call of Duty on its console, the CMA considers that this is likely due to its differentiated hardware and content. The CMA believes that the availability of a few games exhibiting violence, such as Postal Redux, I like that Microsoft thought exactly as I did when submitting the evidence to the CMA, does not undermine its conclusion that most of Nintendo's content appeals to a different customer segment. In addition, the CMA notes that one of the reasons for the lack of Call of Duty's availability on Nintendo suggested by the parties is because of the Nintendo Switch not being technically capable of supporting the latest version of Call of Duty, which the CMA considers as further evidence that Nintendo is not a close rival to PlayStation or Xbox. As such, the CMA does not consider that Nintendo's current success is sufficient evidence to show that Sony does not require access on competitive terms to Activision's content in order to compete against Microsoft. This is a conclusion that drives all of the evidence that the CMA put forward. And I get, reading this, how Microsoft fans and Microsoft itself have grown frustrated in the middle sections of this document. I don't know if anybody else has any other thoughts here. We've got an LMAO, which seems justified. We've got A. Hettinger here says, we know they screw companies that want to implement crossplay from Epic versus Apple. We do know that they have a specific financial stake in that. What else do we have here? We've got different people talking about different stats here in the chat, and I won't pull the screen down so I don't forget to put it back up. Raphael asks, so Sony never had exclusive content, like, say, Time DLC, Sony. All of this stuff is true. A. Hettinger says, weird stuff is another phrase for innovation. Yeah, I tend to use, you got to go do something weird. You got to get that Labo out there. You got to do something that differentiates because, yeah, you don't have the money in Microsoft, so go make the value proposition to customers. That's what Nintendo did. And Nintendo is surviving with a lot less publicity than Sony has in certain circles, certainly. In relation to the party submissions on Sony's contractual protections, the CMA notes that the proposal to extend ABK's agreement with Sony beyond 2024 is yet to be formally agreed to. So Sony gets to drive how the antitrust regulators look at things by just neglecting to sign up to an agreement. In any event, consistent with the CMA's merger assessment guidelines, while the CMA acknowledges that this contract may provide Sony with some protection, the CMA is not minded to place material weight on contractual protections when considering the ability of the merged entity to foreclose its rivals through, for example, denying access to current or future versions of the input. That is because, for example, such contractual protections may not account for all possible foreclosure mechanisms, may be renegotiated or terminated, or may not be enforced depending on the respective parties' respective bargaining positions. They're just contracts, folks. We need the government to come in and protect Sony on this. The CMA considers that the above conclusions also hold in relation to the parties' ability to foreclose rival console platforms using partial foreclosure strategies. Whilst the CMA recognizes that strategies such as timed exclusivity or marketing exclusivity may not have foreclosed rivals in the past, the merged entity could engage in additional partial foreclosure strategies that remain untested. When combined, these strategies could significantly impact the ability of Sony to compete. We know that this has never actually happened, but it could. How do you argue that? This is the fundamental problem that Microsoft is facing, right? Because we can be as incredulous as we want with some of these paragraphs. And to my mind, as a lawyer, looking at corporations and how businesses operate, this is absolutely worthy of incredulousness. If this is to go through, it's not technically irrational. So what would Microsoft do? And that's where I think the real fear comes from. Based on the above evidence, in particular, the market power of the merged entity in relation to game publishing for consoles and the importance of Activision's content as an input, the CMA believes that the merged entity may have the ability to engage in total and partial foreclosure of rival console platforms, in particular Sony, who is currently Microsoft's main and closest competitor in this area. Now, what is the incentive to do so? We've already seen in public Microsoft say, we don't have an incentive to do this. Call of Duty makes a ton of money for us. Why would we take it off a platform? Now, I tend to discount that a little bit because I tend to agree with the overall philosophical interpretation that says, yes, they could foreclose someone from access in order to try to drive people to Game Pass, which may be more valuable to them in the long run. Paragraph 178. The CMA notes that gaming is a complex and dynamic market where firms' current positions and profit margins may not be a good guide to the future, and where strategic considerations may play a greater role. As such, the CMA considers it is appropriate for it to place greater weight on qualitative rather than quantitative evidence when assessing the incentives of the merged entity to foreclose rivals. In terms of its quantitative assessment, the CMA's focus is on the relative magnitude of the costs and benefits of foreclosure, not on predicting the exact size of each element. As such, the CMA has not performed a quantitative analysis of incentives, but has assessed the parties' submissions on this point. Feels. We're going to look at how we feel about it, how we think they feel about it, and the profit share doesn't matter, the market share doesn't matter, the numbers don't matter, the costs and benefits don't matter. We're just going to look at it and say, we think you could do this. What is your incentive? Financial modeling, they're going to go through this a little bit. The party submitted that ABK Games, particularly Call of Duty, generated large revenues on PlayStation, so it would not be in their interest to withdraw. They had some snipped information to illustrate the points. The party submitted an economic analysis to show the merged entity would not have an incentive to withhold the Call of Duty franchise, at least as between 2024 and 2028. The party submitted that for a strategy to be profitable, over snip percentage of Call of Duty players on PlayStations would need to purchase a new Xbox, a figure they consider to be implausibly high. The party submitted that their analysis of incentives represents an accurate view of the decisions facing the merged entity as it was prepared using Microsoft's ordinary course of business data. Sony separately submitted a similar analysis relying on its own data, which suggested that a lower proportion of Call of Duty players on PlayStation would need to switch to Xbox for the strategy to be profitable. The parties consider Microsoft's ordinary course of business data to be superior to any data available for Sony for this analysis. Great. The CMA believes, however, that the methodology underlying the parties' incentives analysis and the data inputs on which it is based may be flawed or incomplete, and that the approach to estimating the critical diversion ratio is not likely to be accurate. In addition, the CMA considers that the number of gamers that would switch to Xbox if Microsoft made Activision's content exclusive could be significantly higher than the parties predict, given the importance of Activision's content to gamers, which again would make the model inaccurate. So we've assumed 9 things at the CMA level. We've gotten information from Microsoft that they think is better than the information they got from Sony, but again, feels oriented, qualitative, not quantitative. We just think Call of Duty is super important to the people that play it, much more so than you're estimating, and that more people will leave, and you can't fight it. It's our feels. First, the party's model is likely to understate the benefits to the merged entity of withholding Call of Duty from PlayStation. The model does not capture the impact of network effects in gaming and the corresponding increase in revenues that these could bring to Microsoft. An increase in its user base would boost the attractiveness of Xbox to developers, thereby attracting more users, which would increase the return to Microsoft from engaging in such a strategy. Unless you want to accuse Microsoft of lying about their ordinary business data, about what they have presented to you as an agency, I would be very reluctant as a regulator sitting in the seat that the CMA is sitting in to substitute their judgment for my own based on nothing. We just think they're wrong. They haven't taken into account the benefits of these network effects. We think they're going to make much more money on this. Now, you can accuse them of lying. That is well within your ambit. Well, we think they're being deceptive. This is a pretextual, whatever it is. But unless you're going to do that, this is an argument that feels poor to me. They're just wrong. They're not taking into account all the benefits they're going to get from doing this. The parties assume that the value to Microsoft of acquiring a new Xbox user is SNP, in other words, SNP, which the CMA considers is not credible. There's lying. And suggests that the model understates the benefit of an acquired user. For comparison, one Activision document estimates that the lifetime value of a PlayStation user is SNP. Under the parties' analysis, the average lifetime user value of an Xbox user over the 5 years of their analysis is SNP. The CMA further notes SNP and lacks explanation of how they were constructed. So there's a difference of opinion in the internal documents between Activision and Microsoft as to what the value of a person is that plays Call of Duty. The model assumes a very limited value to Microsoft, despite the evidence that this is a key driver of Microsoft's strategy. More specifically, the model estimates this based on things we're not going to be told. Second, the CMA considers that the model may overstate the costs to the merged entity of withholding Call of Duty from PlayStation. The CMA believes the model overestimates the revenue that is made from each Call of Duty gamer on PlayStation. This has been calculated by dividing total expected Call of Duty revenues on PlayStation by an estimate of the annual number of users worldwide. However, the CMA understands that, in fact, a substantially larger number of PlayStation users play Call of Duty within a year, implying that all else being equal, the true revenue per user may be substantially smaller than the model assumes. The analysis assumes that the merged entity would snip on PlayStation. Specifically, it assumes Microsoft will receive this percentage of those revenues based on historical commission rates and partnerships, and this analysis snips. Third, the CMA considers that the methodology chosen by the parties to conduct their analysis does not represent a standard approach to estimating a critical diversion ratio. The complex methodology used by the parties appears to depend heavily on the assumptions listed above, rather than to reflect the relative profits which would be gained in the downstream market and lost in the upstream market from foreclosure. So they are saying, at the end of the day here, in these paragraphs, that Microsoft has submitted a bunk set of calculations that are specifically based around lowering what the value of foreclosure would be to them and presenting that to the CMA. The CMA is calling Microsoft liars here. And we'll have to see what Microsoft says in their response. The CMA considers that these flawed assumptions, combined with the party's choice of a non-standard methodology to calculate those diversion ratios, limit the evidential weight which may be placed on the findings of the analysis. We can discard what you sent us. Robustness tests by the parties allow for small changes in these parameters, but the CMA believes that these sensitivities do not address the limitations that we have found. We just found it to be completely unscientific. The CMA notes that this analysis is also limited only to the Call of Duty franchises. As discussed above, the CMA considers the Activision's other gaming franchises across its back catalog and new releases are also highly appealing to gamers, including those who play them on rival consoles. As such, a foreclosure strategy, which included those additional Activision games, may decrease the critical diversion ratio. Sony submitted to the CMA its own analysis of the merged entity's incentive to make the Call of Duty franchise exclusive to the Xbox console. This analysis estimates the critical diversion ratio using data from Sony as being 1 to 10% of PlayStation gamers. Sony states that given the levels of engagement with Call of Duty observed among PlayStation gamers, actual switching as a result of an exclusivity strategy will be higher than the critical diversion ratio. So whatever this number is, it's between 1 and 10. PlayStation believes it's a single-digit kind of concept, and that they are sure that at least that percentage will leave Sony to go to Xbox, should, in particular, Call of Duty be an exclusive Xbox game. I can't say that that's wrong, right? I can't say that that's wrong. I don't know the numbers here behind the scenes. CMA is snipping everything of import that we could use to decide for ourselves here publicly. And so, yes, there might be a reason, an incentive to make Call of Duty exclusive. But if it doesn't kill Sony and its ability to actively participate in the marketplace, it realistically shouldn't matter. The CMA considers that this illustrates that there is a range of results that can be achieved by making reasonable changes to certain assumptions. While the CMA has placed limited evidentiary weight on Sony's analysis, the CMA considers that even the merged entity's static incentive to foreclose Sony may be considerably stronger than suggested by the parties. In any event, the CMA considers that a static analysis of vertical arithmetic is of only limited value in assessing the merged entity's incentive to foreclose, as the merged entity may be pursuing objectives other than the maximization of short-term profits. This is right. The CMS considers Microsoft's strategy for its gaming division is long-term, well-financed, and focused on user acquisition, presumably CMA. The evidence suggests that Microsoft has shown itself to be willing to make losses in the short term in order to build scale and increase its user base. The future growth of the gaming industry increases Microsoft's incentive to prioritize increasing its size in the short run, as does the presence of strong direct and indirect network effects. So, basically, this is the strongest paragraph that the CMA actually uses, saying all the math is unimportant, because there's clearly an incentive that Microsoft has shown through the way that it has operated to make things exclusive in order to grow that Game Pass pie. because Microsoft is acting under the assumption that gaming is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And if we can control that subscription service, if we can get that recurring revenue stream in place, then we are going to make bank, even if we're not selling directly into any other ecosystem as a buy-to-play level. And that is at least an intuitive and reasonable argument that the CMA could make, even though it is still, as you will note, if you're listening to this, in that feels kind of range. We think they could do this. They've shown they've done this before. They have a generalized kind of internal documentation structure that says, this is what we want to do. We want to drive people to Game Pass. We want to get people in that ecosystem. We think gaming is going to increase, and we will do that. And that's what the CMA uses next. Past business practices. This is what they did with ZeniMax. This is what they did with Obsidian. This is what they did with In Exile, Ninja Theory. Compulsion. The party submitted their examples of Microsoft having released games on PlayStation. Double Fine released Psychonauts 2. In Exile released Wasteland 3. Compulsion released We Happy Few on multiple consoles. ZeniMax Media has actually already had contractual obligations to release Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo. Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76 have continued to receive support after the acquisition. The Minecraft games and Minecraft spin-offs are available on both of these platforms, but the CMA does not consider it necessary to assess Microsoft's incentives in every previous acquisition. Rather, the CMA considers that Microsoft's course of conduct is sufficiently strong evidence of its broad incentives that it may have an incentive to acquire valuable content and then make it exclusive. This is because Microsoft has often pursued a strategy of acquiring publishers and making their games exclusive, even when those publishers previously made their content available to all consoles. And Microsoft has pursued this strategy when acquiring content that is far less valuable than Activision and hence far less likely to divert customers to its console. As such, the CMA considers that Microsoft may have an even stronger incentive to make Activision's content exclusive to Xbox post-merger. Obviously, you can read that set of data the exact opposite way, which is what Microsoft wants you to read it at, right? You could say, yeah, okay, we can make something that is smallish exclusive. If we didn't have contracts, we probably would have made Deathloop exclusive. That would have been great. It got high reviews. That would have been useful to us. Activision, Call of Duty is so big and so valuable, throws off so much profit from being on a place like Sony that it is much more costly to us to foreclose on that, right? So you've read it the opposite way. It's so valuable in terms of diversion that we would definitely do it when we did it for smaller companies. I would argue if on Microsoft, the exact opposite. Yeah, we did it with smaller companies because it's not really us losing a lot of profits. You take Call of Duty off of another platform, that's us giving up a lot more than we would have been giving up for foreclosing on a different property. Obviously, reasonable minds can differ on this kind of stuff, but I do think that it's more likely that they wouldn't foreclose a property that is as big and grand and revenue producing as Call of Duty than in respect to those smaller things. I think the CMA reads it exactly the opposite. And again, you kind of see this drive towards the conclusions that they want to reach throughout this document. Partial foreclosure. This is your timed exclusives. This is your changes in what's actually available. While the above examples of Microsoft's exclusivity strategies following past acquisition of publishers relate primarily to full exclusivity, the CMA believes that the merged entity could have the incentive to use partial foreclosure strategies with respect to Activision games. The parties submitted that cross-platform play is an important feature of Call of Duty that would be threatened by the merged entity pursuing a strategy of partial foreclosure. Cross-platform play creates a large pool of players, which allows for improved matchmaking between players of similar ability and allows gamers to play with their friends across different consoles. The CMA considers that given the high number of Call of Duty players, high-quality matchmaking would continue to be possible, even if cross-play were compromised. Cross-play would also be less important if a foreclosure strategy succeeded in attracting more gamers to Xbox. In any event, the CMA considers that there are mechanisms of partial foreclosure that are compatible with cross-platform play, such as exclusive in-game items or price differences. Again, this tends to sound like an agency that had already made up its mind. Because if we're just looking at the historical practice of Xbox as a for instance, Xbox has always been kind of in favor of cross-platform play. You can say that's because they were in the losing position in the console wars in many of the generations, and you might not be wrong there. But if we're going to use past practice, we should use past practice. And Xbox has traditionally been much more open to cross-platform play than its rival competitor Sony. And then Nintendo just goes off and does what it wants with cell phones and what have you. The CMA considers that partial foreclosure strategies could allow Microsoft to increase its user base while minimizing revenue losses from Call of Duty players. In particular, the CMA notes that PlayStation gamers have varying degrees of attachment to Call of Duty. Some would switch to Xbox in response to a total foreclosure strategy, and others would not. A partial foreclosure strategy would allow Microsoft to capture the most dedicated gamers, those who would switch to Xbox to benefit from some enhanced content, interoperability, or earlier releases, whilst continuing to generate revenues from less dedicated PlayStation Call of Duty gamers who may not have switched to Xbox in response to a total foreclosure strategy. In fact, that's what the market does right now, right? That's what Sony's doing right now with Modern Warfare 2. So you're going to actually need to sell me on why this is a problem, CMA, and you've failed at that so far. Reputational damage. And this, again, I think the CMA is likely to have the winning argument here because Microsoft has said, well, it'll hurt how Xbox brand in Call of Duty itself is seen. I don't think anybody actually thinks that, right? We've been dealing with exclusives in the market for forever. And in general, the console war and console warriors are very hoorah about keeping content from the opposing console. For reasons beyond my ken, generally speaking, amongst definitely your most fervent fan base, you making something exclusive for your benefit and against the other is not going to be seen terribly negatively. Now, in terms of PlayStation gamers, maybe, but we'll see what the CMA has to say here. The parties submitted that they would not engage in partial foreclosure strategies because this would damage the reputation of both Xbox and Call of Duty. The parties submitted 2 examples to illustrate the reputations can be damaged by any such strategies: the Xbox timed exclusivity of Square Enix's Rise of the Tomb Raider and the PC port of Warner Brothers' Batman Arkham Knight. They actually did trot Rise of the Tomb Raider out there. Remember when I said earlier, I had this vision of Phil Spencer just going, oh, that Rise of the Tomb Raider exclusivity really didn't work. It really didn't, Phil. It really didn't. The parties did not, however, explain how any such reputational damage would remove their incentive to engage in a partial foreclosure strategy. I mean, as long as we're pontificating on quantitative and qualitative levels and feels-based thought process, do they need to explain why reputational damage would reduce their incentive to engage in a foreclosure? Reputational damage pretty much speaks for itself, right? You lose that Q score, you get some bad faith, you expend some of the goodwill that you've been building over the course of years or decades, and you don't want to do that. And so you would evaluate that against whatever value you think you could get from this foreclosure strategy. It's self-explanatory. This would require showing that a sufficient number of users would refuse to purchase Call of Duty on Xbox, which the CMA considers to be unlikely given the popularity of the franchise. The CMA considers that the 2 examples that the parties provided are not directly relevant to the merged entity's incentive to make ABK games exclusive, especially since one example relates to a game published by a third-party publisher, and the parties did not provide evidence that it performed poorly as a result of a reputational damage. Really, go read up on Rise of the Tomb Raider, will you? And the other is unrelated to any form of exclusivity. Moreover, the CMA notes that many games are exclusive to certain consoles without any reputational or financial damage to the games of the console. Seriously, CMA, on the Rise of the Tomb Raider stuff, go read up on Xbox. Go read up on how that was treated by gamers. Go read up on some of the content that was related to that. And yeah, go look at statistics on the sales of Rise of the Tomb Raider, on the sales of Xbox, whether it moved any needles, and how people felt about the Microsoft Xbox brand as a part of that process. So, okay, the parties didn't submit any evidence. I don't think they have to submit evidence on why reputational damage is bad, but it certainly would have been a better move for Microsoft to do that. And again, CMA, I'm on your side on this. I don't think there's any reputational damage that will be associated with these 2 specific things, but you actually have to do your homework and evaluate things like Rise of the Tomb Raider when they're presented by the parties. CMA's assessment of incentives for the reasons set out above, the CMA believes that the merged entity may have the incentive to engage in total or partial foreclosure strategies using Activision's content in order to expand its user base and grow its gaming platform. The CMA believes that the benefits to the merged entity could outweigh the costs associated with either total or partial foreclosure. Now, understand, you see all the coulds here, you see the mays here. This is that phase 1 approach. They say, hey, it's a possibility. I don't necessarily disagree with them. I disagree with basically all the logic that they have presented. But the overall conclusion that, yes, it's possible that Microsoft could advantage itself by making Call of Duty exclusive, I think is an intuitive understanding that is really only lost in the weeds of you trying to defend yourself with the many, many paragraphs and much time that you are expending on our behalf on Microsoft's. Effect, the party submitted that Sony will not be marginalized as a console platform if it loses access to Call of Duty. The party submitted that Sony is superior to Xbox in various metrics such as installed console base and monthly active users and SNP, mystery advantage. The parties also submitted that Sony has a large portfolio of exclusive content that accounted for SNP percentage of consumer spend on PlayStation, including examples of Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, which outsold all Xbox titles combined in the week that the PlayStation 5 launched. It's a good stat, Microsoft. The CMA acknowledges that PlayStation is currently outperforming Xbox in terms of metrics such as installed console base and MAU. However, the CMA also notes that given the importance of Call of Duty to PlayStation and the existence of strong direct and indirect network effects, any foreclosure strategy could have a significant impact on Sony's revenues and user base. As noted above, very few other titles on PlayStation, including Sony exclusives, are currently able to replicate Call of Duty's success. The impact of any foreclosure strategy, total or partial, on Sony may be particularly strong at the launch of the next generation of consoles when both new and existing users decide which console to buy. If Call of Duty is made exclusive to Xbox at that point, either permanently or for a period of time after the launch, a significant number of current PlayStation users could switch to Xbox, rendering Sony's current market-leading position immaterial. The CMA notes with respect to the examples submitted by the parties that enhanced versions of games that are launched alongside a new console, such as Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, would be expected to have particularly high sales the week that the console launches, as consumers will purchase games together with the new consoles. The CMA further understands that in the second week following the launch of PlayStation 5, the top-selling game for the system was Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. It's like a zinger from the CMA. Paragraph 204. When it has been established that there will be harm to competitors, this will often directly imply that there will be harm to overall competition. Oh my goodness. Where the foreclosed firms play a sufficiently important role in the competitive process on the downstream market. Based on the evidence above, the CMA believes that PlayStation is Xbox's closest competitor in a highly concentrated market for gaming consoles and therefore plays a very important role in the competitive process. The CMA believes that the merged entity may have the ability and incentive to engage in total and or partial foreclosure strategies using Activision's content, and this could materially affect Sony's ability to compete. The CMA therefore believes that a material impact on Sony's ability to compete would have a detrimental impact on overall competition in the market and ultimately harm consumers. There you go, folks. Paragraph 204 is where the CMA says a harm to Sony's market share is a harm to gamers everywhere. And I just can't get behind that conclusion. Yes, I can agree with you that Microsoft might have an incentive to make their stuff exclusive. They bought something with that $70 billion. Yes, I can agree that Microsoft might have an incentive to make things partially exclusive and to have things like early access beta tests or other things that Sony is presently doing now to compete with Microsoft's Xbox product. But no, I can't get behind that any damage done to Sony's market share, any move in user base, is so detrimental to gamers and competition that it should be prevented by regulatory fiat based on feels and guesswork as to what even is the diversion that would happen for a absolutely hypothetical exclusive. So we are way far afield now. We are 14 assumptions deep, half of which I disagree with, and the CMA presses on. Conclusion on theory of harm 1A. For the reasons set out above, the CMA believes that the merged entity may have the ability and incentive to engage in strategies to foreclose Sony, Microsoft's closest rival in console gaming platforms, and that this could significantly harm competition. Sony equals competition. Accordingly, the CMA found that the merger raises significant competition concerns as a result of vertical effects in relation to the manufacture and supply of consoles in the UK. All right. Before we get to Game Pass, page 51 of 76, we're doing it, folks. We have crossed the 3-hour mark. Stretch out your legs, stretch out your arms, stretch out your like button, pinky finger or index finger. Hit that like button. If you're enjoying this kind of long-form content, it is long-form. I know that. I can't make the regulators write any less on this stuff. I'm trying to skip where I see skippable stuff, but I want to make sure we cover absolutely everything. And let's get ready for a little bit more with a bit of a break here. How's everybody doing today? 3 hours and 11 minutes in. I promise a long one. Super virtual legality. Anybody getting a different vibe from the CMA than I am? Anybody have any competing kind of considerations here? You think I'm wrong on something or other that I'm saying? Maybe you're a big PlayStation fan. Trisha Lynn says, holy heck, it has been 3 hours. I got my tea here. I'm drinking up. I'm going to need some food maybe at some point in the future. We'll see how that goes. MS says, this man is spicy. I like it. I get spicy for absolutely specious arguments, right? And you can see there are aspects of what the CMA says here that I think are legitimate. I think Microsoft is being disingenuous with its incentives to potentially make things exclusive, and a little bit disingenuous with the value of the product to the Sony ecosystem. But I don't think that competition is stagnation. I don't think, speaking of ossifying things, as the CMA did, whipping out their thesaurus for that one, I don't believe that the role of the regulators in any jurisdiction is to ossify the existing market shares, conditions, market leaderships, or otherwise, and that's the very antithesis of competition. Competition is a constant dynamism of moving in and out of the marketplace, gaining and losing market share, and struggling to compete for your consumer dollars, which is what leads to the highest quality and lowest prices for us consumers. That's what all antitrust law, at least in the West, is based around. And yet, oh my God, you hurt Sony. That's going to hurt competition. But is Sony going to fall over and die? Is Sony just going to say, that's it, we're out? I don't think anybody realistically should believe that. And so when we look at this particular situation, is it irrational? No. And that's the problem. It's not irrational, which means that I'm not sure that if the CMA doubles down on phase 2, that Microsoft is going to win at the tribunal level. And I don't know where it goes from there. I'm not a UK lawyer, but I suspect the further away from the regulator that you go, the less likelihood of a chance of overturning that, of appealing that successfully is going to be, even when I can sit here and say, this is some manner of ridiculousness. And I understand why the CONSEL warriors have come out and said, Rick, talk about this. Get online, get on a video here an hour 3 deep in the weeds. And I'll see if I can't set chapters of some kind after this all gets done, after I sleep for a while, right? But in looking at all of this, it really does seem like the CMA came to its conclusion first and justified it in advance with the other documents. Now, this is still phase 1. You're still getting your Mays, you're still getting your COUDs. I have no feel for what a phase 2 will do with this. The CMA is still a part of the phase 2 review, even if you have another independent group deciding it with them. I think Microsoft has reason to be concerned. I don't know that it's 70-30 right now. I think it's probably closer to 60-40. And I'm sorry to say that, Microsoft fans or fans of deals in general, but I think it's starting to look like there's a possibility that this particular group, with the tribunal or otherwise, could decide to try to make hay and make a political moment out of stopping or trying to stop a $70 billion acquisition. Drawn TJ, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate that support here. I think, emoji, the CMA is corrupt. I'm not willing to go that far. I think that reasonable people can come to unreasonable conclusions. I think that there can be levels of incompetence or ignorance on industries, and then there can just be political motivations. Are those corruption? Maybe your mind can differ on mine with respect to that, but I don't know that we're talking about bribes. I don't know that we're talking about the corruption that I usually think about on that. So we'll hold that. We'll hold that unless something else comes out. You can just be bad. You can just make illogical conclusions without being corrupt. Wilda Santoso, hello, Hoeg. Can you outline the steps as you know it? The UK investigation goes from here. I don't know. As a matter of fact, that's a great question. I might have killed the tab that kind of talks about their process because I didn't want to overdo it with tabs. I think I did. But suffice it to say, basically, there's a series of kind of recitations that the CMA does to different groups. We have passed their recommendation to go into phase 2. So phase 2 will happen. And phase 2 involves independent experts that they bring in while they continue to do more investigation on a deeper level. Microsoft has now submitted documentation, which they have made public, fighting the CMA, saying that there is no need for a phase 2. I think that's a loser of an argument for Microsoft because a phase 2 is basically always warranted on these kinds of deal terms. But they are very animated about this because I think if you're a Microsoft lawyer, you're not Hoeg. You're just reading through this. You go, okay, we need to flag this. There's an associate somewhere that made a memo that said there are real problems here. They've kicked out Nintendo. They've made these assumptions about whether or not we have an incentive to foreclose. They've said if we do foreclose, that could harm Sony, and that's very important because Sony represents competition, which is maybe a wrongful conclusion, but it's one that we have to work with because this is the regulator telling us this. We're going to have to fight them tooth and nail, and this might well be where the deal lives or dies. Because we don't know what the FTC is going to do. We don't know what the European Commission is going to do. But the CMA here is at least presenting as someone that is willing to make maybe not irrational decisions, but ones that are illogical. And that could be a big problem for our deal terms. So the steps are we're going to go to phase 2. It's going to take a number of months. They're going to keep investigating, and then they will make a conclusion that we will see probably sometime in Q1 of the next year. Jabril Williams, Microsoft didn't become a multi-trillion-dollar company by being the nice guy and wanting everyone to compete with them equally. This is true. I am not sitting here telling you that Microsoft isn't going to use all of its considerable muscle and weight to try to push this through regardless. But I am telling you that the defense of Sony here is unusual in the antitrust space, actually identifying a specific given rival and saying harming their market share, which Sony said only needed a diversion of a single digit in percent. Harming it at that single digit level is the equivalent of harming competition is odd. It's odd. What else we got? Questions, remember, super chats. Hopefully you can still see that pinned tweet up there. What else do we have? Venrai LOL, is it possible for Microsoft to make the argument that by the CMA's own logic, Sony should lose exclusivity in their games? Sure, they can make that argument. Essentially expose the logical fallacy of their own arguments. I suspect they do. We're going to get to Microsoft's. We're only in document 1, folks. We are only in document 1. It's been a while since I did this, right? Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, 15-hour streams. I've never done one like this solo. So we're all in this together. Super virtual legality. We're going to get through every question, hopefully, that anybody has. We're going through all the documents. But yes, it's possible for them to argue that. But remember, Sony's not in front of the CMA. Sony isn't trying to get a deal pushed through. Sony isn't trying to get approval. The CMA can't go and rescind Sony's contractual arrangements. It can't do that kind of thing. So yes, Microsoft can make the argument. And you saw what the CMA said. The CMA said, yeah, okay. Other people have done exclusives. Other people have done timed exclusives, and they've never really killed any of the competitors, but they could. Okay. All right, CMA. Bob Lapel, regardless, I have to tip my cap to Sony, convincing the CMA that any damage to Sony's bottom line is bad for gamers and competition. Microsoft needs to hire Sony's lawyers. I guess at a legal level, you can say respect. You seem to have co-opted a major regulatory agency and might just get a major deal in the history of the industry blocked by using the argument of a hurt to us is a hurt to all. There is a certain amount of respect you can give from a legal perspective, even though I don't much care for it. Cartsy question, could the CMA be using the deal to get something from Microsoft, concessions for the UK government, etc.? Yes, absolutely. This process is exactly that. Generally speaking, if a regulator says we're going to block this, or we could block this because we think there's a substantial lessening of competition, that just starts the negotiation, right? And that might well happen behind the scenes. The FTC won't announce this like the CMA announces these things, but behind the scenes, the FTC might otherwise say, we could block this, we might just block this, and if we do decide to block it, you're going to have to give us something to have us not do that. You're going to have to make sure Call of Duty is on PlayStation for 10 years. You're going to have to make sure Call of Duty doesn't go to Game Pass during that period. You're going to have to make sure Game Pass doesn't increase its prices for X amount of time. I don't know what any of these regulators might ask for, but they will ask for things if they say, hey, the hammer that we have is to block the deal, and you can prevent us from using that hammer if you otherwise give X, Y, and Z. So not the UK government. It's not like Microsoft owes us free Windows, but things that are related to the market share kind of concept. Okay, what else we have here? Jeremy Morton became a new member. Welcome, Jeremy Morton. Thank you for becoming a member here. Enjoy the emojis, everything else. Okay, I think right now is actually a good time for what my old friends at the Easy Allies used to call a research break. I'm going to turn off the camera and the mic. I will be back in about 5 minutes after I just rest and refresh, and we go and continue on with page 51 of 76. So hold on to your hats. I will be right back. All right, folks. So the drinks have been changed. We're all ready. We're all set. Hopefully you are, because we're almost halfway there as we get to the end of the first document, only 25 pages away. And first we have to address theory of harm 1B. What is that theory of harm? Well, that theory of harm is the same kind of thing we just talked about with respect to game consoles, applied instead of to game consoles to Game Pass. The party's rivals in multi-game subscription services include providers that for a regular subscription payment offer access to a catalog of games. We know this, CMA. The CMA investigated whether the merged entity could harm Microsoft's rivals and lessen current and future competition in multi-game subscription services through strategies such as making ABK content available on the competitive subscription service, making ABK content available in a different way, timed exclusivity, content exclusivity, same things we were looking at before. By way of background, the CMA notes that the game content available in multi-game subscription services is currently more limited than the gaming content available on a buy-to-play basis. If a significantly expanded range of content were exclusive to Xbox Game Pass in the future, this could significantly impede the ability of other subscription services to compete. So this is perhaps the strongest way of looking at this. Again, it's very important that you set this as a separate market or else none of this works. But if you imagine that something nascent, whether it's PlayStation Plus or another party's provision of subscription services, were to try to compete with something that had Call of Duty Day One and Diablo 4 Day One and all these other things that are certainly in the Activision portfolio with the Xbox portfolio, Halo Day One and Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6, whatever year that might come out, then you could make the argument that it's very difficult for another gaming streaming service to compete. That's not unusual, though, if we think about things like TV services, right? Netflix had a major first-party advantage, first-mover advantage, and it had the content provided by other parties. Netflix saw that going away. People were going to other services, and while it's hard to start Disney Plus, it's hard to start Peacock, it's hard to start anything else that you might imagine, Paramount Plus, really any plus, it's not impossible, and Netflix has been facing lower and lower subscription numbers and lower stock market numbers, at least until I think it was yesterday, when they had a better quarter than the market had assumed. And so I think it's fair to look at it and say, oh, it's going to be tough. It isn't necessarily fair to say it's going to be impossible. But I do give credit to at least the argument. Again, it's entirely dependent on treating subscription services different from the overall digital distribution mechanisms that we're used to in video games. Microsoft has stated, I'm sorry, I got distracted there, a little bit behind on the stream. I thought, again, I wasn't showing the screen. Microsoft has stated its intention to snip, which would be consistent with its prior course of conduct after acquiring certain gaming studios. The CMA has considered whether a significantly expanded range of content were exclusive to Game Pass in the future. This could significantly impede the ability of other subscription services to compete. As submitted by the parties, the multi-game subscription service market is still nascent, with a range of competitors vying for market share. The CMA considers that given the presence of strong direct and indirect network effects in multi-game subscription services, there is a heightened risk that the merger could significantly increase Microsoft's market power or even tip the market in its favor before future rivals have a chance to develop. See, where other regulators generally look at a nascent technology market and say, oh, we don't even know what's going on there, we're not going to mess with it. The CMA says now is the time to mess with it. The CMA has assessed the ability of the merged entity to harm Microsoft's rivals in multi-game subscription services through a total or partial foreclosure, its incentive to do so, and the effect of such strategies on competition. The party submitted that Microsoft's share of supply in multi-game subscription services across all platforms in the UK was 50 to 60%, with the share on console being 50 to 60 and the share on PC being 60 to 70%. The party submitted that ABK does not currently offer and has no current plans to offer a multi-game subscription service similar to Xbox Game Pass. And this is why market definition is so important, right? Because if this is a legitimate market, if buy-to-play is not an adequate substitute to subscription service game availability, then you can go out as the CMA or whatever regulator and say they have a 70% market share on PC. They have a 60% market share in consoles. This is definitive market power. But if you have to add back in the rest of gaming on consoles, buy to play, free to play, whatever else you might think of playing on a console, well, then this number comes way, 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 way down, as we saw from the earlier analysis that wasn't separated out into subscription services. The party submitted that it is possible that Microsoft may differentiate Xbox Game Pass by including ABK games in its multi-game subscription service, while snip other multi-game subscription services. Foreclosing, limiting, purchasing? I don't know. According to the parties, this would not raise foreclosure concerns because multi-game subscription services represent a nascent monetization strategy and will continue to coexist with other payment models such as traditional buy-to-play and freemium models. It's the same market, says Microsoft. By 2030, Microsoft anticipates that the value of multi-game subscription services will be snipped, whereas transactional revenue will be around snip. The parties also estimate that multi-game subscription services will account for snip of total gaming revenue by 2025. So they got some projections that they gave to the CMA. Game Pass represents a small share of gaming distribution revenue and cannot be considered a strong incumbent in multi-game subscription services. Xbox Game Pass has grown gradually since its launch in 2017, and Xbox Game Pass monthly active users represented snip percentage of Xbox's total users, primarily due to a shift of Xbox Live Gold subscribers. They made the Live go with the Xbox Game Pass, and that's what drove the expansion of that number. Game Pass subscribers will snip as a result of the merger. Double? I don't know. By 2025, Microsoft estimates that snip as a result of the merger, a snip percent increase in the number of subscribers. Gamers will continue to have access to Activision games, including Call of Duty, via traditional buy-to-play channels. This will reduce any incentive to switch to Xbox Game Pass, as gamers could easily remain with their preferred subscription service. Activision content is not currently an important input for multi-game subscription services. Remember, these are the arguments that Xbox and Activision are making, right? This is the according to the parties paragraph. The CMA is going to disagree with this. I mean, I haven't read it yet, but I can pretty much promise. While Xbox Game Pass has pioneered the multi-game subscription payment model, it is a dynamic space with many service offerings, including all these other ones. The CMA notes, in respect of the importance of subscription services, aligned with the party submissions that the number of Activision games currently available on subscription services is limited. However, the CMA considers that this would likely change as the market for multi-game subscription services develops absent the merger. In particular, as set out below, subscription services are growing in popularity. Although they may continue to coexist with traditional payment models for some time, the evidence shows that subscription services may soon be sufficiently important to attract more and better content from game publishers. This is really a money issue. Can they justify not selling day one? Yes, of course. It's just math. If they get enough money from Microsoft or Sony or whomever, that money may be too high to justify putting a Call of Duty straight on that if you're just Activision sitting out there in the wild. Rival publishers such as Ubisoft are already offering a selected portfolio of their games as part of their own subscription service, and Ubisoft has also made its content available on Amazon Luna and Google Stadia subscription services. Activision has offered titles to platforms on subscription in the past. Some of its older titles used to be included in multi-game subscription services in support of larger snip, such as with Snip, and as part of Sony's subscription offerings for a limited period. The CMA has already set out the importance of Activision's content, and in particular Call of Duty, to rival game distribution platforms. Has it, though? Certainly asserted it. The CMA believes that as the market for multi-game subscription services grows, Activision would be likely to start making more of its content available in a range of multi-game subscription services absent the merger. The CMA believes that Activision's content will be equally important to those multi-game subscription services as it currently is to consoles on a buy-to-play basis. The CMA sets out below the evidence that it has gathered on the growth and future importance of multi-game subscription services and its assessment of this evidence. And as they did in the earlier section, they are relying, at least in part, on internal documents. Several of the parties' internal documents show that along with the traditional buy-to-play model, the importance of multi-game subscription services as an alternative payment model in the gaming industry is increasing. For example, one ABK internal document states that multi-game subscription services gain traction as Microsoft continues to invest in XGP. The document added that multi-game subscription services are increasing on console and mobile. Additionally, a third-party report held by ABK and shared with the CMA states that the expansion of new business models has boosted monetization in the gaming industry, one of those models being multi-game subscription services. Sure, I mean, that's why they're investing in them. A third-party report provided to the CMA by ABK states that multi-game subscription services are one key theme for the gaming industry in 2022. The document explained that the gaming industry is going through a transition towards digital services, particularly multi-game subscription services. Gamers will be attracted to these services because they have a lower cost access point and a large game library. Microsoft internal documents, including third-party reports held by and shared with CMA, state that Snip and Snip. From third parties, one competitor considers that the gaming sector has already seen a recent shift from purchasing individual games towards multi-game subscription services, and this competitor considers that this is a result of consumers' desire to access a wide variety of content. Yes, it's the old country buffet of video games. One third-party publisher told the CMA that multi-game subscription services will be an increasingly important way that consumers access content. Don't disagree there. One competitor explained that the gaming industry is gradually moving towards multi-game subscription service business models. I don't know about that in their entirety. People are still going to want licenses, at least at some level. One competitor anticipates that multi-game subscription services will become a sizable part of the gaming industry within 3 to 5 years and wants to be present in this segment. And one multi-game subscription provider also submitted that the merged entity would be able to foreclose rivals by degrading the quality of ABK's content on rival game subscription services. That sounds like Sony. CMA's assessment of their ability to foreclose. CMA found that multi-game subscription services are becoming increasingly important. As set out above, the CMA believes that ABK's content would likely be available on those platforms in the future, in which case it would be expected to be as important as it is to consoles today on a buy-to-play basis. Now, this is just raw hypotheticals. Hey, Activision isn't on these services, but they would have to be in the future. They do not know this. And again, folks with the most highest revenue video game content are going to be least likely to get a satisfactory number from anyone that's providing that subscription service. They will also be reluctant to potentially undermine their own revenue basis by otherwise selling a subscription service of their own. We are in the absolute wild, wild west of this particular monetization strategy or product offering or whatever you want to call it, with everybody trying to figure out exactly what the number is that makes the books balance, that makes them as profitable as they want to be. And there are all sorts of arguments for and against this. It's great. It's competition. It's fantastic. But I think it's wrong for any regulator to pretend that they know exactly where all this winds up and that Activision would have to participate in this in the future when you already established that Call of Duty is special. This is cake and eating it, right? Call of Duty is special. It's different. It has more power. It does different things. People attach to it more. It has network effects of its own. Oh, but also it would have to be available on a subscription service. Would it? Internally, this document doesn't even work throughout its own length. As such, the evidence set out in TOH 1A in relation to the importance of ABK's content, including Call of Duty, applies equally to the assessment of the merged entity's ability to foreclose rivals in multi-game subscription services. The CMA notes that its assessment does not rest on multi-game subscription services representing the only future model for game distribution, or for there to be a seismic shift to subscription services as submitted by the parties. They said exactly what I just did. Yeah, okay, it'll probably grow. It won't take over the industry, I don't think. It only requires multi-game subscription services to grow to the point that game publishers find it sufficiently attractive to make their best content available on them, which is something that is already starting to happen, as with Ubisoft. Activision owes Ubisoft like a box of chocolates and some roses. Thanks, French friends. We really appreciate it. I don't know what Ubisoft's business model is. I don't know if they will stick with it. I think for the most part, they're trying to move into live services, so it makes sense to live serviceify and get their games into more people's hands. But I don't see any of that discussion here in the CMA's document. As for Game Pass, the CMA found that it is already the strongest provider of multi-game subscription services with that 50-60%. The CMA is concerned that, especially given that multi-game subscription services is a nascent area with a strong set of network effects and has created an opportunity for potential disruption, combining Activision with Game Pass could raise barriers to entry, entrench Microsoft's position as the leading provider of multi-game subscription services, and substantially reduce existing and potential competition. Again, in terms of entrenchment, I just think that they are myopic with respect to the breadth of things that can create a successful game subscription service. And certainly Call of Duty, while important, is not the only game to have ever existed. In terms of the incentive, CMA does not consider a static quantitative analysis of incentives would be particularly informative in this dynamic market that exhibits direct and indirect network effects. So we're going to pluck whatever percentage we want out of our CMA. The CMA believes that the merged entity may have an incentive to make ABK's content exclusive or to engage in a partial foreclosure on the basis of Microsoft's own statements and historical course of dealing, internal documents, and third-party evidence. Microsoft's statements suggest that one of the most important reasons behind the merger is adding Activision's games to Xbox Game Pass to differentiate Game Pass from other multi-game subscription services. Microsoft's announcement of the merger stated, the acquisition also bolsters Microsoft's Game Pass portfolio with plans to launch Activision Blizzard games into Game Pass, which has reached a new milestone of over 25 million subscribers. With Activision Blizzard's nearly 400 million monthly active players in 190 countries and $3 billion franchises, this acquisition will make Game Pass one of the most compelling and diverse lineups of gaming content in the industry. Upon close, Microsoft will have 30 internal game development studios, along with additional publishing and esports production capabilities. If you don't believe that moving something to be exclusive on Game Pass as opposed to other subscription services is the death knell for those subscription services or that console competitor or anything else, then this paragraph reads a lot like a good for the consumer, right? That sounds like a good deal. If I'm paying for Game Pass and I get more value out of it and you're competing with your console rivals and you're taking some of their market share with that competition, sounds like a good. It only rises to the level of a bad if it otherwise crushes competition to the extent that the other rivals can't compete. And while that might be true for the subscription service part of the question, there are still substitutions with buy-to-play and every other model that could possibly come into being. So I just don't agree with separating this out by business model. Microsoft's internal documents, a number of internal documents confirm SNP, further highlighting incentives to foreclose competitors. And then we just have a series of SNPs. This is important stuff, right? And hopefully Microsoft knows this. I think all of the footnotes are also snipped. Very useful. But hopefully Microsoft understands what in the heck this says, because this is them telling Microsoft that your own internal documents say you're going to foreclose. And I suspect they're going to disagree when we get to their statement document. The parties' internal documents also show the importance of stuff, and we've got more snipping there. Several competitors who spoke to the CMA referred to Microsoft's behavior in relation to past acquisitions, including the ZeniMax deal, where Microsoft did not uphold its promise to continue making Bethesda content available on multiple stores and platforms. They footnote to 261, submission from a third party, note of a call with a third party, note of a call with a third party, and a third party response. So at least apparently, Microsoft had been making promises to some of the third parties involved here that they didn't wind up upholding. Certainly, when Microsoft bought ZeniMax, there was a certain level of confusion and blurriness that Microsoft had in the statements that it made about what it planned to do with things like Fallout, things like Starfield, things like Elder Scrolls, that were, of course, multi-platform games that were very popular to a great number of gamers. And so I have no doubt that they made certain promises that got them in trouble. But in terms of foreclosure, that doesn't mean that they're going to foreclose on everything. And we do have to question whether or not, this is actually going to end anything if they did foreclose on something from Activision. Third-party views. One of the competitors explained that in relation to the merger, Microsoft would have the incentive to withhold Activision games from rival multi-game subscription services, as it would allow Microsoft to drive game distribution through its own services and secure the leading position in those multi-game subscription services. This competitor believes that many gamers will switch to Microsoft from other multi-game subscription services, which will generate direct and indirect profits for Microsoft in a number of ways. They make their good product or service better, and many people will go for that good product or service instead of the one they currently have. Again, it sounds like competition. In the competitor's view, the incentives to draw users to Microsoft's console gaming platform will far outweigh any downside from reduced sales of individual games on rival platforms, so they're definitely going to do this. Based on this evidence, the CMA believes that the merged entity may have the incentive to engage in total or partial foreclosure on these subscription services using Activision's content. What will be the effect of that foreclosure? Competition concerns may be particularly likely to arise if one of the merger firms has a degree of pre-existing market power. They already have Game Pass. The CMA believes that Microsoft's Game Pass holds a strong position in multi-game subscription services. That's correct. Xbox Game Pass rivals lack the popularity and range of content that Xbox Game Pass would own post-merger. Also correct. Given the importance of ABK's content, the CMA considers that current and future rivals could be affected by any foreclosure strategies using that content. The CMA also notes that multi-game subscription services is a nascent market that has these network effects. Combining Xbox Game Pass with Activision's catalog could reduce competition as a result of total or partial foreclosure. CMA believes this could raise barriers to entry and do all these very bad things. Conclusion, for the reasons set out above, the CMA believes that the merged entity may have the ability and incentive to engage in strategies to foreclose, which includes a cloud gaming services to the extent they are also multi-game subscription services, and that this may significantly harm competition. Multi-game subscription services are the main affected market. TOH2, foreclosure of the cloud gaming service providers. Now, this is largely going to match up with the above, but they're going to talk about servers and Azure and everything else. Now, before we get to that, I want to make sure we grab any of the super chats. Drawn TJ says, I missed two of them. If they were on break, I apologize, Drawn TJ. We're going to go grab them right now. So I'm going to make sure that you are covered here. And otherwise, I really appreciate the support for the channel. You said you think the CMA is corrupt. I got that one. So we talked about that. And then you also said Microsoft makes it a 4-year agreement, and in return, Sony puts their old games on Xbox to make money. It's possible. Hey, you know what? Like I said, money always outs. So Sony and Xbox could get together and otherwise make money with each other. I say add another year on the offer they put to Sony and make sure the Xbox and PlayStation version are the same. That's also good. And I think I basically just missed this middle section of Super Chats, so we're going to hit these right now. I apologize, folks, for the wait on that. I am trying to grab them as much as possible, including somebody telling me to screen share that I missed. What did somebody say? I have tunnel vision. Yeah, when I get into the legal analysis, that's exactly what happens. And then we lost the connection for a minute. You know what? It is what it is when we're working live. Was it they used to say live television? Not quite television, but at least live streams. Michael Mooney says, so Kinect and PlayStation Move aren't a thing. Also, PlayStation VR isn't on Microsoft and Nintendo hardware. So isn't the 3-game hardware platforms different markets by the reason to exclude Nintendo? Yeah, that's a good point. Everybody's doing its own thing. Everybody's trying to differentiate. That's how competition in a market works. You differentiate your brand. And to say, oh, Nintendo's so differentiated is that so far that they shouldn't count is absolutely ridiculous to me. That's why you see games move over to Switch that are otherwise on other consoles. That's what it's a one big video gaming market. Hyson Lone Wolf says it was just announced that Silent 2's remake is a PS5 exclusive for at least 12 months. More hypocrisy. Does this help or hurt Microsoft's case? It doesn't hurt it. It doesn't hurt it. It shows again that Sony is more than willing to have what are they calling it? Partial foreclosure with their money. And so even though the CMA says, well, just because it hasn't burned anybody yet doesn't mean that it couldn't, does limit the effectiveness of their argument on that point, right? It does limit when they say those kinds of things, how you should take them. And I think Sony would be wise, or Microsoft would be wise to point out that Sony is doing these various things. Okay. So I think we're caught up on Super Chats. I do apologize for missing those few in the middle while I was busy bringing back up the screen and otherwise dealing with that. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Draw and TJ. I really do appreciate the support for what we do here. And I think we're already caught up. Fantastic. Okay. Back to talking about cloud gaming services. Cloud gaming technology allows gamers to stream games running on gaming hardware in a data center. We know this. Over the past few years, there have been several new entrants into cloud gaming services. We know this as well. The CMA considers, however, that Microsoft's multi-product ecosystem already places it in a much stronger position than rivals in cloud gaming services. In particular, the combination of an existing gaming console and a strong portfolio of content, a dominant PC OS, and a strong cloud platform gives Microsoft an advantage that is difficult for rivals to replicate. This theory of harm considers whether the merged entity could leverage its gaming content and broader ecosystem to harm competition in cloud gaming services. Theory of harm number 1 set out the importance of Activision's content and focused on how Microsoft could use that content to foreclose rivals in gaming console platforms and multi-game subscription services. By contrast, this theory does not rely on any single element of Microsoft's ecosystem post-merger, including ABK's content, to explain how Microsoft could foreclose rivals. Rather, it considers that Microsoft already has an advantage over rivals due to its broad multi-product ecosystem, and 2, Microsoft could leverage the ecosystem together with Activision's gaming content to strengthen network effects. This is a fascinating paragraph because one of the questions that I got a lot in January was, Rick, okay, you said game subscription services could be made into a separate market. I kind of get that. But you also said they could use cloud potentially as an avenue. How would that work? And I believe my answer predominantly in January and February and March of this year was, I don't know how it would work. The activist regulator, the regulator that wants to get in there, stick its nose in it, and potentially block the deal, would have to come up with some kind of theory about the cloud market, specifically the cloud gaming market, and like Microsoft technological import. And I don't know how that would all come together, but I'd be interested in seeing how a regulator that decided to do that would do it. And I'm very much disappointed because paragraph 239 basically says, we don't have to figure out how this would work. Okay, we just need to note that they have servers and cloud gaming, and that seems like a lot. And if they also have Call of Duty and Activision games, well, that seems like too much. And it's okay. All right, so they're not allowed to buy any content for their cloud gaming ecosystem. Where does this end, CMA? For the avoidance of doubt, and is set out in theory of harm number 1, the CMA believes that ABK's content alone could give Microsoft the ability to foreclose rivals in gaming consoles and multi-game subscription services, including those cloud gaming services that go with Game Pass. What this theory of harm captures is that Microsoft also has a broader ecosystem that it could leverage post-merger to gain market power in cloud gaming services. Okay. It considers that Microsoft could use Activision's content in combination with other elements of its multi-product ecosystem to reduce competition in cloud gaming services. All right, I'm not going to lie, CMA. You kind of sound like that college student that's trying to fake the dissertation. Let's let you have a little bit more cracks at this. This theory of harm is non-horizontal. Okay, that makes it vertical, but also involves consideration of network effects. The CMA therefore considers the ability, incentive, and effect framework to be appropriate to assess the effects of the merger whilst adapting this framework to the particular circumstances of the case. Something to look forward to, I guess. This theory of harm first sets out the evidence for the growing importance of cloud gaming services. Really? It then sets out Microsoft's pre-merger advantages over current and potential rivals as a provider of cloud gaming services. Finally, this theory of harm sets out how the merger will increase Microsoft's ability and incentive to foreclose cloud gaming service rivals and harm competition using Activision's content in combination with its broader multi-product ecosystem and the effect this could have on competition. Wow. Okay. Well, they've laid out what they want to do. Let's see if they can do it. First, cloud gaming, the future. The party submitted that there remain technical challenges before streaming will deliver the most sophisticated games with a user experience matching that of today's PC and consoles, some snipped stuff, some internal documentation stuff. The CMA found that several of the parties' internal documents suggest that the gaming industry is expected to shift from device-based to cloud-based streaming. A third-party report provided to the CMA by Microsoft states that cloud gaming services and multi-game subscription services will become an increasingly important part of the games market. You can bet what I think is the more important of that particular report. It's probably not great to combine them. We got some snips. A third-party report provided to the CMA by Activision states that the recurring theme surrounding game streaming over the last decade is it will eventually become ubiquitous, replace consoles, and be the primary means of accessing game libraries on multiple devices, whilst this document suggests, as the parties highlighted, that in the shorter term, game streaming through subscription services will be an important but mostly complementary way of providing multi-platform access and crossplay, and that the inevitable transition to stream gaming faces expensive technical hurdles. The CMA considers this document overall supports the notion that the gaming industry is expected to shift to cloud-based streaming. Okay. I mean, yes, at some point we might defeat all of the lag issues and all of the internet infrastructure issues, and it might just become the absolute best way to play games, but it is not on the horizon. One Activision internal document states snip. We got some snips for 2019 and 2023. An independent report shows that cloud gaming will become an increasingly important part of the games market. Let's use some real numbers, right? I know you're snipping them all out, but what does that mean? 0.5% to 2%? The document states that in 2022, more countries will have access to major cloud gaming services and that cloud gaming will appeal to both hardcore and casual gamers. First of all, I'm sorry. CMA, did you just call them hardcore gamers? We can't just let that slide by, folks. Hardcore and casual appears in an actual government document from the United Kingdom. There you heard it first, folks. Now, I do think cloud gaming is interesting. I think it could be cool. It's got a major problem with hardcore gamers insofar as any kind of lag can cause a significant problem in the experience of a hardcore game. I feel bad just even saying hardcore game. But okay, CMA, you say it is the future. You're going based on reports that say, here's what we hope it will be. The CMA also received third-party evidence suggesting that gaming is expected to move towards cloud gaming services. For example, one competitor told the CMA that cloud gaming services have gained momentum in the past few years, probably true, and if fair and effective competition is available, could be poised for significant rapid growth with great benefits. The competitor added that technological barriers to streaming games over the internet are quickly dropping, including the global expansion of high-speed, high-bandwidth, low-latency, highly reliable internet, 5G rollouts, and improved cloud technology. Look, I am sure our technological betters are solving this problem. Is it around the corner? I haven't seen it yet. Okay, I have not seen that fact yet. Maybe it is. I don't want to undersell it. I'm not the technology guy. I'm the lawyer guy. But I certainly haven't seen it. And I'll be interested to see what Microsoft has to say about it. One third-party publisher estimated that cloud gaming will be a viable alternative to native devices in major markets within 5 years. Okay, so we got lots of questions there. What do you mean by major markets? Right? Because there are certainly some markets where everything is prohibitively expensive, either because of their taxation situation, their shipping situation, or whatever. If those major markets are where you're aiming your cloud gaming, I think there's some truth here. Is that the US? Probably not. Is it the UK? Probably not. I feel like the UK regulators should probably have to focus a little bit more on the UK as to whether or not it's going to substitute in their jurisdiction. On the basis of this evidence, while the CMA acknowledges the parties' submissions that cloud gaming is at an early stage and faces some technical challenges, that might be underselling, the evidence suggests that it will grow significantly over the coming years and become an increasingly important means of accessing gaming content. Microsoft's current ecosystem advantages, they have access to a cloud platform, they have access to the OS. We've got all sorts of theories of harm here. Microsoft's share of the UK console hardware by yearly sales was 30 to 40. The two other console providers are Sony and Nintendo. The CMA considers that having an existing console ecosystem gives Microsoft two important advantages over most other existing and potential cloud gaming service providers. First, Microsoft already has a large user base to which it can promote its cloud gaming services. The parties estimate that in 2021, Xbox had approximately this many monthly active users. The party submitted that Xbox Game Pass alone has approximately 25 million subscribers worldwide, and it will grow to nearly SNP by 2030. Second, Microsoft already has a large gaming library. We don't need to go into the details there. Microsoft's internal documents suggest that rival non-console cloud gaming service providers looking to enter and expand in the markets lack clip. One third-party report shared with the CMA by Microsoft suggests that Microsoft is uniquely placed to take advantage of game streaming because rival cloud providers entering cloud gaming services will be at a disadvantage if they do not already have a substantial original content library. The document explains that unlike the cost of technology, which increased more linearly with user growth, the marginal cost of content can drop significantly if more subscribers join the platform. Sure. The CMA notes that this document predates the agreement of the merger. Another Microsoft internal document shows SNP. The CMA notes that this document predates the agreement of the merger. We don't know what it says, so great. And there's something about Microsoft Gaming. On this basis, and in light of the strong network effects described above, the CMA believes that having an existing gaming console together with a content portfolio and developer-publisher relationships that Microsoft has built over time may give Microsoft a significant advantage. I mean, yeah, they invested in their hardware. They invested in their relationships. They invested in their content delivery. And that might give them an advantage in a nascent marketplace. Okay. Now you're saying that they shouldn't be allowed to invest in more content. But again, you've still got the one primary problem, which is that cloud gaming is not remotely its own market in respect of gaming distribution services. So that's a major issue that you're just kind of gliding by. But two, where does that end, right? Where are you establishing that they can't invest in more content? Would it be better if they partially foreclosed with just a purchase, as some of my commenters are suggesting, for example, rather than purchasing the whole publisher outright? Does that make things better? What exactly are you trying to say with respect to their infrastructure? Right? They have Azure. It has a share of approximately 20 to 30% of cloud services in the UK and 10 to 20% worldwide. Doesn't sound like a market controlling kind of percentage. And obviously Amazon, I believe Amazon is the biggest of those kind of cloud service providers. We got other percentages here. You see 20 to 30 and 5 to 10. This also suggests the UK share may be higher than the 20 to 30 that they have said. The CMA notes the other two major cloud platform suppliers are Amazon and Google, which is important because when you reduce this to, oh, well, it's Xbox versus Sony versus Nintendo. No, it's not. When we start talking about cloud infrastructure, they're going against the biggest guns there are. In Amazon and Google. Microsoft's admitting that having Azure does not give it a material advantage that it can leverage to improve its gaming offering because of reasons. xCloud is provided on certain Xbox consoles. There are economies of scale, just a whole lot of snips for internal documentation. They're really cautious about the cloud services stuff. More internal documentation snips. Sony submitted that cloud infrastructure is a critical input into game streaming and that Microsoft's strong position in cloud gives it a substantial advantage over rivals. Sony explained that because Microsoft is vertically integrated in cloud services, Microsoft will not incur licensing and use fees that its rivals have to pay in order to offer cloud games. By contrast, Microsoft is in a position to charge fees that make it untenable for developers to host their games on a cloud platform. They could, right? That might be the right moment to use your antitrust laws, as if they decide to try to do that kind of thing. But we're in a phase 1 review, so we can allow it. One cloud service provider explained that Microsoft already has a massive cloud presence and can leverage its existing infrastructure to enjoy a significant cost advantage over new entrants. The competitor also noted that Microsoft has advantages in hardware, power, space, bandwidth, and many other key features. On this basis, the CMA considers that the merged entity may have a significant advantage over rivals without a cloud platform. This will allow Microsoft to attract more users to its cloud gaming services, further strengthening network effects in this market. They didn't make their case, folks. They just said they have Azure. And so they shouldn't be allowed, remember, they shouldn't be allowed to buy Call of Duty, a video game content provider, because they have Azure servers. All right. At bare minimum, this is a massive disincentivization to actually go and invest in anything that could improve economies of scale or market efficiencies to get things delivered to customers faster or better. Interestingly enough, as we've covered in Virtual Legality, Sony has entered into a contract with Xbox, with Microsoft, for access to their Azure servers for some of their own stuff. So if they did want to foreclose on this kind of thing, if they did want to manipulate their market position, they haven't yet. And again, if we're using historical practice, I think that's worthwhile to at least consider, even if you don't like that Microsoft has all of these thumbs in all of these pies. And I can't blame you for that. Then they have a big share of Windows. They talk about Windows licenses. I'm really not interested in this particular portion of their findings. We've got a lot of snips here. Microsoft submitted it has adopted two broad strategies to make use of Windows to increase awareness and adoption of Xbox Game Pass by PC gamers. There's some more snip strategies here with respect to kind of, I guess, driving OEM partners, computer manufacturers, and Windows users over to some of the stuff that they have with the gaming side of things. In respect of the other tools that Microsoft uses to increase awareness, they've got this, they got Snip, internal documents, Snip. On the basis in particular of the importance to game developers of accessing Windows and also of the role Windows may play in promoting gaming content, the CMA considers that a merged entity may have a significant advantage over rivals without a leading OS. This could allow Microsoft to attract more users to its cloud gaming services. These are not arguments. These are Microsoft has Windows, Microsoft has Azure, and so they shouldn't be allowed to buy publishers. Like, it doesn't flow. And it certainly doesn't flow as attached to cloud gaming in particular. Microsoft's rivals, they note all these other ones: Android, Chrome, Play Store, iOS, App Store, et cetera, et cetera. CMA has seen evidence that Microsoft is the only cloud gaming service provider to have a full set of capabilities. The CMA considers that Microsoft's internal assessment of the competitive landscape is consistent with CMA's view that no rival currently matches Microsoft's ecosystem advantages. Impact of the merger on Microsoft's ability to foreclose is set out above. Microsoft has this multi-product ecosystem. To some extent, therefore, Microsoft can already offer a cost-competitive cloud gaming service. That's what those vertical efficiencies are for. Traditionally, they have been seen as favorable by antitrust regulatory authorities. This is a little bit new to say that they are not. The CMA believes, however, that the merger could nonetheless harm competition by significantly strengthening Microsoft's integrated offering. Their product will be too good. Absent the merger, rivals could still hope to compete against Microsoft by offering a different value proposition that is stronger than Microsoft's offering on at least some parameters of competition for a better gaming catalog or lower price. Following the merger, it may be significantly more difficult for rivals to compete against Microsoft on any parameter of competition, as Microsoft would have by far the strongest integrated offering across cloud, computer OS, and gaming content. So you can compete with them right now, but by God, if they buy Activision, it's all over. The CMA believes that the investment required by a competitor to develop an offering that can compete effectively with that of Microsoft can be significantly increased following the merger. The CMA believes that further strengthening of its cloud gaming service offering post-merger could also change Microsoft's ability and incentive to foreclose rivals. So this is the answer to that Sony contract question, that they will change their stripes once they get Activision. Strategies that may not have succeeded absent the merger could succeed. These include gaming content, engaging in total or partial foreclosure strategies, using the merged entity's gaming content, Azure denying access to Microsoft's cloud platform to rival cloud gaming service providers, Windows denying access to a Windows license. I mean, seriously, they're going to cut off Windows for this? I have my doubts. Press X to doubt. In relation to gaming content, the CMA has set out, in theory of harm number one, the total and partial foreclosure strategies that they could engage in. In relation to cloud platforms, Microsoft submitted that it is a smaller provider of traditional cloud services to the gaming industry than Amazon and Google, both of which have built their own cloud-based gaming streaming services. According to Microsoft, Amazon's strategy is to integrate its cloud-based gaming streaming service with AWS, promoting Luna as the world's most comprehensive and broadly adopted cloud platform. Microsoft is right to be worried about Luna. The parties submitted that Google also promotes its Stadia offering pour one out, as a cloud-native developer platform purpose-built for the 21st century and powered by the best of Google. Microsoft also submitted that there are a number of other rivals launching cloud-based streaming services which build on their competitive strength in cloud computing, including Meta, NVIDIA, Tencent, and Sony. The CMA notes, however, that Microsoft is the second largest cloud platform provider in a market where there are three main players and a long tail of smaller players. The CMA does not consider that the presence of Microsoft's main cloud platform rivals in Amazon and Google is sufficient to suggest that if Microsoft chose to foreclose its other rivals, there would not be an impact on their ability to access cloud server space on the terms of which they are able to do so. And these are just raw assertions and pontifications. Moreover, in relation to cloud gaming services, market shares may be less informative of market power. The numbers lie, because cloud gaming services require a large and well-distributed cloud platform to minimize latency across different locations, and smaller cloud platform providers may not be sufficiently well-placed to offer this. In relation to OSs, the parties submitted that cloud gaming service providers have alternatives to Windows, such as Linux. The parties submitted that Google Stadia uses servers running on Linux and that this has not limited its growth. The parties also submitted that Amazon is planning to move away from Windows following the successful launch of the Valve Steam Deck, which plays Windows PC games on Linux without using Windows at all by using Linux-based software in Proton. However, the CMA understands that running its servers on Linux has been one of the factors that has limited the growth of Google Stadia. This is supported by third-party evidence and public sources, as well as Microsoft's own internal documents, Snip. Another ABK internal document compares various cloud gaming services and states that the Windows-based solutions are easier to port games to than the Linux-based solution. True. The CMA considers that the existence of strong network effects in this market also means that Windows is likely to have a lasting advantage over other OSs. The popularity and installed base of gamers that use Windows OS means that publishers write video games for Windows and often not for other OSs. This includes the most popular and complex games, such as Call of Duty, which the parties told the CMA has only been available on Windows OS for the past few years, not on any other OS. The CMA considers that the merged entity would control an important portfolio of gaming content, a leading cloud platform, and the main PC OS used by gamers. The merged entity may have the ability to foreclose cloud gaming services rivals by refusing them access to one or more of these. Again, I don't think they made the logic on any of this. I would hope that a phase 2 would kind of crush this cloud service side of things, at least at minimum. Impact of the merger on Microsoft's incentives to leverage its ecosystem. Where the CMA considers several possible ways in which the merged entity may foreclose its rivals, it may either undertake one common assessment of incentives or several related assessments. In this case, the CMA considers that Microsoft's ability to foreclose rivals may derive from leveraging all three elements of its ecosystem in combination. The CMA therefore considers that a common assessment of incentives is also appropriate across all three elements. The CMA believes that acquiring ABK's content could change Microsoft's incentive to engage in foreclosure strategies using its ecosystem for the reasons set out above. The CMA believes that Activision's content is important to gamers, and Microsoft could use it to attract more users to its cloud gaming services platform. Moreover, the CMA considers that the existence of strong network effects, as described earlier in this decision, also increased Microsoft's incentive to engage in the foreclosure strategies described above post-merger. The party submitted that the CMA has not explained how and why Microsoft's incentives would change as a result of the existence of network effects. However, the CMA believes that by leveraging ABK's content and its wider ecosystem, Microsoft could strengthen network effects. They did ask what I asked. How? What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? And they said, we don't even have to answer that. It's obvious. The strategy is consistent with Microsoft's own internal documents. We've got some snips here. On this basis, the CMA believes that the merger may result in Microsoft having the incentive to leverage its ecosystem to strengthen network effects, increase barriers to entry, and foreclose rivals in cloud gaming services. So they found it all. They found it on game consoles, they found it on subscription services, and they found it on cloud gaming services. Now, again, it's just a phase 1 finding. This is basically just a finding that it could happen, but they certainly wrote it as if they think that it does happen. The CMA considers the market for cloud gaming services is at an early stage of development. There are several recent and potential new entrants that may be able to compete by offering different value propositions and disrupt the highly concentrated gaming console market. As a result, the current competitive landscape could change significantly over the coming years. The CMA is concerned that this merger could strengthen Microsoft's already strong cloud gaming service offering. As set out above, Microsoft's broader ecosystem already gives it a unique set of advantages over rivals in cloud gaming services. The merger would significantly improve its first-party content library. Again, they're supposed to be protecting consumers, which Microsoft could use in combination with the rest of its ecosystem to tip the market in its favor and gain market power. This could have the effect of further strengthening network effects and raising barriers to entry and expansion for other rivals or potential rivals. This paragraph is the same as the other ones that I have complained about already, which is this will give it an advantage because its product or service offering is better. That's only half the equation, right? You have to say it's better, and that somehow that is going to cripple everything else. You keep saying nascent. You keep saying people will just be unable to compete with this when we're talking about companies like Google and Amazon. And honestly, you get to the end of this, we're at the last couple of pages here, and the big flashing neon sign is, I don't believe you, right? You have not properly presented to me the backing to actually establish what you have said, other than it feels bad, man. And I can respect that. I have no love lost for giant multinational corporation Microsoft, who does all manner of shady things. But if you're going to come in here and say this kind of stuff, you have a duty to really establish how you arrived at these conclusions. And while you have written 76 pages on the topic, I don't find myself terribly enlightened as to how you got there or what basis you are using. So it'll be interesting to see what Microsoft responds with. The CMA considers that strengthening network effects and raising barriers to entry as described in this theory of harm could affect all current and potential rivals in cloud gaming services. In particular, it could make it very difficult for new and recent entrants without the required technological capabilities and gaming content to compete effectively against Microsoft. The CMA believes that in the absence of the merger, either these competition concerns would not materialize, or customers would at least benefit from a longer period of competition between platforms vying to be the winning platform in these markets prior to any tipping occurring. Customers will get a worse offering from more parties, but that's ultimately better for them, maybe. Okay, CMA. In addition, the CMA recognizes that the competition concerns identified in this theory of harm could also have consequences for the game publishing market. If Microsoft were to acquire significant market power in cloud gaming services, it could become a de facto gatekeeper, between game publishers and gamers. This could have knock-on effects on independent game developers and publishers who compete against Microsoft's own gaming portfolio, ultimately giving it the ability to control access to gamers, charge high fees for game distribution, and manipulate game rankings. The CMA therefore also recognizes that the effects of this theory of harm could impact competition in other markets such as game publishing. So remember, we talked about that 19 assumptions. This is 5 more. We're at like 25, 30 assumptions. And we're now at Microsoft could twirl its mustache and otherwise tend its fingers like the Crypt Keeper and do all manner of bad things because of Azure and Windows and Activision's Call of Duty product. Okay. For the reasons set out above, the CMA believes that the merged entity may have the ability and incentive to engage in foreclosure strategies using Activision's content, which, when combined with the rest of its multi-product ecosystem, could strengthen network effects and do all the bad things that we've already talked about. Countervailing constraints. Barriers to entry and expansion. Entry or expansion of existing firms can mitigate the initial effect of the acquisition on competition. Hey, let's talk about some ways this might not be doom, and in some cases may mean that there is no substantial lessening of competition. In assessing whether entry or expansion might prevent a substantial lessening of competition, the CMA considers whether such entry or expansion would be timely, likely, and sufficient. In terms of timeliness, the CMA's guidelines indicate that the CMA will look for entry to occur within 2 years. Now, that's interesting, right? In order to figure out whether an entrant into the competitive sphere will be effective enough to count for the CMA's consideration, it has to be within 2 years when you're hypothetically looking at when this entry might occur. But note that when we're talking about cloud gaming, we don't have to keep it within 5 years, let alone 10 years, as to when this might actually be a significant power that would be held by Microsoft. Seems a bit of a disconnect there. The CMA has discretion, however, to consider a longer time frame, and typically will do so where the theories of harm under consideration are dynamic. The evidence received by the CMA from the parties and third parties in the investigation does not indicate that entry or expansion will be timely, likely, or sufficient in any of the markets in which the CMA has identified competition concerns. For example, internal documents of both Microsoft and Activision show that the development and marketing costs of console and PC games are high and rely on scarce resources such as software development skills. One Activision internal document explains that the investments required to make a great game are substantially above SNP, in addition to marketing budgets of a similar scale, and that budgets for back-end infrastructure and customer service have exploded. Folks, if you're looking for a company that really just makes great, efficient, low cost in terms of production games, I would not point my spotlight on Activision, right? And Activision isn't the entirety of the market. Activision is getting purchased for a reason, which is they had substantial issues with the way that they were operating their company. The document estimates that launching new IP such as Skylanders requires an all-in upfront investment in the range of SNP. The document notes that there are very few publishers who have financial resources to compete at this scale. One competitor told the CMA that the cost of creating a brand new game is greater than $100 million, and that doing so is particularly difficult and expensive for independent developers and publishers. The high costs of game development and publishing have also been noted in the media. In relation to subscription services, the parties' internal documents show SNP. The CMA has also set out in detail evidence of these network effects. Detail is your mileage may vary. The CMA notes that there has not been a successful major entrant into console gaming ecosystems since Microsoft's own entry in 2001. It's a relative level of stability there. I don't know that there has been a need for another entrant, but that's fine. As such, the CMA believes that barriers to entry and expansion into the publishing of high-quality gaming content are high, meaning the possibility of entry or expansion replacing ABK's content does not alleviate the CMA's concerns around input foreclosure. In terms of third-party views, the CMA contacted customers and competitors of the parties. I wish they would have contacted me, as well as academics and trade associations in the gaming industry. I would have had some words for them. Most competitors raised concerns regarding Microsoft making Activision games exclusive and or degrading the quality of Activision games on other platforms and or potential self-preferencing behavior by Microsoft. These concerns have been taken into account where appropriate in the competitive assessment above. It's, they're the competitors. Yeah. In addition to the theories of harm outlined above, third-party concerns were also raised in relation to the potential foreclosure of rival PC storefronts and PC OSs using Activision's content. The most substantive submissions and evidence on these concerns were provided to the CMA relatively late within the Phase 1 timetable, limiting the CMA's ability to investigate. Presumably that's Google. Some third-party game publishers also raised concerns that the merger could foreclose game publishers. The CMA found mixed evidence on this, but considered that any potential harm to game publishers would be captured already by the theories of harm already investigated. Conclusion. Based on the evidence set out above, the CMA believes that it is or may be the case that the merger may be expected to result in a substantial lessening of competition as a result of non-horizontal effects in relation to the following: gaming consoles, subscription services, and cloud gaming services. Consequently, the CMA believes that it is or may be the case that arrangements are in progress or in contemplation, which carried into effect will result in the creation of this relevant merger situation, and it will hurt competition, and we submit it to Phase 2. Folks, As my family and Bon Jovi like to say, we're halfway there. That's 76 pages. We're actually more than halfway there because Microsoft isn't quite as long-winded as the CMA. That's everything the CMA has to say. That is literally everything that they have based all of their decisions on. We went through all of it. Now, we can't see everything that was snipped. We can't see absolutely everything that was included in what they have had to say to Microsoft or Sony. But before we get to Microsoft's responses, why don't you all tell me how you feel about this? Maybe you're looking at this and saying, Hoeg, you're being too mean to the CMA. You're saying, this logic doesn't follow for me. I want to know more, but the CMA did its best, and it's not appropriate. I think the CMA is doing a great job. Maybe you want to send me that comment. Maybe you want to send me that super chat. We are at hour 4, so I do want to say again that this kind of content, long-form legal discussion, can't be done without viewers and listeners like you. So please do check out our Utreon, our Patreon, support the channel. I really very much appreciate it. So become a member of the channel, subscribe, tell your friends, shop in the store. We've got great stuff that doesn't load up because that's not what happens here. It's just a blank screen as I try to load the store up. It's fine. It's fine. But we do have those references to the other things that are otherwise great. What do you think? What do you think of this deal? What do you think of this logic? I'm used to looking at these documents to some extent, not so much the CMA, but it's really kind of questionable to me that they would go out there with this, even though I think a phase 2 is warranted. So it's an interesting position that I find myself in as I look at this. All right, let's do some of these super chats that have come in. You guys are great supporting me. I appreciate it. Flippin' the beast. No question. Just wanted to say that I love the channel and insight. Love the insight you always provide. I love the perspective you bring every time. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. I love doing this stuff, right? I wouldn't just do this stuff if I didn't love it. And I really like digging into it with you. I got 600 questions about it. We're 4 hours in. This is my 3rd video of the day already. And, you know, we're practicing law. We're having fun. But I really appreciate the support. Gamer by Choice, great show. I'm eagerly listening to your reads and takes. I agree there are a lot of hypotheticals and concerning takes in this document by the CMA. Hoeg Law, question. This just reminds me more and more from Epic and the Epic versus Apple when they tried to make the market really small. What about you? That's the nature of the beast. If you are looking to find a problem in antitrust law, then the very first thing you do, the most important thing you do, is try to squeeze the market as small as possible, right? Because that's where you find market power. That's where you can use your cudgel, your hammer, whatever your bludgeoning instrument is that you want to reference here for your metaphor. And so the smaller you can make that denominator, the more success you can have, right? Microsoft has a 60% market share in subscription services. Okay, right. Game Pass is really successful. They have a 10 to 20% position in game publishing. That's not as much. Microsoft looks at this and says in January, says in their press releases, hey, we're not that big of a deal in publishing and game development. We're buying a publisher and game developer. What is anybody talking about? And then you have to go to these ancillary markets and say, well, actually, it'll have this effect and it'll do this thing. And yes, it doesn't do that right now, but we can hypothesize that it will, and all of this stuff. But if I were to rank what the CMA said in order, I think the subscription service stuff is the strongest. You have to get past that market definition. Then game consoles, which I think is less strong, but not believable for what will actually move consoles in a way that will destroy Sony's ability to sell a PlayStation. And then the last is cloud, right? Cloud is not there. Cloud is not a reasonable market. Cloud is a perfect substitute for any other access point you'd want to have for video gaming. Nobody's really making money on cloud right now. And you have to hypothesize out into the way future using like futurist documents about flying cars and holographic images and things to even start talking about it realistically. And so, yeah, I think there's different levels that we can look at these things. Question. So Microsoft can't prepare themselves for a potential cloud future better than others? Sure they can. I would think they can. They're a big, giant, multinational tech company. But that doesn't change the equation, right? All we're supposed to be looking at is, should Microsoft be allowed to buy Activision? And why wouldn't they be able to? And saying, well, cloud gaming is going to be big. Microsoft has Azure and Windows. And if you give them Call of Duty, that's going to foreclose not the cloud market, because nobody's stupid enough to claim the cloud market, because Amazon and Google are out there kicking butt in terms of cloud and servers and infrastructure. You actually have to say cloud gaming, and that Activision will make the difference that will kill anybody's ability to have a cloud gaming alternative. And I just simply don't believe that, right? You got Amazon Luna sitting out there collecting great reviews behind the scenes. And yeah, Amazon might not have the content yet, but Amazon's got a heck of a lot of money, and you can exchange money for goods and services. I feel like somebody needs to tell the CMA this. Amazon can go and buy a wonderful library of content to put on its service. So I really don't think that Microsoft purchasing Activision kills the ability of the cloud gaming market to otherwise grow and be this grand tree that they want it to be. But even that is hypothetical. You have an unproven market with an unproven product, and you're claiming that you will kill that market by virtue of you buying a completely separate set of products in a completely separate industry. Okay, you do use CMA, but I don't have to take it on its face. What else do we got here? New Zealand is supposed to rule by November 8th. Thoughts? I would anticipate New Zealand to move in the same direction as Brazil, although I'm not positive because I thought Australia delayed its review for some of the bigger guns. In general, what I would have told you back when all this started is that the smaller jurisdictions will generally not rock the boat. If there's a bigger jurisdiction that has come out one way or the other, they might follow along with that. But that, for the most part, they are going to be a more conservative approach than the bigger jurisdictions, the FTC, the EC, and the CMA. So I suspect they'll come out on the Brazil side of things, but I can't promise it. Cannot promise it. New Zealand has its own issues if it tries to get too aggressive, though, because Microsoft will pull out of New Zealand. Jay Rembert, based on your opinions from reading this document, I'm pretty sure this deal will go through. You say you're at 60, I'm at 95%. I'm at 60 not for logic, right? It's not logic that leads me to 60. It's that the CMA has already had logic like this, that it is used in other market contexts. Now, the Giphy meta deal that we've talked about before has a worse fact pattern for Giphy, which is that Facebook has whatever it has, 70% of social media minutes, 50% of the ad market in respect to that social media. And that's what the UK was able to focus on. Here, the best argument, the most likely argument to follow those same lines is that subscription services are a completely separate market. And I just don't know whether the phase 2 folks will go for that. I don't know whether the tribunal will go for that, although I think they're very deferential to the CMA just based on what I have seen so far from across an ocean. And so when I tell you it's at 60, it's not for logic. I will sit here and tell you all day that I think that Microsoft and their Activision deal should go through, even under the UK's laws, but I'm not in charge, right? And if you're sitting across the desk from me in my office, I have to tell you, well, they have actually represented that they might do something that is this, what we might call frisky. And so that's where that percentage comes from, certainly. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad you feel confident about it. I think that's awesome. I'm just telling you what I can see from the government regulatory side of things. What else we have here? Question: is the CMA actually serious with this dumb case, or is it an out-of-season April Fool's joke? It's like a conference reference at like BlizzCon, isn't it? Well, I think they want to do something here. I think they have represented that they want to potentially block this deal, which has got to put at least a little bit of the fear of God in you if you're Microsoft. And so whether or not that will go through, what the phase 2 will do, what anything else will do is an open question. But it's definitely not a joke. Nobody's joking around about this. This is $70 billion on the line. And so I think they're serious. Will they kind of hold fast to that? It depends in large part about what happens in the next 3 months. East-West, Hoeg, wouldn't Netflix announcements yesterday of entering cloud gaming thwart CMA's concerns? Not thwart. No, we're already dealing well outside of like pure practical logic, right? We're talking about hypotheticals and crystal balls and flying cars and everything else. I think it could be used. It's a piece of evidence. Hey, look, we're not just fighting Sony. We're not just fighting Nintendo. Netflix knows we're scheduled to purchase Activision. They still got in. So what are you talking about with respect to foreclosure? But in all honesty, even at the CMA level, even talking about the tribunal, even talking about phase 2, everything we've discussed, I think that cloud gaming stuff is substantially weaker than already weak sections of their case, right? That cloud gaming is on the floor, right? You know, you look at that Moneyball scene where he talks about where their team is. It's like, okay, so I wouldn't put anything up here. I'd put kind of subscription services in the middle to low. I'd put console below that. And then I can't get low enough. I'd have to dig into my basement to actually put cloud gaming services on the map here, because they had a job to do, which was to actually make some kind of case. And basically all they came up with is they have all this stuff. They could do something bad with it. Okay. Right? I think you have to get a little bit stronger than that, CMA. I think you have to get a little bit stronger than that. Let's see here. Anything else? We're about to go into Microsoft's documents. So if you have any early thoughts on that or any thoughts that you've seen online or you want to share, that's great too. Let's see here. Durfee says, Hoeg, I think CMA is looking at a duopoly becoming a monopoly, whereas Cade was looking at 3 competitors and so concerned less about the effect of COD, and they get a different inclination. Oh, yeah. I think Cade was focused on very specific things. One, they did not separate subscription services and cloud gaming. They addressed them, and so they weren't separate. They looked at the situation and said Nintendo's a great example of surviving in the video game marketplace and ecosystem without Call of Duty or Activision games. And I gotta be honest, I think that's a stronger take on what the gaming industry actually is than what the CMA has put forward. Nintendo is very much a participant in the industry. And yes, they've succeeded by differentiating themselves. That is what we want from competitors. We want you to go and find a way to meet consumers where they live, to deliver them value, right? Okay, Sony, you don't have Call of Duty anymore. Maybe we get Resistance or SOCOM or Killzone or something else. Maybe we get something brand new. Maybe we get a different box that does something really unique. You know you're making PlayStation VR 2 to differentiate yourself right this minute, right, Sony? And so, I mean, I just think it's a not effective line of argument. I'm not saying from a real politics standard the UK couldn't get through its phase 2 and its tribunal and anything else and have an order to not do the deal. That could definitely happen, and then all hell breaks loose. But I am saying from looking at their argumentation and from the laws that I think their argument is very, very weak. Okay. Well, you've heard from Hoeg. We've gone through it all. We're 4.5 hours into this epic super virtual legality stream. Tell your friends, hit that like button, and let's dig in for the Microsoft response. Okay. ME6983-22. Microsoft, Activision, Blizzard, Microsoft's response to the CMA's reference decision. So it's called a reference decision because they're referring it up to the phase 2 level, right? This initial submission is made by Microsoft in response to the CMA's decision to refer Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard for a phase 2 review as announced on 1 September 2022. And this statement was made about a week ago. Executive summary. Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard will give more people more choices for how to play games and give developers more choices for how to reach those people. It reflects Microsoft's commitment to a future for gaming that expands beyond consoles, in which a diversity of business models, distribution mechanisms, and payment options are available. Microsoft's gaming business, Xbox, is working to expand choice in 2 ways: through Game Pass, a subscription service that lets gamers enjoy the best of what Xbox has to offer at an affordable price, and through bringing more games to mobile platforms, including through mobile apps and cloud-based game streaming technology. The acquisition of Activision Blizzard provides Microsoft with capabilities and content on mobile, which it currently lacks, while creating new distribution options for game developers outside of mobile app stores. It also adds new content for Game Pass subscribers, encouraging them to engage with the service on the device of their choice. So they're framing it exactly as you would expect, more choice. We've seen this from their public relations documentation and their blog posts and everything else. And you see a couple of things that are of interest just in this first paragraph. One, they focus on mobile, right? Which is one of their best arguments. They say, hey, look, you want competition in more markets. This is allowing us to get into the mobile market. We're buying Activision on the whole, after all. And Microsoft is not currently spending its $1 trillion capitalization in the mobile market. This is only going to help that market, right? If you're for competition, this purchase should not disclaim the fact that we'll be entering into a market where we really don't participate right now with a whole lot of money and a will to go get our $70 billion purchase price back. And so that shouldn't be discounted when you're evaluating what's happening. I like that argument. You also see in general that they want to add more things to Game Pass. We want people to engage with it. We want that to be available on mobile apps and things. And we know various jurisdictions around the world currently have issues with Apple and their iOS system and the Google and the Android system and preventing people from otherwise competing with those stores. That's all of what Epic versus Apple is about, right? And while I still strongly think they're not going to succeed at the court level in winning their case on an antitrust concern, you're seeing legislatures across the country and across the world look at what Epic is saying and saying, well, maybe we need to break down the walls of the walled garden at Apple and at Google. So Microsoft says, hey, if you're worried about that, politicians, then we're also helping with that. Notwithstanding the benefits to gamers and developers, the CMA has referred the transaction for a phase 2 review based on potential harms to competitors. First, the CMA is concerned that the transaction may harm Sony, the market-leading provider of PlayStation consoles. The CMA suggests that Microsoft may foreclose competition in console gaming platforms or multi-game subscription services by withholding Activision Blizzard content, in particular Call of Duty, from PlayStation. Second, the CMA has concerns that Microsoft may use Activision Blizzard content either alone or in combination with its wider ecosystem to outcompete rivals such as Google, Amazon, and Nvidia. In a novel theory of harm, unsupported by precedent, economics, literature, or evidence, corporate snip right there, the CMA alleges that a potential increase in network effects and barriers to entry without evidence or quantification of any effect is sufficient to foreclose major technology companies from cloud gaming services. And as I said, the cloud gaming stuff is the stuff I would 100% kick out because the CMA has no idea what it's even saying. It's just saying Technology company, boo. And that's not very effective. These unsupported theories of harm are not sufficient to justify reference to phase 2. Microsoft is confident that following an in-depth review, the CMA will conclude that there is no prospect that the transaction will give rise to a substantial lessening of competition in any market based on phase 2's higher balance of probabilities threshold. In summary, the CMA's theories of harm relate to one overarching concern, that Activision Blizzard's game catalog, in particular the Call of Duty franchise, will enable Xbox to foreclose its competitors in gaming markets. This concern is misplaced. The referral decision fails to recognize the incredible array of popular and diverse gaming content that is available to market participants and overstates the importance of Activision Blizzard's content to competition in gaming. Xbox plans to make the Call of Duty franchise available to more gamers in more ways than would have been the case in the counterfactual if the merger didn't take place. While this increased competition will benefit gamers, it has not been welcomed by Sony. In Theory of Harm 1A, the CMA adopts Sony's complaints without the appropriate level of critical review. Indeed, industry commentators have noted that the referral decision is written like they want to protect Sony's number one position in gaming while claiming there isn't much competition to Call of Duty. One, and that is our friend Tom Warren at The Verge. Now, I have to say this, right? Okay, so I think Xbox largely has the better part of this particular argument. I think the CMA overreached. Sometimes you have a good hand and you play it too hard, right? So a couple of things are happening here. One, they are calling out the competence level of the CMA, right? Not the appropriate level of critical review. We'll see that more in this document, I think, if it matches the summary we read before. Secondly, using a quote from the Verge in like an incredulous, I think it's a tweet, right? Yeah, it's a tweet. Is not super strong rhetorically. So that's not going to convince anyone. I respect it. Hey, you want to put a virtual legality Hoeg Law tweet in there, Microsoft, you go right ahead if it matches what you're looking for. But it's not a terribly strong piece of the argument. And it tends to, if you're just reading this and you're not already on Microsoft's side of this, say, what are you doing? That's not good evidence. Yes, some people think that the CMA is ridiculous. You tell the CMA that, yeah. This is one of the things that I mentioned when I say it looks like they're getting ready for litigation. It looks like they're getting ready to fight it, is you don't necessarily make this particular statement to the body that you're asking to be nicer from. The CMA's concerns are misplaced for the following reasons. Sony PlayStation has been the largest console platform for over 20 years with an installed base of over 150 million consoles, making it larger than Nintendo and more than double the size of Xbox. Okay, so I believe this is the number that equates with at least a few generations, if not all the generations, and that's not a great comparison. Certainly, it's 150 is not the PlayStation 5. I don't know what the PlayStation 5 plus the PlayStation 4 would be. I don't think it's 150. And so, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, Xbox. You're not in the leader's position, and that's fine. But you do want to be careful with this kind of stuff. Sony engages in conduct today, which is reflective of its market power in console gaming, including increasing prices of its console without fear of losing market share. Yep, absolutely. That did happen. That's the increase in prices of every jurisdiction on earth except the US. Very recently, this is one of those areas where I did a video and I said, well, that's an unusual thing to do if you're going to try to fight the Activision deal. The suggestion that the incumbent market leader with clear and enduring market power could be foreclosed by the third largest provider as a result of losing access to one title is not credible. Wow. There are more than 4,000 games available on PlayStation alone. The evidence shows that less than snip of PlayStation's monthly active users are actually playing Call of Duty. Even without all of those gamers, a highly improbable outcome from a hypothetical foreclosure strategy, the PlayStation gamer base would remain significantly larger than Xbox is today. This is great rhetoric right here, this sentence about Sony having a lot of power and just losing one title isn't important. Now, the CMA does say the other Activision titles count here, but obviously not as importantly as Call of Duty. I don't know what this SNP number is, so I don't know whether games are being played with this. But they basically say if everybody that plays Call of Duty on PlayStation left, the PlayStation gamer base would still be higher than Xbox. And again, that's good rhetoric. That's strong rhetoric. Since the transaction was announced, Sony has acquired several game studios, including Bungie, developer of popular online game Destiny 2, Haven, Lesengle and Savage Games, and a minority interest in From, the makers of Elden Ring. This complements Sony's existing minority shareholding in Epic, publisher of Fortnite. Strong first-party game catalog, an extensive portfolio of exclusive arrangements with third-party publishers. There were over 280 exclusive first- and third-party titles on PlayStation in 2021, nearly 5 times as many as Xbox. You got to get the deal through, but you probably don't want that sentence out there if you're Microsoft. And again, look, I called this the company's most disingenuous argument, right? I have a video on that on this channel. comparing the near $70 billion acquisition of a company like Activision to the $3 billion acquisition of Bungie, which already pledged that all of their stuff would be made available on a multi-platform and that Sony would have no control over Bungie's decisions on that topic, again, which is a wild kind of concept for an acquisition of a company. That kind of diffuses that particular argument, and the rest of these do nothing in terms of market share, right? Haven hasn't made anything. Savage hasn't made anything. Les Angle, I believe, is like a multiplayer support thing. Yes, their investments in From Software and Epic are interesting. They don't control either of those. So they're investing in the software future. And again, look, if you're Microsoft, I get throwing everything that you can at the table. Hey, Sony's still doing these things. I think their argument with exclusive arrangements is much stronger than they bought Haven. They bought Savage. Sometimes you don't want to put weak stuff up there because it's so easily dismissed. In short, Sony is not vulnerable to a hypothetical foreclosure strategy, and the referral decision incorrectly relies on self-serving statements by Sony, which significantly exaggerate the importance of Call of Duty to it and neglect to account for Sony's clear ability to competitively respond. The CMA's assessment of this theory ignores its acknowledgement in the referral decision that the gaming industry is dynamic. While Sony may not welcome increased competition, it has the ability to adapt and compete. Gamers will ultimately benefit from this increased competition and choice. This is kind of the standard approach to antitrust, right? This is, look, our rivals can go and compete with us, right? That's not impossible. You have to get to the level from the CMA side of things that says without Call of Duty, they literally can't compete. Their legs are completely chopped off. They cannot participate in the game any longer. And I don't think anybody realistically with eyes wide open looking at this particular deal say that Sony is going to die on the vine if Activision games completely were just taken off the platform. They would have to find a way to compete. They would have to find a way to get weird. They would have to find a way to otherwise provide services to their market, to their audience. And honestly, I think that might be pretty cool. It might be pretty cool to see what Sony would have to do faced with that level of competition, faced in that environment. And I tend to agree with Microsoft that, yes, they're wielding a big stack of money, and that's scary for their competitors, but that means the competitors can go and engage in different ways. And Nintendo succeeding has already kind of made Microsoft's case for it. In any event, Microsoft has no intention to take Call of Duty away from gamers, and indeed it has publicly committed not to do so. The value of Call of Duty depends on its community of gamers, the majority of whom are on PlayStation. Keeping Call of Duty on PlayStation is therefore a commercial imperative for the Xbox business and the economics of the transaction. As such, Microsoft has offered Sony a contractual commitment to continue supplying it with Call of Duty, including new releases with feature and content parity. The referral decision fails to explain why, in the CMA's view, Microsoft would make such commitments publicly and privately if it had no intention of honoring them. Microsoft would not do this. Foreclosure strategies of the type outlined in the referral decision would alienate the Call of Duty gamer base and tarnish both the Call of Duty and Xbox brands, undermining the rationale for the transaction. Microsoft would place at risk a bunch of money in annual revenue from sales of Call of Duty on PlayStation, as well as substantial revenues from other Xbox games distributed via PlayStation. Microsoft has been clear that it is counting on revenues from the distribution of Activision Blizzard games on Sony PlayStation as part of its business case for the acquisition. Now here, this is said very strongly, right? But I don't believe the CMA made its case, but I also don't believe that Microsoft is playing fully transparently with the notions that it's using here, right? We can understand Call of Duty makes a certain amount of its money. If Microsoft were just pretending to be Activision, that the sales of Call of Duty on Sony make a certain amount of money for Activision and that Microsoft would like to get that money. However, Microsoft's incentives as a hardware creator, as the runners of Game Pass, are distinct, are different from those of Activision as they existed separately. We do not have to discount that. As far as whether it has an intention to remove Call of Duty, hey, they were only promising to go through 2027, right? That's 5 years. And so that's a good amount of time. But it could be the case that if you're the CMA, you're more concerned about the future from there, right? You're committing to this. Nobody's claiming, Microsoft, that you wouldn't agree to that if Sony agreed to it. We don't know the terms of what you offered to them through 2027, but we are allowed to look at the fact that says, okay, what if you agree to that and in 2028, you take it off and you make it exclusive? Now, I'm of the belief that that's okay. I'm of the belief that, yeah, maybe it moves people from Sony and PlayStation over to Microsoft, over to Xbox, over to Game Pass, and that doesn't curtail Sony's complete ability to otherwise compete in the market. So I think that's all right. But this seems a bridge too far, rhetorically. You don't have to treat us like idiots. We understand that you do have incentives to take things exclusive. Otherwise, why would Starfield be exclusive, right? Just as an example, you felt that there was some kind of incentive, some kind of reason to make that exclusive to drive people over to your platform. while I think that you don't want to give up the cost of Call of Duty, I've already made that case for you when we looked at the CMA document. There are reasons to believe that math comes out differently looking at your own internal documents, and that someone could want to move that over. That's why you wind up in a phase 2. It is not hard to imagine that there could be a scenario in which you go exclusive. I don't think there's a scenario in which that kills Sony. I think you're right there. I think the rhetoric at the top page was right. But you don't have to pretend like it's so silly that you would ever take these things exclusive. It's simply not. Xbox plans to bring Activision Blizzard content to its multi-game subscription, Game Pass. This will benefit gamers, boosting the value of the subscription and expanding access to the Activision Blizzard content. Activision Blizzard has not allowed its content to be included in third-party subscriptions in any meaningful way in the past. Snip, maybe a reason for that. Again, this increased competition has not been welcomed by the market leader Sony, which has elected to protect its revenues from sales of newly released games rather than offer gamers the choice of accessing them via subscription. PlayStation Plus. Okay, so Sony doesn't have to do that. You can hate Sony on all this stuff. That's fine. Sony doesn't have to offer its games day and date in order to be able to say, hey, this is an antitrust problem. I don't think this is an antitrust problem, but you don't have to force your rival to use a specific business model to make this claim. This kind of goes along with some of the stuff we saw where they say, well, we offered them Game Pass. It's like, yeah, we don't have to effectively fund our main competitor through our platform in order to be allowed to say there's a competitive problem with whatever deal you propose. That's not a requirement for us. But when you look at this, there's a couple of things to know. One, rhetorically, they do a smart thing. Here, they always refer to Sony as the market leader. It's like you just want to keep saying that. So that's good lawyering. That's good rhetoric. That's good messaging. But two, when you're looking at this particular statement that they have made, it's important to note that, yes, they want to say that they're getting more Activision Blizzard content out to more gamers. But of course, again, it's to their benefit. They want to sell more Game Pass products. They want to have more recurring revenue. It's not this magnanimous gift to gamers. And sometimes Xbox and Phil Spencer does that, right? We want all gamers to play everything. It's like, well, kind of. You want them to play everything as long as you're making more and more money, which is fine. That's what a company is supposed to do. But sometimes the corporate messaging gets a little bit much. We're Santa. We're great. We're angels. Okay. In Theory of Harm 1B, if you recall, this is the subscription service side, the CMA again adopts Sony's complaints without considering the potential harm. The referral decision relies on an assumption that Activision Blizzard's content strategy would change in the future as subscription services become more popular. There are not facts anywhere to support this assertion. That's exactly what we said when we looked at that section, right? Are you kidding me? You're just going to say, yes, they will absolutely do have to do this in the future? Nah. Nor is there any basis for the idea that acquiring Call of Duty could tip subscription services in Xbox's favor. Sony has chosen to block Game Pass from PlayStation, so it is not available on PlayStation. As all games that are available on Game Pass are also available to purchase, PlayStation gamers will continue to have the ability to buy Call of Duty on PlayStation, and doing so will still cost less than the cost of switching by buying a new Xbox console. Okay, maybe, right? But you're trying to get recurring revenue. You're trying to get people into your ecosystem. So you've got people that either have one box or the other. You can always sell your PlayStation 5 to get your Xbox Series X or S or whatever else you want to play. And the Game Pass is designed to be whatever, $15 a month. So I'm not sure that that bears fruit either. So when we're looking at this, it's like, is there no concept? There's no basis for the idea that acquiring Call of Duty could tip subscription services in Xbox's favor? I think there is, right? If I'm Microsoft, I'm fighting that subscription services are a separate market. I'm not fighting that once we're in that market, well, you can kind of make the case that Call of Duty would be the definitive factor between subscription services. I think it can be. Heck, even Brazil said this is a massive advantage for Xbox Game Pass. Massive advantage. And that might really hurt PlayStation Plus. That might really hurt competing subscription services. So no basis for the idea that it could tip. I don't really feel that one either. Multi-game subscriptions offer consumers an additional payment option, but there is substantial evidence that customers switch between payment options, with subscription being constrained by buy-to-play and free-to-play games. Accordingly, Game Pass will continue to face significant competition across the board, and gamers will continue to have alternative purchasing options post-transaction. So this, to me, is not strong enough. This should have been that fire and brimstone. You saw the rhetoric at the top about how Sony's ridiculous and they're the market leader. This is where you establish, hopefully definitively, with statistics or otherwise, that people are constantly engaging in Game Pass games and buy-to-play games, and it moves your Game Pass purchases over to buy-to-play games, and they're fueling each other. They're substitutes for each other. Everybody's cross-pollinating with everything. It's a business model. It's not a market, and really hit home on that, because that's, I think, where you win this. And they didn't. They kind of went with a more technocrat kind of answer. There's nothing wrong with this. But I would have gone maybe a little bit harder to the hole, to use some basketball verbiage. Should any consumers decide to switch from a gaming platform that does not give them a choice as how to pay for new games, like PlayStation, which has PlayStation Plus right now, to one that does in Xbox, then that is the sort of consumer switching behavior that the CMA should consider welfare enhancing and indeed encourage. It is not something that the CMA should prevent. And I tend to agree, right? We want these folks to be competing. We want these folks to be investing in their ecosystems and their business models. And to the extent that there are more choices, that's better. And we want that to exist. Theory of harm number 2 is novel and without precedent. This is the cloud gaming. It suffers from a number of fundamental flaws. They're not holding back on this one. First, the CMA alleges that Microsoft has an advantage over rivals in cloud gaming by having a broad multi-product ecosystem, including a leading cloud platform and PC operating system. However, Microsoft's cloud gaming service, Xbox Cloud Gaming, does not use either of these offerings. Oh, snap. It uses bespoke infrastructure not provided by Azure and does not stream games from PC hardware. There is no advantage. Indeed, Xbox considers that it faces a number of significant disadvantages as compared to rival providers of infrastructure for game streaming. So the specifics here matter, right? First of all, they just said Microsoft has a lot of stuff, and that's scary. Like, that's their argument. That's BS. Any first-year associate could fight this one. But the fact that they don't actually use the infrastructure that they said they did is a big problem for the CMA. And it shows that they didn't do their homework on that question, which is perhaps even more of a problem if we're looking at this as trying to evaluate the work that they did on this stuff. Okay. Second, the CMA alleges that Microsoft could leverage this multi-product ecosystem together with Activision Blizzard's gaming content to strengthen network effects, raise barriers to entry, and hence foreclose rivals in cloud gaming services. This, again, makes no sense. The CMA provides no evidence that rivals rely on Microsoft's multi-product ecosystem for cloud gaming. The emergence of cloud gaming providers that do not rely on Microsoft's multi-product ecosystem shows that Microsoft does not have the ability to foreclose competition. Consumer adoption of cloud gaming remains low. Harming or degrading rival services would significantly set back adoption of this technology, protecting market-leading incumbents, Sony on console, Apple and Google on mobile, as well as Steam on PC. Xbox is a platform which is in last place in console, 7th place in PC, and nowhere in mobile game distribution globally, has no incentive to do this. Instead, its incentive is to encourage the widespread adoption of cloud gaming technologies by as many providers as possible to encourage the major shift in consumer behavior required for cloud gaming to succeed. I think that's a good argument, right? We are still so nascent that they're all in this together because they're trying to prove the viability of the business model or the product offering, right? If you think about it separately, you think about when we talk about VR folks with helmets or developers wanting to encourage people to engage in VR because they can sell more helmets and more developers want to make more games on more sold helmets, that network effect, but on an overall industry level and not a competitor level. And I think Xbox makes a good point here that says it's so little. We can't just be blowing things up or we'll blow the whole industry up. The evidence shows that streaming services, for example, in video, have reduced barriers to entry and encouraged multi-homing, thereby decreasing network effects. As such, the use of Activision Blizzard content to promote cloud gaming, which would not occur in the counterfactual, would have the opposite effect to that alleged by the CMA. We try to make things better, not worse. As Microsoft does not have a market-leading position in gaming to protect, the multi-product ecosystem theory of harm outlined lacks analytical rigor and a limiting principle. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm sorry. That is corporate speak for you guys are dumb. And the logic that you used, which is flying cars and craziness, has nothing to constrain it. There is no limit on what you can do with your fanciful crystal ball weaving. And so we're not going to take it very seriously. A theory of harm that equates size in a particular sector, like digital, with market power discriminates against digital mergers. The multi-product ecosystem theory of harm would, if adopted in phase 2, represent a significant lowering of the intervention threshold in digital mergers by the back door. Microsoft strongly urges the CMA to resist this path. Way too much power. Microsoft is engaged constructively with the CMA throughout the pre-notification and phase 1 process. Microsoft looks forward to engaging with the panel through the phase 2 process to explain the benefits that the transaction will bring to gamers, developers, and the gaming industry more broadly. So that's their executive summary. We'll get into section 2 in just a second here. But what does everybody think of Microsoft's response so far, right? It's pretty strong. They've got some strong rhetoric. They were clearly ready to come out, guns blazing, punching, whatever you want to describe it as for your preferred metaphor of choice. And while I think they go too far a little bit, they get into corporate messaging land a little bit. And we've talked about this before in this space. I think their arguments are pretty strong so far. And Marvin C., the irony of Bullet 301 is the MS entrance in 01 was when Sega canceled Dreamcast. Sony's exclusive deals helped Sega fold their hardware division. Yep, absolutely. That's the nature of the thing. Kid Smooth, please cut this up into parts. I'm going to do what I can. I don't presently have a video editor on the team. I had one for a while, but they moved on to other pursuits. So we'll see what we can do. Obviously, this is a very long stream. I think at bare minimum, I'd love to just at least break the CMA statement away from the Microsoft statement that we're going through right now. But I appreciate it. I would love to do that. But we'll see. We'll see what we can put together as the team here. So I apologize for not having a more definitive answer for you. Mr. Orridge, I don't get why Sony didn't invest into Activision shares. I don't think they would have thought that they needed to at the time. And certainly Activision was under complete duress from every aspect of the market and who believed in the management, right? If you're going to invest in a company, you have to believe in the way it's directed and run. And I don't know that anybody does with respect to Activision right now. Microsoft's buying it so that they can take over management. You don't invest in management you don't believe in. And Alan Mueller, could the CMA be attempting to save the world from a cyberpunk-like dystopia where Microsoft becomes one of the governing corporations? It sounds a bit like it. It does sound, when you read their document, like they are really concerned about a kind of dystopia. And I get antitrust regulators. This is their job, right? This is their life. They're worried about corporations making people miserable, getting very concerned when they see $70 billion on the top line, when they see Microsoft on the top line. But yeah, this isn't enterprise software. This isn't laser beams. This isn't military hardware. This is Activision. This is people who make video games. And I love video games. They're my favorite. But you don't necessarily have to take this hard line. This is how the robots take over to a deal of this type. Thank you for the super chat, and I really appreciate the support. And let's see here what else we got. We got some questions. Maybe we can grab some comments. Does the CMA of UK not know the definition of insanity? They sure sound very crazy and out of their minds. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. I think they're motivated to try to get out in front of this deal, and they might be motivated to try to block it. And when you have motivated reasoning, it can often look like what we saw in the CMA document, which is you arrive at your conclusion first. Matt, the CMA is trying to kill cloud gaming. Yeah, certainly from what they were saying. Honestly, I think Microsoft pummels the cloud gaming stuff because it's the easiest. It's the lowest hanging fruit. And I really don't see that surviving, but who knows? David at Prototopics, already worried about Skynet. I'm looking forward to playing through the Terminator campaign with you, David, at some point. We will survive the machines together. As I try not to hit my microphone with my drink here. Yeah, all right. Andy B, thanks again for doing this, Hoeg. We will still bug you for new ones next week or two anyway. We'll see. We'll see, friend. We're certainly putting in the time today, right? We've got more than 500 people. We've had more than 500 people the entire video, which is super, super awesome. Lots of people interested in all this stuff, people moving in and out. But I thought this was important. Yeah, I would love to cut like specific answers out here and just run like a playlist up of like, here's the answer to this. Here's the answer to this. Here's what the CMA said. Here's what I said about what Microsoft said. I don't know if that will ever happen. But we'll always have this time together, right? We'll have this time chatting about these things, hopefully having good conversations against the tide notes that my hat is back. It is. I'm mostly going to wear hats, folks, but yesterday was a day for the hair to breathe. All right, let's drop back into this document and keep on keeping on. Background and transaction rationale. Remember, again, we're not talking from the CMA's perspective. We're talking from Microsoft's now. Microsoft has been present in the gaming industry for over 20 years, following the launch of the original Xbox console in 2001. With a primary focus on console gaming, Xbox has been the number 3 player behind Sony and Nintendo in each successive console generation, in what the gaming industry colloquially refers to as the console wars. Now, was Xbox really behind the PlayStation 3? Did the 360 really lose to the PlayStation 3? I have questions. Far from having any market power, Xbox has been a challenger which has consistently had to offer gamers additional value and champion new propositions such as multi-game subscriptions and cross-platform play in order to remain competitive. We are a sad sack, CMA, and this sad sack should not be prevented from becoming a less sad sack. Microsoft's position on PC, even weaker. While Microsoft developed the Windows operating system for PC, The open nature of the Windows platform has fostered vibrant competition in PC game publishing and distribution. Microsoft has a global share of less than snip in PC game publishing as well as PC game distribution. The multi-product ecosystem alleged by the CMA has not given Microsoft any advantage in PC game distribution, with Microsoft sitting in 7th place globally, well behind leading distributors of PC games. The proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard takes place in the context of an industry which today is experiencing ongoing significant expansion beyond the console and PC to mobile devices. Mobile has become the largest segment in gaming, with 94% of all gamers globally playing games on mobile devices. Consumers now spend more hours gaming on mobile, where Xbox currently has no material presence, than on any other device, and mobile gaming is growing faster than any other part of gaming. Innovative new technologies are under development to allow games developed for one type of device to be played across multiple devices. For example, cloud gaming and compatibility layer software. In addition, powerful new handheld gaming consoles have been launched, which allow players to play the games they want, where they want, including the Valve Steam Deck, the Logitech G Cloud, and Razer Edge 5G. Now, they do a couple of interesting things here in this paragraph, which I think are pretty good. One, they do cheat a little bit, right? We talked about this earlier when we looked at their summary. I'm sure 94% of all gamers play on mobile devices, and that we check in occasionally on whatever app or another. I currently play Oregon Trail from time to time, but that isn't necessarily the driver of revenue or activity, and it doesn't mean that 94% of gaming happens on mobile devices. And I think people that go blowing by the statistics sometimes make that mistake. I think Xbox, again, has a very strong argument in saying, you want us in gaming. You need us in gaming. You should allow us in gaming on the mobile devices. And so I think that's one of the areas where they really do have a good potential position here. As for the rest, yes, there's other games that are going. There's expansion happening. These developments do not imply that the industry is at any form of inflection point or primed to be reshaped, but rather show that it is a growing, innovative, constantly evolving industry. As shown in figure 1 below, hey, look, they got visuals. The growth seen in recent years has not come at the expense of the console segment. Rather, it is additive, and Microsoft expects the console business to continue to thrive for millions of gamers across the globe who choose to play games in this way. Interestingly, there is literally nothing about the Microsoft business model that suggests that they have a long-term faith in consoles, but it is useful to them to actually say that here in this context. And you can see these various colors. Consoles here. See consoles going along. What else we got in terms of pictures? This looks like handheld, like your Game Boys, I believe. Oh, this is arcade. Sorry. This is PCs. This is mobile, which obviously takes off here. This is all done by revenue. And then this is handheld and VR and cloud, which is all very tiny at the top. Given these developments, the need for a diversity of business models and technology remains core to Xbox's strategy of reaching the world's 3 billion gamers, regardless of location, socioeconomic status, or device ownership. Xbox's decision to embrace a gamer-centric, device-agnostic approach requires it to introduce innovative ways of accessing and paying for games that reach the maximum number of gamers possible. Xbox also recognizes that growing its presence on mobile is critical to growing consumer engagement beyond console and PC games. The transaction forms part of this broader strategy, with the acquisition of Activision Blizzard bringing several sources of value. First, the transaction gives Microsoft a meaningful presence in mobile gaming. That's the right thing to highlight first. Mobile gaming revenues from the King division and titles such as Call of Duty Mobile, as well as ancillary revenue, represented more than half of Activision Blizzard's revenues in the first half of 2022. Mobile customers account for around 3/4 of its monthly active users. Microsoft currently has no meaningful presence in mobile gaming, and the transaction will bring much needed expertise in mobile game development, marketing, and advertising. This is the same reason, well, in a different market, that Sony purchased Bungie to get live service training. Now, interestingly enough, they keep saying no meaningful presence. Microsoft must have some presence in mobile, or you wouldn't have to keep using the word meaningful. You guys can let me know exactly what their mobile presence is. Maybe Minecraft? Maybe? With respect to the mobile ecosystem. Second, Activision Blizzard is a well-established business with predictable revenues and established communities of gamers around its 3 main game series, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Candy Crush Saga, which account for over 3/4 of its net revenues and a significantly higher proportion of its operating income. Really, put all the eggs in one basket. Microsoft has consistently voiced its commitment to continue to make games available for purchase on any platform on which they are currently available. Microsoft has backed this up, sending Sony a signed contractual offer to keep all existing Activision Blizzard console titles on Sony PlayStation with feature and content parity. This is not how you negotiate deals, by the way. Microsoft wants credit for sending a contract over signed, but I would 1,000% send that straight back. We're going to negotiate this. We don't just say, yeah, sure, okay, great, it's signed already. And so, yeah, they want credit for that. And that's not the way that major corporations handle deals of this type. PlayStation is the leading console platform, and discontinuing distribution of Activision Blizzard's titles on other platforms would cost Microsoft a bunch of money. The deal valuation does not include increased hardware sales, which do not form part of the deal rationale. Now, that's interesting in and of itself, because if you can get Game Pass through the Xbox and people move to that hardware, well, then you probably should take into account, at least to net against the loss that you would have if you removed Call of Duty. Again, it's not impossible to imagine a scenario in which they remove it to push their other stuff, whether that's consoles or Game Pass. So thou doth protest too much. Third, Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard will support its investments in Game Pass. Game Pass gives gamers an additional way to pay for games. The same games that are available on Game Pass are also available to purchase, and gamers frequently switch between the two payment models. By offering gamers the ability to try new games for a fixed monthly fee, Game Pass encourages gamers to play a broader range of games. The addition of Activision Blizzard titles such as Call of Duty to Game Pass is projected to increase the Game Pass subscriber base across console and PC by around X million in 2024 and X million by 2032. Now, that's a projection, as compared to the projected base without Activision Blizzard content. This represents only a tiny fraction of the global population of console gamers, 850 million, and PC gamers, 1.45 billion, which is coming from Snip. We don't get to know where that number is coming from. Fourth, the transaction will improve Microsoft's ability to create a next-generation game store, which operates across a range of devices, including mobile, as a result of the addition of Activision Blizzard's content. This is part of the reason why we saw Microsoft backing Epic in Epic versus Apple. They too want to break down the walls of the mobile stores. Building on Activision Blizzard's existing communities of gamers, Xbox will seek to scale the Xbox store to mobile, attracting gamers to a new Xbox mobile platform. Shifting consumers away from the Google Play Store and App Store on mobile devices will, however, require a major shift in consumer behavior. Microsoft hopes that by offering well-known and popular content, gamers will be more inclined to try something new. The open App Store's principle announced by Microsoft will apply to the next generation game store, if they're allowed in. And this is interesting, right? Microsoft has picked this specifically because they know regulators and they know legislatures and they know politicians across the world have a certain issue with these stores and the way they operate, and they can feel the political headwinds. So they're using that. They're saying, look, we're the good guys here. We're going to break down these walls. If you care about that, we need this kind of thing to do it because they are entrenched in their own positions. Finally, the transaction will increase the attractiveness of Microsoft's advertising business as a provider, albeit a small one, of mobile advertising services. Now let's talk about theory of harm 1. There is no prospect of a substantial lessening of competition through foreclosure of Sony. Theory of harm 1A concerns the potential for Microsoft to foreclose Sony, the market-leading console platform, I told you every time, by withholding or degrading Activision Blizzard content, and in particular Call of Duty. Microsoft does not intend to remove Call of Duty from PlayStation or to degrade access to the franchise. That's pretty specific, degrading access, not change dates around and things like that. The evidence on this is clear and includes Microsoft's public statements and correspondence with Sony, public statements by Sony, the strategic rationale for the transaction, the deal valuation, and Microsoft's internal documents in relation to the transaction. There is no evidence that Microsoft has considered withdrawing Call of Duty from PlayStation because it has not. The CMA cannot simply brush the substantial body of evidence aside. And you see here quotes in all of these various things. Let's read a couple of them here. And they seem to be linked for the most part. Call of Duty and other popular Activision Blizzard titles. We have committed to Sony that we will also make them available on PlayStation beyond the existing agreement and into the future so that Sony fans can continue to enjoy the games they love. Phil says he had good calls this week with leaders at Sony. I confirmed our intent to honor all existing agreements and our desire to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation. I don't know if you all remember, but there was a lot of discussion about what desire meant back when that tweet went out. Microsoft Activision Blizzard's acquisition execs discuss exclusives in Game Pass, where Matt Booty said if we acquire a game that comes with a big community across a number of platforms, the last thing we want to do is take something away. If anything, we feel that it's our job to be caretakers, shepherds, to continue to build and nurture that community. And you have more of these quotes. I don't think it would make financial sense for them to take a Call of Duty and make it exclusive to Xbox platforms. That's from the former president of Sony Computer Entertainment. The way to maximize that profitability is to do a multi-platform footprint. I mean, like that's Sony saying we want to keep it. I'm not sure that's as definitive as Microsoft wants it to be. In any event, even if Microsoft were to withdraw Call of Duty from PlayStation, This would not lead to a substantial lessening of competition. For Sony to be foreclosed, it would have to go from being the clear market leader to being placed at such a disadvantage that its ability to compete is substantially limited. The suggestion that the incumbent market leader could be foreclosed by the third largest console provider as a result of losing access to one title is not credible. And again, this is just rhetoric, but I think that's right. Intuitively, it doesn't pass the smell test. Sony's got a lot going for it. Them losing Activision would hurt. It would not kill them. The evidence presented in the referral decision does not come close to meeting the standard. The CMA did not even try to quantify the impact on Sony in phase one. The referral decision goes no further than to assert that a foreclosure strategy could have some unspecified impact on Sony's revenues and user base. There is no assessment of the impact on competition or consumers. Indeed, while Sony is mentioned 57 times in the referral decision, consumers are only referred to 10 times. In considering this theory at phase one, the referral decision fails to consider the effect of a merger on competition in the market rather than on individual competitors, which comes from a different decision. It looks like a Facebook Inc. decision that was made. And it's a good comment, right? Now, I do think it's a little cheeky to say the number of times you said Sony versus the number of times you said consumers. Of course, that doesn't matter for what the actual substance of a decision is. You might need to say one or the other more times while still facing competition. But we read the CMA decision, right, folks? And it does appear to be very focused on Sony's market share and Sony's well-being over that of consumers who they don't establish are being hurt or helped in any way by their actions. So while it's cheeky, I think it's fair. At phase two, the CMA must assess whether it is more likely than not that competition will be substantially lessened and consumers harmed as a result of the transaction. Microsoft is confident that the CMA will find that this is not the case. As part of this, Sony has had a market-leading position for over 20 years. The referral's decision's first theory of harm requires the CMA to find evidence that Sony is a competitor capable of being marginalized as a console platform if it loses access to Call of Duty, a single-game title. It is implausible that a competitor of Sony's strength could be caught, surpassed, and marginalized by the loss of Call of Duty or any other Activision Blizzard content. The suggestion that one title could tip a market in favor of one provider does not accord with market reality or evidence from the last 20 years of console competition. Sony is the market leader for consoles and has been for 20 years. Its PlayStation platform is ahead of Xbox in all relevant metrics, as is Nintendo. PlayStation's installed base of consoles, 151.4 million in 2021, is more than double the size of Xbox's 63.7. And again, I don't recognize these numbers and they don't tag them, so I don't know what they're counting here. PlayStation's share of console sales both worldwide, we got snips on all these sales. PlayStation is more than double the MAUs, close to 60 million more of Xbox, and as explained below, would continue to have significant more even in the hypothetical scenario in which all Call of Duty gamers switch from PlayStation to Xbox. Sony engages in conduct today which is reflective of its market power to console gaming, such as Sony's market strength, that it has recently imposed a significant price increase for its PlayStation 5 console of up to 20% in most markets outside of the US, 6% in the UK. This move has been described by commentators as displaying an unfortunate arrogance. Who in the heck are you quoting here? The Guardian, pushing buttons. Sony's PS5 price hike shows play does have limits. I think I said for the payers on my particular video. Now, interestingly, they use the Guardian there because they're in the UK, right? That's another aspect of rhetoric, is you want to hit them with the stuff that relates specifically to their jurisdiction. This move has been described by commentators, or we already talked about that. Xbox has confirmed that it has no plans to raise the price of the Xbox Series X or Series S, and that the consoles will remain at their current price in the US, UK, and Europe. In considering Sony's market position, it is important to take account of its large portfolio of high-quality, exclusive content. This includes prominent titles such as The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, Spider-Man, Demon's Souls, and the Uncharted series. These exclusive titles accounted for approximately 17% of consumer spend on PlayStation over the period 2019 to 2021 and achieved considerably higher average Metacritic scores in 2021 and 2020. In 2021, PlayStation had at least 286 exclusive titles generating revenue as compared to Xbox's Snip exclusive titles. PlayStation also has a spate of first and third-party exclusive titles lined up for launch in 2023, including Spider-Man 2, Wolverine, Horizon, Final Fantasy XVI, and Forspoken. Sony executives have recently stated that they are growing organically and through acquisitions, and this places Sony in a virtuous cycle where success begets success. I'm not sure what Horizon refers to there. Maybe the VR game? These advantages must be fully considered at phase two in assessing whether Sony would be likely to be foreclosed as a console competitor as a result of the transaction. Contrary to the concerns outlined in the referral decision, the transaction would help Xbox to continue to offer innovative new content offerings and compete more vigorously with Sony, Nintendo, and other leading game companies. This enhanced competition can only benefit gamers. Notice that they keep including Nintendo, which I think is justified, but that the CMA tried to kick out. So their main argument here, which I think is a strong one, is Sony cannot be destroyed by removing Call of Duty, which they already said they're not going to do. But if we were to do it, it would not cripple Sony. And I think that is by far the weakest part of the CMA's case. It's hard to imagine that losing just the rights to Call of Duty would cripple Sony entirely. 311, the referral decision concludes that the merged entity may have the ability to foreclose Sony on the basis that the merged entity would have significant upstream market power. Activision Blizzard's content is an important input for Sony, and that there are few, if any, alternative franchises with Call of Duty's brand awareness and popularity against gamers. This is incorrect for the reasons explained below. First, the merged entity cannot be considered to have upstream market power in game publishing, even on the basis of a narrow segment for console games. Here's the percentages. We don't have it. And I don't think anybody has really successfully argued that they would. The referral decision accepts that based on these shares of supply, no upstream market power can be found. Nevertheless, the CMA goes on to assert that the merged entity would have significant upstream market power since overall publisher shares do not present a complete picture of the importance of ABK content. It makes this claim on the basis that some ABK games, and Call of Duty in particular, are especially important for attracting gamers to a platform, and that these gamers go on to play other games available on that platform, increasing the platform's overall revenues. While these assertions are central to the CMA's case for referral, they are not supported by any evidence showing that Call of Duty is especially important for attracting gamers to Sony's console platform. I agree with Microsoft. I mean, obviously, you heard me agree with them however many hours ago it was that we looked at that section, but I agree with them. Instead, the CMA relies on high-level points such as COD is currently one of the largest game franchises, has a high level of awareness amongst gamers, and has been consistently successful for nearly a decade. These points may all be true, as they are equally for other popular games such as Grand Theft Auto, FIFA, and Fortnite, but do not show that the franchise is critical to attracting gamers to a console platform, nor that the loss of that one title would foreclose the console in question from the market. The evidence, in fact, shows that Call of Duty gamers cannot be considered special or unique in terms of either their spending or user engagement as compared to gamers that favor other popular franchises. Xbox data shows that between 2016 and 2022, of new Xbox gamers never played or purchased Call of Duty content, snipped percentage, and only snipped percentage of gamers played Call of Duty as their first game on their new Xbox console. These numbers are inconsistent with the idea that Call of Duty drives platform adoption. I don't know. You can buy an Xbox and a bunch of games and not play Call of Duty first, but fair enough. That time that Call of Duty gamers spend playing Call of Duty or other games on the Xbox console is in line with other major franchises. This is shown in Figure 2 below. In 2022, Call of Duty gamers spend essentially the same time on Xbox as FIFA, Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto, Minecraft, NBA 2K, and Rocket League gamers. Importantly, they also spend around the same proportion of time playing other individual franchises. This is inconsistent with Call of Duty having a greater ability to drive consumption of non-Call of Duty content on the console platform than other popular franchises, as suggested in the referral decision. I also want to point out they had some writing here in footnote 41. The CMA's conclusion in this regard also appears to stem from an incorrect interpretation of submissions by Microsoft and Activision. Specifically, paragraph 173 of the referral decision suggests that Microsoft and Activision Blizzard account for snip percentage of minutes played on consoles in the UK. This is wrong. This estimate, as submitted in response to the CMA RFI dated 26 May 2022, refers to the minutes played by gamers on Xbox and not played on consoles overall. As Microsoft's main first-party titles are historical franchises exclusive to Xbox, it is of course the case that game publishing shares restricted to Xbox alone will severely overstate Microsoft's position across consoles. Oh, dear God. Okay, so Xbox and Microsoft here is claiming that one of the key pieces of information that the CMA used regarding the percentage of time spent on consoles was actually determined with the denominator of on Xbox, which, if you're taking into account the other franchises that Xbox has exclusivity to, would count that number way wrong and would very much hurt the legitimacy of the arguments made, even if they're otherwise hypothetical. So that's an important footnote. Keep track of that one, guys. Footnote 41. We don't get to see Figure 2 because that's going to incorporate third-party information. Call of Duty gamers show preference in line with gamers of other franchises, as shown in Figure 3. The ranking of second most played game is essentially unchanged across gamers, regardless of what proportion of their time is spent playing Call of Duty on Xbox. They are not special in terms of the type of content they consume. Second, and linked to the above point, Sony's regulatory submissions have vastly exaggerated the importance of Call of Duty to its continued viability. For example, Sony has claimed that if Call of Duty were exclusively available on Xbox and or Game Pass, this could severely adversely impact their ability to compete effectively. This claim is not supported by evidence presented in the referral decision and is inconsistent with the evidence base available to the CMA. For example, based on data the CMA has on Call of Duty sales and user engagement on PlayStation, as well as publicly available data published by Sony, Call of Duty represented only snip percentage of Sony's digital sales worldwide, and Call of Duty MAUs represented less than snip percentage of PlayStation's total MAUs. The referral decision states that CMA has received evidence that Call of Duty has higher levels of user engagement and revenue spend without providing further details. Sony's obvious self-interest in this case means that its submissions must be carefully scrutinized, but even if the revenues and levels of user engagement are somewhat higher than Microsoft's estimates, they could not be so high that Sony's viability could depend upon retaining them. It is also important to note that Call of Duty's significance to Sony is fueled by Sony's marketing efforts. It would be misleading to compare Call of Duty with games Sony does not market. It's a good argument. I got to hand it to Microsoft on these. Indeed, as accepted in the referral decision, PlayStation currently has a substantial number of non-Call of Duty MAU. Indeed, even if all of PlayStation's MAUs that play Call of Duty were hypothetically to leave PlayStation, it would still have significantly more users than Xbox has today. By Microsoft's estimate, some snip million. This holds true even in the purely hypothetical and unrealistic scenario where all these users switch to Xbox. PlayStation would still have a snipped percentage, snip million more users than Xbox. The CMA cannot conclude that PlayStation would not be viable without these snipped million MAUs when Xbox is clearly viable today with a much lesser number. I have to agree, right? Microsoft is out there saying, look, we foreclosed this thing. Every single person that has ever played Call of Duty leaves, Sony still has more users in their platform ecosystem. That to me is great rhetoric. In terms of what is needed for the CMA to make their case on this, remember, they have to show that Sony is unable to compete. They are ditching Nintendo for reasons that are beyond my ken. I don't think are fair. I don't think are just. If Microsoft can make the claim that says, look, every single person leaves and they still have more users than us, what are you talking about? That is a very strong piece of argument. Now, everything's snipped here. We have to take it on essentially faith. But if they aren't lying in this document, that's a very strong piece of argument. The referral decision fails to draw the obvious conclusion from the evidence, instead arguing that the CMA believes that some of these non-Call of Duty gamers may also switch away from PlayStation following any total or partial foreclosure strategies because they would want to continue to play with their friends. This is, however, pure assertion. I might have said that. I might have said that's a pure assertion when we covered that earlier. I'll have to go back to the tape. No evidence is put forward to support this proposition, nor the allegation that material numbers of Call of Duty gamers themselves would switch console platforms if the game were to become exclusive to Xbox. I think that material is doing work. We can all imagine somebody moving for their friend, but when we're talking about millions of users, you really do have to have some kind of critical mass. And I tend to agree with Xbox that says, look, you're trying to block the deal. We're not trying to do anything. So you have the obligation to go and try to show us that there will be actual material changes here, and you didn't show that. And so we're going to fight on those grounds. In any event, even if this were true to some extent, Sony would need to lose a snip higher number of non-Call of Duty gamers than actual Call of Duty gamers for its total MAU to even fall to Xbox's current level. This is patently not credible. And yet, even in such an unrealistic scenario, the CMA could not conclude that Sony would be likely to be foreclosed, given that Xbox exists. Given that Xbox is clearly a viable competitor today at this level, and the CMA does not suggest otherwise. The success of platforms without Call of Duty lays bare the fallacy of the Sony theory of harm. Okay, before we even get into the substance here, Xbox is clearly feeling itself as we head into page 13 here, right? It's not the CMA's theory of harm anyway. It's the Sony theory of harm in this headline, and it lays bare the fallacy. Fallacy. Getting pretty close to saying they're lying liars who lie. As well as lacking evidence that a foreclosure strategy could credibly threaten Sony's viability as opposed to simply affecting its revenues, the CMA has disregarded clear evidence from the market today demonstrating that a console platform's competitiveness cannot be affected by an inability to offer Call of Duty to gamers. Enter Nintendo. Nintendo's console business is highly successful. Without a single version of Call of Duty available to play on its latest console, the Nintendo Switch, launched in 2017, this shows that the overall quality and appeal of a console platform are ultimately far more important to its success than any particular game being available on it. A further example of a platform that has succeeded without Call of Duty is Steam, which is the largest digital storefront with a snipped share of PC game digital sales in the UK. Steam has not carried any newly released Activision Blizzard games for the last 3 years following Activision Blizzard's commercial decision to only sell its PC games on Battle.net. But this has not affected its leading position. Indeed, Steam's success is so great that Activision Blizzard has recently decided to reverse its previous decision and distribute the next release of Call of Duty on the platform in October of 2022. The referral decision does not address Steam, but the CMA seeks to dismiss the relevance of Nintendo's console success absent Call of Duty by claiming that this is because Nintendo generally offers a differentiated gaming experience to Xbox and PlayStation, and that Xbox and PlayStation are closer substitutes to each other than to the Nintendo Switch. The suggestion that Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo are not close competitors is incorrect, but in any event, these claims miss the relevant point. It is precisely the fact that Nintendo successfully offers a differentiated console platform without Call of Duty, which demonstrates that console platforms have many options available to compete effectively, which are not dependent on any particular gaming content. I couldn't say it better myself. Indeed, the referral decision in general overlooks the vast array of gaming content which is available to console providers and multi-game subscription service providers. Just by way of example, there are over 4,000 games available on PlayStation alone, with new games continually being released. The suggestion that just one of these games can make or break a platform's success is not supported by the evidence. That's a litigator right there. The referral decision also ignores the wide range of options which Sony would have to respond to a hypothetical foreclosure strategy, as well as the steps it has taken to bolster its gaming business, even in the short period since the transaction was announced. Sony has acquired several game studios, including Bungie, developer of the popular online game Destiny 2, Haven Studios, Los Angeles, and Savage Games, and a minority interest. We talked about this. That complements Sony's existing minority shareholding in Epic and Fortnite. There were over 280 exclusive first and third-party titles on PlayStation in 2021. So nearly 5 times as many as Xbox. Sony executives have made it clear that there are more acquisitions to come, and it launched its enhanced multi-game subscription service, PlayStation Plus, in June of 2022, as you can see in section 4 below. Also, we've got a few footnotes here, including that the last Call of Duty game to be released on a Nintendo console was Ghosts in November of 2013. Wow, it's a long time ago. Call of Duty returns to Steam in August of 2022. In particular, the different console platforms compete intensely for largely the same target audience. Indeed, the CMA's position in the referral decision is contradicted by its statement elsewhere that Xbox operates in a market which is concentrated with 3 leading providers. Ooh, making some money. Lawyers, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. We got references to Bungie and Savage and everything else in the footnotes. With access to Call of Duty guaranteed through to at least snip percentage under the existing contract with Activision Blizzard. I don't know why you're snipping. And through at least the end of 2027, if it were to accept Microsoft's current contractual offer, Sony has more than sufficient time to ensure that its console platform and content portfolio is competitively positioned to withstand any impact from a hypothetical foreclosure strategy. The fact that the CMA declines to even consider Sony's competitive response is especially concerning, given that it is prepared to speculate regarding Activision Blizzard's likely approach to subscription services absent the transaction, and is at odds with the CMA's acknowledgement that the gaming industry is dynamic in nature. Look, CMA, if you're going to predict the future, you might as well try to predict that Sony could respond with the vast resources at their disposal and their very successful hardware platform. You could do that. You could do that. Next, Call of Duty's continued success is not guaranteed. While Call of Duty is one of a number of popular franchises, its success over time is not guaranteed. Relevance with gamers is earned or lost with every release. This dynamic is shown by the performance of last year's Vanguard release, which was heavily criticized by the trade press and gamers alike, resulting in significantly lower sales than reflected in the internal documents cited by the CMA. The CMA responds to this in the referral decision by asserting that the persistent high revenues and player engagement across all COD titles, even after the release of Vanguard, indicates that gamers who did not like Vanguard most likely continued to play older COD titles rather than switch away to a different game. Again, however, no evidence is presented to support this assertion, which is contradicted by Activision Blizzard's update to investors, which shows that MAUs fell across the entire Call of Duty franchise following the launch of Vanguard, or as they quote, MAUs for Call of Duty decreased by 47 million, or 12% for the 3 months ended June 30th, 2022. It's amazing that 47 million is only 12%. But yes, it did go down with Vanguard. And there is no incentive to withdraw from Call of Duty. And again, I think this is probably a bridge too far. There is an incentive. You don't have to deny it's a complete existence. But okay, Microsoft, we know you're in your arguing phase here. Okay, just grabbing a few super chats. As noted above, Microsoft's incentives to continue distributing Call of Duty to Sony are clear from its public statements in correspondence with Sony, public statements by Sony, the strategic rationale for the transaction, the deal valuation of Microsoft's internal documents in relation to the transaction. The referral decision fails properly to consider the evidence that Microsoft's commercial incentives are to continue broadly distributing Call of Duty. First, it is clear from Microsoft's valuation model that Microsoft's intent is to snip. This evidence is overlooked entirely in the referral decision. However, as the merger assessment guidelines make clear in assessing incentives to foreclose, the CMA must take an undertaking's business strategy and deal rationale into account. Just as if the merger firm's internal documents show that it would be strategically beneficial to stop supplying rivals, it may not be necessary to try to infer their behavior from their financial incentives. It is equally the case that where internal documents evidence a strategic rationale and intent to continue supplying rivals, this must be given significant weight in the CMA's assessment. So they're saying that our internal documents say we plan to support Sony with Call of Duty. So, I mean, that's important. Microsoft's incentives to continue to make Call of Duty available cross-platform are also clear from its business strategy following prior acquisitions. In particular, the most directly comparable game franchise previously acquired by Microsoft is Mojang's Minecraft. Minecraft, like Call of Duty, is a globally popular multiplayer franchise with a strong player community and social element that was available on multiple platforms when Microsoft acquired it. Microsoft not only kept Minecraft available on PlayStation after its 2014 acquisition, including new versions, but it has also expanded platform access to the franchise. As well as benefiting gamers, Minecraft's multi-platform strategy has been a significant financial success, with over 200 million copies sold by 2020, approximately a 300% increase in sales since its acquisition in 2014. I don't know, folks. I don't know that Minecraft is the best match for Call of Duty. Minecraft might have enhancements. Minecraft might have spin-offs, but Minecraft is fundamentally Minecraft, and Call of Duty is going to have a release probably for the foreseeable future of a new game with a new story and a new engine and what have you every single year. So I do think that there are different incentives lined up with, yeah, sure, we'll support the Call of Duties that are there. We'll support the Warzone or Warzone 2.0, but maybe you don't get Modern Warfare 3. I mean, I think that's a different question than we make Minecraft available to everybody, because I think Microsoft can still say, hey, Call of Duty is available on PlayStation. It's just not the current one. I don't know. I'm of mixed minds on that. I don't think Minecraft is a great analog. But I do see what they're doing, which is trying to differentiate from what a Starfield is, right? Starfield, brand new IP. It is a single-player role-playing game. It doesn't require a community. If it's great, you play it by yourself. You don't need anybody in that context, and that's different from Minecraft, and that's different from Call of Duty. And so I think they make a good point there, but it's not a perfect analog, and it certainly doesn't mean that they have to release it on Sony and that we should take that on its face. The games that the CMA cites as evidence of prior conduct at paragraph 192 of the referral decision are fundamentally different to Minecraft or Call of Duty and cannot be used as evidence of Microsoft's broad incentives as they relate to Activision Blizzard content. Microsoft has never taken an existing game away from a rival platform post-acquisition. And again, I think we're playing semantics games, right? We aren't specifically talking about Call of Duty, the game that is currently on PlayStation. We're talking about the next Call of Duty. I think the shortening of only referring to Call of Duty as Call of Duty is disingenuous, right? And Microsoft should make that clearer if it has no plans whatsoever to take the next title and move it away, right? I have no doubt Warzone is staying on PlayStation. I don't think anybody does. But what about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3? What about, I don't know, Black Ops, whatever they're on, 9? What about those specific entries into the franchise, which I don't feel comfortable that Microsoft has adequately said, based on these paragraphs, are definitely going to stay on PlayStation. Now, again, I'm of the belief that they don't have to stay on PlayStation, right? Microsoft can do what it wants on this stuff, because I don't think it would kill Sony, but I feel like they aren't quite making the commitment that they are trying to project they are making. And I suspect the CMA understands that. The CMA cannot base its assessment on an assertion that Xbox would willingly incur substantial losses. Second, as noted in Microsoft's deal model, continued sales of Activision Blizzard's portfolio on all platforms account for SNP of the estimated value. Given that SNP percentage of Call of Duty's MAUs and SNP percentage of console MAUs are on PlayStation, a hypothetical foreclosure strategy would involve putting at risk a significant portion of Activision Blizzard's revenues. This would be a commercially irrational strategy, in particular in circumstances where Microsoft could not conceivably expect to foreclose Sony for the market. Oh, Microsoft, you're killing me. You're making me defend the CMA here. Okay. So the notion isn't that you wouldn't lose money taking it off PlayStation. You would. But the idea would be that you lose that money now to make an exponentially more large chunk of money through people that are subscribed to Game Pass or otherwise purchasing Xboxes. I'm not saying that math works out. I'm not saying the CMA made the case properly there, but saying that it's impossible is too far, right? Right? You would make more money from Starfield. And I know you just said that it's differential from Minecraft and Call of Duty and everything. You would make more money from Starfield if you sold it on PlayStation. All right, we're not going to disagree on that, Microsoft, right? Phil, we're not going to disagree on that. I know you're watching this. So once we have that in our back pocket, you are willingly giving up money. What are you doing it for? You're willingly giving up that money as kind of a marketing spend to move people over to your consoles and move people over to your subscription service. That's fine. That's what you buy assets for. You use them. You have your business strategies. You have your techniques that you want to do with this. Sitting here and saying we couldn't possibly assume that you could do the same with Call of Duty. I don't know that you would. I think there's too much money there. I tend to agree with like your overall thrust of an argument. But you don't have to treat us like we're idiots. You could, of course, make that decision. No question at all. Okay. The referral decision does not respond to these basic intuitive points, instead focusing its attention on a critique of the financial modeling put forward by Microsoft and basing its overall assessment of Microsoft's incentives on the high-level assertion that Microsoft has shown itself to be willing to make losses in the short term in order to build scale and increase its user base. It makes this claim solely on the basis that Xbox has confirmed publicly that it makes a loss in the sale of console hardware. However, as the same article cited by the CMA notes, this follows the traditional console business model, which has also been adopted by Sony, whereby profitability depends on earning revenues from the sale of first and third-party games for the console. Indeed, this is a model that has been well known in competition law and economics for the past 3 decades. Yeah, it's a razor and blade model, but I don't know that makes the case that you want it to make, right? Because, okay, Sony sells at a loss as well. They have a dependency then on selling first and third-party games on their service, on their platform, on their hardware. You're talking about foreclosure, and if you decided to foreclose, which is a possibility, and I don't think you adequately disarm the CMA of having it as a possibility, even if they don't present the proper evidence, then Sony is probably more dependent on such a major portion of their revenues than you're actually indicating. I don't know that I would have made this paragraph, honestly. The CMA cannot read across from Xbox's adoption of this traditional business model to assert that it would be willing to forego substantial revenues from the distribution of Call of Duty in pursuit of gains at some unspecified point in the future. Rather, at phase 2, the CMA must assess whether there is evidence showing that it is more likely than not that it would be in Xbox's interest to put at risk over half of Call of Duty's gamer base and to degrade the user experience for all gamers, see below, in the hope that a sufficient number would switch to Xbox to make such a strategy profitable. The referral decision does not present any such evidence. And I agree there. Right? The CMA is all feels throughout its entire document. And so while I think intuitively those feels could be substantiated, I can imagine a world in which Microsoft pulls Call of Duty. They didn't present any evidence. The referral decision fails to take account of cross-platform play. Third, the referral decision fails to take account of the importance to gamers of cross-platform play. The ability for gamers to play together online, irrespective of which device each of the gamers playing is using to access the game. While the referral decision specifically acknowledged that there are direct network effects between gamers playing the multiplayer mode of a game, as gamers want to play games with large communities and moreover to play with their friends and family, it completely disregards the fact that Call of Duty's multiplayer feature is cross-platform. This implies that direct network effects transcend platform boundaries and operate at the market level, not the individual console or platform level. Importantly, cross-platform play leads to material and measurable improvements in gamers' user experience. This is because the more gamers that want to play a game online, the more efficient is the matchmaking algorithm that places gamers in the same multiplayer instance of the game and which can be based on the skill and the experience of the gamers. Cross-platform play increases the total gamer base available for matchmaking, thereby amplifying the impact of direct network effects. We're not going to take away cross-platform play. We want that. 341 is entirely snipped with a reference to a snip. All right, then. In fact, these network effects provide a powerful disincentive to withhold content from other platforms. Call of Duty game titles have allowed gamers to cross-play since 2019. This means that not only can PlayStation gamers play with their friends that use Xbox or PC, they can also be automatically matched by the matchmaking system against Xbox gamers and PC gamers. Microsoft has provided data showing that cross-play on Call of Duty is widespread on PlayStation, with a percentage that's snipped. And as all gamers significantly benefit from crossplay, a hypothetical foreclosure strategy involving withdrawing Call of Duty from PlayStation would be self-defeating because it would hurt the whole Call of Duty gamer base, including Xbox and PC gamers. This, among other factors, means that any strategy to make Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox would inevitably result in significant gamer backlash, damaging both the Xbox and Call of Duty brands and risking the loss of gamers to other competing franchises such as Fortnite, Apex, Grand Theft Auto, FIFA, and others. I don't think any of those line up with Call of Duty as a product. But it's a fair point. It's a good, well-argued point, I suppose. It says, look, if we reduce the number of players in there, we have worse matchmaking services. It's a worse experience. I tend to disagree that there'd be a large pushback on this. And again, I think the Xbox fans would back up, an aggressive move by Phil Spencer and Microsoft in terms of goodwill and faith in their brand. That's just the way the console wars, as these government documents have actually said, works. So I think they're gilding the lily a little bit, overselling that particular concept, but I like that. I like the overall thrust, and we want more people. Accordingly, the existence of crossplay strengthens Xbox's incentives to broaden the scope of the Call of Duty gamer base as much as possible. The referral decision fails to consider this point, addressing crossplay only in the context of partial foreclosure. All right, I've seen a lot of super chats. I've seen some questions. Let's grab those before we proceed on to what? Paragraph 345. We're almost halfway done with Microsoft's response statement. We're killing it, folks. You're here with me in hour 6 5.5 hours into the stream, and we're having a great time. And we still got wind. We're still going. Flippin' a Beast, no question. We already answered this one. Thank you, Flippin' a Beast. I appreciate it. Great show. I'm eagerly listening to your reads and takes. I agree that there are a lot of hypotheticals and concerning takes in this document by the CMA. Based on your opinions from reading this document. Okay, so I think we covered these mostly. Let's see. All right. Dragonheart Yobi, keep up the great work. I admire your work. Thank you. Peace, love, life. Thank you so much, Dragonheart. I appreciate it. Apple Pie, Nintendo to the CMA. Are we a joke to you? A little bit. Pissed, I think. It's Leet Speak, right? I'm pretty hip. Hello, fellow kids. I'm 30 minutes behind, but Microsoft making Starfield exclusive does not undermine its claim to not take away games from gamers in existing communities. It is a debut of a possible series. There is no existing community game exclusive yet. Oh, I did that in the wrong. As far as I know, they've not made an existing community game exclusive yet. This is fair, right? But there's no constraint to that, right? They've said that. But when we're talking about what they will do, we actually have to take into account what they could have incentives to do. And while I agree with you, and I agree that the CMA's case is poorly made, I think it is worthwhile to note from a kind of high-level theory view that they certainly gave up money, right? Starfield would have made more money if it was on both platforms. What did they give up that money for? They gave up that money for a reason, and that reason is to drive people into their ecosystem. And so while they have said, hey, we respect communities, we don't want to separate those things, and I think they make some good points. I think Microsoft's doing a lot better than the CMA in their return volley document here. We don't have to just take them on their faith either, right? We don't have to look at what they're saying and say, oh, yes, very much so, golf clap. Microsoft pushes too hard on some of this stuff. They clearly have an incentive to do it. Does that outweigh the incentive of making money from the platform sales? Probably not. But they continue to come out with, we have no reason to do this ever. We love communities. We love crossplay. We would never do this. And it's like, okay, there are ways I can envision that you would have done it. And so, yes, the CMA is poorly evidenced. You can absolutely call them out on that, but we can still have the conversation, right? Post up, great stream. Thanks for taking the time to break this down for us. Hey, thank you for joining me. We've got more than 500 people here, 5.5 hours in. Hit the like button if you would. I really appreciate it. That very much helps YouTube to know that this kind of content is out there. We'll see if anybody in the replay crew or the archive takes up the sword for what will be a 6-hour plus stream at the end of the day. But I'm really having fun talking about this, and hopefully we're getting a lot of these answers out that everybody is interested in. Post Up says, I disagree. Hoeg, Grand Theft Auto is just as big as Call of Duty, if not bigger. I'm not talking about size. I'm talking about type of game, right? I am vastly more interested in playing Call of Duty than I am Grand Theft Auto Online. I mean, vastly. I can't overstate this. And so, they might find themselves leaving Call of Duty and going and playing Grand Theft Auto, but it wouldn't be me. And I'm not the biggest Call of Duty fan in the world. So, I understand what they're doing. Both sides have every incentive to try to throw everything they can at this thing, but I'm trying to call it as it lies. I'm trying to look at it and say, all right, that's too far, Microsoft. And I think they're making a lot of really good salient points. But yeah, I'm talking about them being different, not based on size. Okay. The home stretch. Contractual protections provide a powerful disincentive to withdraw content. That's true. That's how contracts work. Fourth, the referral decision does not properly take account of Sony's contractual protections under its existing contracts. Paragraph 7.15 of the merger assessment guidelines, I love that they keep naming their own rules back to them, states that even if the CMA is unlikely to place material weight on contractual protections in assessing the ability to engage in foreclosure strategies, it may consider any financial or reputational costs of terminating contracts in its assessment of foreclosure incentives. However, the CMA has given no consideration to how the financial and reputational costs of breaching or terminating the existing contractual arrangements with Sony would impact Microsoft's incentives to engage in a hypothetical foreclosure strategy. Nor does the CMA give appropriate weight to Sony's public statements that we expect that Microsoft will abide by contractual agreements and continue to ensure Activision games are multi-platform. So they're not giving us extra detail on what the financial incentives might be to breaching this contract. We don't know. They're trying to put a little bit more on the kind of reputational damage that would ensue. And I don't think that that is an inaccurate assertion. After you have committed publicly, then you've put your reputation on the line. They would have a certain amount of reputational damage if they went back on that. That's what the value of going public with it is you put that political capital out there, and we can, at least in part, depend on that. I wanted to say a couple things on these footnotes, I think, because there are substance here. Footnote 72, gamers who want to play with their friends benefit from direct network effects. The more of their friends that join the same game or gaming platform by combining gamers from multiple platforms into the same pool, the matchmaking is much faster and more accurate. So just, again, talking about that kind of cross-platform stuff. The referral decision rejects this as a relevant consideration. So what they're talking about with respect to 75, that there would be a backlash. This, among other factors, means that any strategy to make Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox would result in significant gamer backlash. Provided by Microsoft are not directly relevant to the merged entity's incentives to make ABK games exclusive. However, it is precisely because of the obvious risk of gamer backlash and switching to other franchises that directly comparable examples of a move to make a game like Call of Duty exclusive to a particular platform post-acquisition are not available. Nobody has done anything like this because it is stupid and gamers would be very, very mad. So we can't even find an example. I like it. It's Microsoft being a little bit snippy themselves, but nothing like the Activision acquisition has ever been done, period. I mean, we're leagues above the most expensive acquisition in the history of video games. So we're not going to find a lot of comparable examples in any context for any of this stuff. A flawed assessment of the Microsoft financial modeling. So they said that they were lying, right? We talked about this. It's wrong. Microsoft's defending itself here. Finally, Microsoft strongly disagrees with the CMA's critique of Microsoft's financial modeling, which is highly selective and does not properly reflect the number of decidedly conservative estimates used and sensitivities presented in Microsoft's analysis. At root, the CMA's issue with Microsoft's analysis appear to be based on its position that the number of gamers that would switch to Xbox if Microsoft made Activision's content exclusive could be significantly higher than the parties predict, given the importance of Activision's content to gamers, which again would make the model inaccurate, which is just an assertion. However, like much of the referral decision, no further explanation or evidence is provided to substantiate the CMA's view on the likely extent of switching, with the referral decision limited to a one-sided, high-level application of dynamic considerations to a static analysis. You don't know what you're doing, CMA. The CMA's unwarranted criticisms do not alter the conclusion that it is highly implausible that a hypothetical foreclosure strategy could bring about sufficient diversion of PlayStation users to be profitable. Microsoft is also seriously concerned that the CMA appears to have placed considerable weight on alternative modeling presented by Sony without providing transparency to Microsoft of the content of that modeling or the assumptions used. Now, this right here lives in the one area where Facebook/Meta was able to succeed with the competition tribunal on the Giphy acquisition, right? So one of the complaints that they had was that the CMA did not properly give them enough information to combat it, that they did not meet, I believe it's their transparency condition in the UK. So you see Microsoft here saying, it sure looks like you used Sony numbers, even though you say that you had to look at them surreptitiously and with a little bit of an extra scrutiny. It looks like you're using those and telling us that we're liars. And you didn't tell us what those said at all, right? And in 79, there's more footnote here, but it is snipped. Partial foreclosure is an even weaker theory of harm. Presumably this is where you come up with Sony does this all the time, including right now. The referral decision contemplates 4 partial foreclosure strategies that Microsoft could hypothetically engage in post-transaction. In particular, making Activision Blizzard content available for release on rival console gaming platforms at a later date compared to Xbox, the timed exclusivity, degrading the quality of the content available on PlayStation, making features or upgrades of Activision Blizzard games unavailable to Sony, content exclusivity, or raising the wholesale price of Activision Blizzard content on PlayStation. Any such strategies would inherently have less impact on the competitiveness of a rival than total foreclosure. Yep, they would. Indeed, as the referral decision accepts, past timed exclusivity and content exclusivity arrangements in relation to Call of Duty, which have historically benefited both Xbox and more recently, like right now, PlayStation, have never resulted in foreclosure of any rival console platform. In particular, Call of Duty has provided exclusive or timed exclusive downloadable content for either PlayStation or Xbox since Call of Duty 2 in 2005. Your Honor, CMA, regulators, we've been doing this with this franchise for 17 years, and we're still here. Yet, even in the period where these arrangements benefited PlayStation, Xbox, which already trailed PlayStation in consoles sold, was not foreclosed. As I said, we're still here. Given this evidence, the CMA appears to concede that its theory of harm, in fact, only relates to partial foreclosure strategies that remain untested. In particular, degrading the quality of Activision Blizzard content on PlayStation or raising wholesale prices. However, even in relation to these untested strategies, the referral decision fails to comply with paragraph 7.12 of the merger assessment guidelines, which states that in assessing the ability of the merged entity to foreclose rivals, the CMA will go beyond examining simply whether it could supply its inputs to them on worse terms and will consider whether it would be able to harm their competitiveness by doing so. The referral decision fails to assess the potential impact on Sony of any partial foreclosure strategy in any meaningful way, simply asserting without further explanation that these strategies could significantly impact the ability of Sony to compete. There is no evidence to support such an assertion. On the contrary, it is unclear what the referral decision means by degrading the quality of Call of Duty. For example, if the CMA means that the version of Call of Duty made available on Xbox would have additional features or functionality, then this is no different than content exclusivity, which the CMA accepts has never resulted in foreclosure. It also sounds like Xbox wants to defend, and who can blame them? Furthermore, Microsoft would have no incentive to degrade the quality of the game made available on PlayStation. In particular, the referral decision fails to properly acknowledge the fact that any partial foreclosure strategy of this nature would be extremely costly for Xbox, given the increasing importance of cross-platform play, which relies on a consistent experience across the gamer base and therefore across platforms. Sure, it requires you to have like a consistent frame rate. You can certainly imagine a world in which, the port to the PlayStation just doesn't have the same features because it's not in a strong a box as the Xbox Series X. Again, all right. I don't think this is a bad argument, but you can imagine a world in which there's a difference. The CMA suggestion that given the high number of COD players, high-quality matchmaking would continue to be possible even if cross-play were compromised is, again, a simple assertion and reflects a failure to understand the relevance and importance of cross-play, which goes well beyond improving matchmaking. See, here we have more kind of text in the footnotes. As explained above, it is implausible that Sony could be foreclosed even by losing access to Call of Duty. Accordingly, having access to Call of Duty but somehow degraded could not result in foreclosure of the market leader. Hey, if total removal doesn't kill them, partial removal doesn't kill them. In particular, such a strategy would be difficult to implement from a technical perspective because gamers on both sides of a crossplay game need to face the same landscape in order for the game to function properly. Given some gamers access to special maps or functionalities makes it difficult to deliver a game that both sides can participate in. I really think you can just talk about degradation with the graphics are worse, right? Obviously, that happens naturally with ports, and you could sneak that in if you're running the show on the ports that you make for the other console. So, I don't think this is the strongest part of Microsoft's argument. I also don't think it matters. The fact that Activision Blizzard does not allow Xbox and PC players to entirely switch off cross-platform play for Call of Duty matches on these platforms shows it is not the case that the high number of Call of Duty platforms is sufficient to allow smooth cross-platform play, that we've made a decision to not allow you to turn that off. As regards potential raising of wholesale prices, any such theory of harm would appear, contrary to the merger assessment guidelines, solely concerned with protecting the profitability of Sony, a company whose gaming business earned revenues of $24.4 billion in 2021. It is implausible that paying a higher price for Call of Duty could threaten the viability of the market leader, nor has the CMA sought to explain how it could. Yep. Now, that's what's interesting there, right, is you have a couple of options of Microsoft increasing the price of Call of Duty to Sony. Could say, no, we'd never do that. We have market standards. No way in hell would we do that. Instead, what Microsoft says is, we take some money out of their coffers. That's not going to kill them, is it? Little cheeky. Also suggests that Microsoft could, in fact, do that. And as folks have pointed out, this has gotten so public and so mean. Wouldn't surprise me if Microsoft is at least wargaming every possible concept of fighting Sony in the future. For the reasons set out above, the referral decision is wrong to conclude that Microsoft would be incentivized to withdraw in whole or in part Activision Blizzard content from Sony. However, even if it were hypothetically to do so, it is implausible that this could substantially limit the market leader's ability to compete. It is therefore not plausible that a substantial lessening of competition could arise as a result of a total or partial foreclosure of Sony. That's just a conclusion statement. They've established that throughout. Again, I think they could have an incentive to do it. I think by far the stronger argument is that it wouldn't kill Sony. Theory of harm 1B, that's subscription services, relates to Microsoft's ability and incentive to harm rival multi-game subscription services through that same kind of complete or partial withdrawal. A key benefit of the transaction for gamers lies in Xbox's plan to make Activision Blizzard content available on Game Pass on the day of the game's release, known as day-and-date access. This will offer gamers on Xbox PC, Steam Deck, Logitech, G Cloud, and other devices that support Game Pass a choice as to how they pay for this content. Does Steam Deck really support Game Pass? I guess if you do some finagling. For gamers who choose to subscribe to Game Pass, they will have access to a broader menu of games to choose from and enjoy. And then you got a footnote here. More generally, the referral decision does not present evidence to support its assertion that Microsoft could be incentivized to engage in partial foreclosure strategies, nor any consideration of the magnitude and likelihood of the costs and benefits. It's just not doing its job. Xbox has been clear that this is subject to existing contractual obligations that Activision Blizzard may have with other platforms, which will be honored. Xbox may differentiate Game Pass by including Activision Blizzard games in Game Pass whilst not making the titles available in the same manner or at the same time on other subscription services, right? So we're going to put them on Game Pass. They're not going on PlayStation Plus. So let's talk about it. It is not plausible that such a strategy could result in a substantial lessening of competition. While Xbox expects the addition of Activision Blizzard content to increase the appeal of Game Pass, it's kind of what we bought, it is not expected to snip increased subscriber numbers compared to the counterfactual and will not enable Xbox to build an unmatchable advantage in multi-game subscription services, which will in any event continue to be constrained by traditional buy-to-play and other payment models. Kind of trying to go both directions with this particular statement. So I don't know what this snipped language is. It is not expected to snip increase subscriber numbers massively, maybe, don't know. And certainly Microsoft has every incentive to claim that they wouldn't have this kind of unassailable position. But even if you look at Brazil, which allowed the deal, they very much said this is going to be a big competitive advantage for Game Pass. And I think they know it. That's what they bought. Now that's allowed if you don't cripple or otherwise cheat in the antitrust sphere. Activision Blizzard does not make its games available in any meaningful sense to any subscription services at present. It is therefore not possible that its games are an important input for subscription services since they're not there, or that they could be foreclosed by not having access to them post-transaction, which would be the case in the counterfactual, i.e. absent the acquisition. They aren't on those services. What are we talking about if we don't allow them on those services? They weren't there anyway. In any event, Sony and other multi-game subscription providers have a broad and deep library of available content and a range of options available to bolster their own services in response to Xbox improving its own offering and could not be foreclosed by not having access to Activision Blizzard content. Isn't that what competition looks like? Right? That's Satya Nadella sitting in that chair giving you a grin and a smirk and saying, we want competition. Hey, they can do things. They can put more stuff on their subscription service. If this is a separate market and they're so worried about it, Sony has the option. Sony can put God of War 2 straight on there. If they elect not to do so, that's on them. And I think that's a fair argument. As explained below, the referral decision's logic on this theory of harm is undermined by the CMA's conclusion that multi-game subscriptions constitute a separate frame of reference, distinct from the many other payment models adopted by platforms and publishers to monetize the sale of gaming content. Multi-game subscriptions are a means of payment, not a market. This is probably the most important section in this response. The referral decision fails to properly take into account of the broader industry context when considering how the transaction might impact competition in multi-game subscriptions, which represent just one of many different monetization models for gaming content. Subscription and other payment models will coexist and compete alongside each other for gamers' spend and game time for the foreseeable future. This is clear from industry reports, Microsoft's internal documents, public statements by competitors, and user data. Moreover, all market forecasts show that multi-game subscriptions will continue to account for only a modest portion of overall consumer spend on gaming for the foreseeable future, and the games made available through subscriptions will continue to also be available on a buy-to-play basis. The referral's decision suggestion that Microsoft could become a de facto gatekeeper between game publishers and gamers as a result of the transaction is therefore incorrect. I thought that might go stronger with that. Is out of its mind. Game publishers have and will continue to have multiple avenues by which to deliver their content to gamers, and gamers have and will continue to have numerous channels through which to access their favorite games, right? That's why it's important. It's not a market. If there are legitimate substitutes, if Microsoft tried any funny business with Game Pass in general, you can hop off of it. If Game Pass goes to, you can only play this game for 5 hours and it's $70 a month, you can go and buy the game. You can go and do something else. They are pure substitutes for gaming time and gaming expenditure, what they call spend here. And Microsoft is absolutely in the right on this definition. The CMA needs it to be a separate market in order to make the primary case that they are trying to make. The referral decision finds on a cautious basis, making fun of the CMA here, that it is appropriate to consider a separate frame of reference for multi-game subscription services. Microsoft strongly disagrees with this approach. Subscription services cannot be considered as a separate market since they are merely an alternative pricing model for the exact same content. Multi-game subscription services do not offer gamers any content that cannot be found on a buy-to-play basis. Every game in Game Pass is also separately available for purchase. The only difference is that subscribers have access to a wider catalog of games at a lower price than if they were to purchase each game individually, albeit only so long as they maintain their subscription, and that the game stays available through the subscription. Right? We've all seen games leave. The referral decision acknowledges evidence of direct competition between buy-to-play games and multi-game subscription services, but fails to draw the correct conclusions from it. It then ignores them. In any event, like Microsoft is at the coffee shop explaining, the referral's decision characterization of Game Pass as a strong incumbent in this area is not consistent with market reality. Subscription pricing models have seen limited adoption by consumers, and Xbox, like all other providers, faces significant headwinds. A range of industry players have introduced some version of a multi-game subscription service, including Sony, Nintendo, Amazon Meta, Apple, Electronic Arts, and Ubisoft, with significant differentiation between each business model in terms of the type of content, pricing, and technical features. It is difficult to comprehend how the CMA has reached a conclusion that Game Pass has incumbency in such a fast-evolving space. Okay, intuitively, I think Game Pass is the clear market leader and incumbent in subscription services, or pay $15 a month to get a library of 150 games. Game Pass was launched in 2017 and has grown gradually over the last 5 years, reaching 25 million subscribers by January of 2022. You think the snip missed here? Reaching more than 25 million subscribers, maybe? Snip. As a proportion of total revenues from the digital distribution of gaming content, Game Pass accounted for less than snip percentage, and snip in the UK. On a global basis, Xbox has a smaller share of supply in the segment by value than Sony at this percentage versus 38.2% from where? FMN table 32. As Game Pass offers the same service and catalog of content globally, a UK frame of reference is not relevant. I don't think that's right, Microsoft. It makes no sense to characterize Game Pass as a strong incumbent in these circumstances, and as set out below, Sony has by far the largest subscriber base of any multi-game subscription service. Sony engages in conduct today which is reflective of its market power in multi-game subscriptions, including charging a significant pricing premium for its subscription services without fear of losing share in either subscriptions or consoles. Well, Microsoft, we're getting a little far afield here, right? You spent your early paragraph saying that these are way too different to compare. And then you say they charge a premium, which it wouldn't seem as something that you could say about services that don't compare. And I'm wondering where you're getting your notion that Sony is bigger than Game Pass. I really would love to know that, because I think one of the problems that happens with what we're doing in comparing these numbers is that obviously both sides are incentivized to do various wacky things with their numbers, but also Sony's PlayStation Plus combination thing is confusing, right? I'm a PlayStation Plus Essential subscriber. I hate all the names that Sony has given to all their PlayStation Plus brands. And I don't know whether that would be counted as part of their game subscription service by way of the how they've organized PlayStation Plus as a concept. Certainly, you do get those free games every month, but it's not the same kind of thing as Game Pass, where you play the things that are in the library when they're in the library, and it goes away if you lose your subscription or they leave the library. The PlayStation Plus games, like the Xbox Gold games, although I think you get those forever, are given to you. You have them for as long as you maintain your subscription. There's no library. There's nothing going in and out. So this is where I fear you can be snowed in either direction if you're a regulator, right? If you're a regulator, you're looking at 1,000 different industries for 1,000 different deals. And here comes the gaming industry, and Xbox says, oh, PlayStation Plus and Game Pass and Xbox Live and Xbox Live Gold. Let's talk about all these things. And it gets very, very confusing because these two particular market incumbents aren't terribly great at saying what they're talking about with these percentages. So I'd be very curious here. Intuitively, I think Game Pass, as for what it is, monthly subscription, library, things go in and out, Netflix essentially, is very different from everybody else's offerings, certainly Nintendo and like their expansion pass and whatnot. And would have been different from Sony's offerings until this summer, where they kind of went for a Game Pass model with their PlayStation Plus. It should also be recognized that Game Pass's position today reflects the fact that it was Xbox that sought to pioneer this innovative payment model. So they got credit for this in Brazil. They want credit for it in the UK. As the smallest console provider, consistently lagging behind its competitors by some margin, we are sad sacks, it has the least to lose from offering alternative pricing models to the traditional buy-to-play model. However, this does not mean that competitors are or will be unable to rival Game Pass following the transaction, as explained below. Activision Blizzard doesn't put its stuff in subscription services. With regard to the importance of Activision Blizzard content for multi-game subscription services, Activision Blizzard currently only makes limited back catalog titles available on subscription and only on a limited time period basis. Activision Blizzard has never made a new release available on a subscription service, and Call of Duty has never been extensively available on any subscription service. A limited number of past releases have been made available for very short periods on Sony's services. The revenue accrued by Activision Blizzard for making its games available is snip. Such content cannot therefore be considered an important input for existing or potential multi-game subscription providers, and the referral decision assertion on which theory of harm 1B depends that Activision's content would likely be available on these services in the future, in which case it would be expected to be as important as it is to consoles today on a buy-to-play basis, is unsupported by the facts. You're a liar. Accordingly, the only counterfactual available to the CMA is the prevailing conditions in which Activision Blizzard content is not available via subscription services. Against this counterfactual, it is not credible to maintain any theory of harm based on the unavailability of Activision Blizzard content to rival platforms to Game Pass, since that is already the case today. I think it's clever. I think it is something that rings true at least a little bit when you start out. But obviously, the other portion of this is that Activision isn't on Game Pass today. So you can compare the post-merger transaction world with the counterfactual and say it is entirely different that Activision is on Game Pass and not on anything else than that it's not on anything else at all. Again, I think the CMA presents its argument wrong. I do not think they presented an adequate argument that Activision would ever go on subscription services absent the deal. So you can make that claim, but the counterfactual is about describing the post-merger agreement against what wouldn't happen without a merger, and there is some leeway there for the CMA. There is no prospect of foreclosing rival providers of multi-game subscriptions. Given that Activision Blizzard does not make its most valuable content available via multi-game subscriptions, even if such content were made available on Game Pass post-transaction, but not on other multi-game subscriptions in the same manner or time, this would not foreclose rivals. As set out above, the merged entity will not have market power in the upstream gaming publishing market, and there will be a range of alternative content available to build a viable multi-game subscription service. Activision Blizzard's reluctance to make its content available through multi-game subscription services has not deterred several companies from launching subscription services in recent years. This is the Nintendo argument, right? Hey, Activision never offered anything for subscription services, and you still went for it. But again, the argument isn't this. The argument is that, okay, but now they are on yours. And does that give you a kind of key to the kingdom, an unmatchable nuclear power in your subscription service? And while I don't think that it does, this isn't responsive to that particular claim. In particular, Sony has already responded to competition from Game Pass by launching a new PlayStation Plus offering in 2022. The premium tier of this service includes the ability to stream certain games from the cloud to PlayStation consoles. The first and third-party Sony titles included in the premium tier will include successful hits that are exclusive to PlayStation. We know these. Even before the launch of the new tiers, PS Plus had reached 50 million members, almost double the number of subscribers to Game Pass. So this is what I'm saying in terms of playing games here, right? PlayStation Plus was not an analogous service to Game Pass before the summer. So you want to come in here and say it's double the number of subscribers to Game Pass. We have to start talking about Xbox Gold. We have to start talking about the other ways that these things are configured, because PlayStation Plus before this summer was the way to play multiplayer games on the PlayStation. That's what it did. And so if we are dividing this market into subscription service game things, then this isn't a good analog and wasn't a member of that market until the summer, which again, much like Sony raising its prices, Sony changing PlayStation Plus this summer kind of is self-defeating for the arguments that it otherwise wants to raise in this Activision deal. It's a weird thing that they've done all year. The competitive dynamic benefits gamers and is only likely to accelerate post-transaction. For example, Sony has the ability to respond competitively to Xbox, adding new content to Game Pass by including more of its exclusive content into PS Plus and or making its newer content available in PS Plus, which to date it has declined to do despite charging a higher monthly subscription fee than Game Pass, which again combines the multiplayer. And I'm not going to defend Sony on this stuff, but there's a lot of games that you can play with this particular numbering. No anti-competitive effect. For the reasons set out above, it is not plausible that the transaction could give rise to a substantial lessening of competition in relation to multi-game subscription services. The referral decision appears to be premised on an underlying concern that the growth of multi-game subscription services is somehow bad for gamers. I wouldn't go that far. It fails to recognize that these services offer gamers greater choice and introduce greater competition against the traditional buy-to-play model. Again, I think this is the wrong avenue attack from Microsoft. I think CMA, regardless of the evidentiary backing, which I think is missing, and Microsoft makes great points, is at least looking at the subscription service model as a market desiring of protection. So that is in of itself a position that says it's a value, that we don't want it to be dominated by one particular competitor. And so that is because we think competition in the product service offering is a good. So I think Microsoft goes too far here. It imputes things, it mind reads. I never like that in these kinds of documents, and I wouldn't have said this. The transaction will actually bring specific benefits to gamers by allowing Microsoft to place Activision Blizzard's games available on Game Pass on day and date of release, which would not occur otherwise. The referral decision ignores this actual immediate merger-specific benefit and instead focuses on speculative harm caused by a hypothetical withholding of an asset that is not even available as an input in the market today. I think that's a much stronger paragraph than 419. Finally, we conclude here at the end of all things, Mr. Frodo, with theory of harm 2. No prospect of a substantial lessening of competition through foreclosure of cloud gaming services by far the weakest part of the CMA's document. In a novel theory of harm, unsupported by citations to legal precedent or economic literature, the CMA alleges that A, cloud gaming is nascent and rapidly developing that is expected to grow significantly. B, Microsoft has an advantage over its rivals due to its multi-product ecosystem, including a leading cloud platform and PCOS. And C, Microsoft could leverage this ecosystem together with Activision Blizzard's gaming content to strengthen network effects, raise barriers to entry, and foreclose rivals in cloud gaming services as a market. Like theories of harm 1A and 1B, this theory focuses on the concerns of competitors rather than consumers. In particular, the referral decision references high-level concerns raised by Sony and other competitors regarding Microsoft's alleged advantages due to its cloud and OS assets. The alleged benefits are based on a misunderstanding of the technology underpinning Microsoft's own cloud gaming service and do not exist. It's pretty killer. The referral decision fails to recognize that the transaction aims to facilitate the adoption of innovative services, including cloud gaming, for which there is currently no proven consumer demand. As the CMA recognized in its mobile ecosystem market study, it's like bringing up their book report from last month, cloud gaming would, if adopted by consumers, have the potential to deliver benefits to gamers and developers. The benefits which the CMA recognized in the mobile ecosystem market study are notable for their omission in the referral decision. Ooh, you're slanting the playing field, says Microsoft. Theory of harm 2 is novel and without precedent. It's a novel theory of harm without precedent. Neither the merger assessment guidelines nor previous CMA decisions refer to a multi-product ecosystem theory of harm. The CMA cites no economic literature in support of its theory, referring only in passing to the Furman report, which notes that large digital companies have also used acquisitions to develop strong ecosystems across multiple layers of value chains in order to cement their position in their main market, though this is not to say that every acquisition should be viewed from this perspective. Not the strongest quote, but fair. Furman goes on to state that most acquisitions made by digital companies are likely to be benign or beneficial to consumers due to efficiencies and the potential for innovative products and services to be brought more quickly to market. However, a minority of acquisitions are likely to have been anti-competitive. That's a much stronger quote. Most of these kinds of things are going to be efficient for the consumer, which is certainly, even while the CMA is reciting what Microsoft is doing, the overall thrust of what comes out of the description of this acquisition. Sure sounds like it's good for consumers. In articulating its novel multi-product ecosystem theory of harm, the CMA fails to reflect Furman's conclusion that most acquisitions by digital companies are not anti-competitive. Instead, the CMA's articulation is so broad that most acquisitions by digital companies, whatever their position in the relevant market, would be caught. A theory of harm that equates size in a particular sector with market power discriminates against digital mergers. If adopted in phase 2, the multi-product ecosystem theory of harm would represent a significant lowering of the intervention threshold in digital mergers by the back door, contrary to government policy. While the legislative proposals for the Digital Markets Unit have not been finalized, Microsoft notes the government's conclusion that the Phase 2 merger intervention threshold should remain the same for digital mergers on the basis that the government does not believe there is sufficient evidence to take forward these changes at this time. So UK has expressly rejected lowering the threshold for digital mergers. Cloud gaming is new. It's unproven. It allows gamers to stream games over the internet. This is a new and immature technology, but the CMA has recognized faces significant challenges, particularly on mobile devices. Users may be unaware of the choices available to them or find it difficult to access a provider's services since web apps are not currently discoverable on or distributed by the App Store, which is how users are accustomed to discovering apps. In considering theory of harm number 2, the CMA must recognize that cloud gaming currently accounts for a de minimis proportion of consumer spend on gaming, just snip percent in 2021. While this may grow, particularly on mobile devices, adoption is not expected to be rapid as it requires a significant change in consumer behavior. Research published by the CMA shows that both worldwide and in the UK, where cloud gaming app users had a choice between a provider's native or web app on Android, around 99% of users chose the native app, with 1% using either the web app or a combination of the web and native app. Microsoft and many industry experts expect that gamers on PC and console will continue to download the vast majority of the games that they play. The referral decision finds a separate product market for cloud gaming services. However, such services do not provide different gaming content to what is available to download. Rather than a distinct product or market, cloud gaming represents a feature, which provides an alternative way for gamers to access content that is not tied to a specific device. It should not be considered separately from the other ways of accessing and playing games, at least on console and PC. Gamers choose a gaming experience based on whether it provides enjoyment at an attractive price point. Gamers are not motivated by the location of the content or means of delivery, whether they are using computing power locally or in the cloud. Rather, gamers care about subject matter, storylines, graphical performance, speed, loading times and latencies, mechanics, game selection, and game cost, and that is true across all gaming scenarios, streaming being no exception. Streaming services therefore need to compete effectively with downloadable gaming options across these metrics if they are to grow. The referral decision rejects Microsoft's views on the basis that they fail to recognize the impact of cloud gaming services on demand for consoles, PCs, and games, arguing that cloud gaming services can be seen as an alternative for gamers to owning a console or PC. This vastly overstates the relevance and importance of cloud gaming services in the gaming space at present and over the medium term. Microsoft agrees that in future, cloud gaming services may mean that hardware distinctions will become less important. However, the reality is that today, cloud gaming remains in its infancy and unproven as a consumer proposition. We don't know that there's even a market here. Evidence from Microsoft's internal documents, data, and third-party reports shows that cloud gaming services are not relevant in any meaningful way to gamers' demand for consoles, PCs, and games, nor is this expected to change in the next few years. No evidence is presented in the decision to suggest otherwise. Cloud gaming will lower barriers to entry and network effects, right? This is a good argument. You're so worried about network effects, and then you say we're going to get device agnostic. Shouldn't that make a strong case for allowing deals like this one? In applying its novel multi-product ecosystem theory of harm, the CMA fails to consider that the transaction is aimed at bringing innovative services more quickly to market. The CMA does not cite or appear to have considered the work of its own mobile ecosystem market study, which recognizes that cloud gaming could provide benefits to consumers and developers, as well as increasing the level of competition between operating systems. The CMA also fails to recognize that by promoting cloud gaming, the transaction would lower barriers to entry and network effects. The referral decision states that cloud gaming means that gamers can access games that were previously available only on console through a wider range of less powerful devices, and that cloud gaming services could be attractive to a different pool of customers. However, as cloud gaming is effectively device agnostic and does not require investment in hardware, gamers can easily switch and multi-home across services regardless of the device they choose to play on. There is substantial evidence from video streaming that consumers multi-home and subscribe to many services at the same time, thereby reducing the importance of network effects as smaller platforms can still attract content creators and barriers to entry as users are not captive. Data published by Ofcom confirms that multi-homing is widespread among subscription video on-demand users, with 13.2 million UK households subscribing to 2 or more video on-demand services and 5.2 million households subscribing to Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, and Disney+. As noted in the economic literature on multi-product ecosystems in general, the more multi-homing users there are, the easier it will be for multiple platforms to coexist in a market, and the less tippy the market will be. This is particularly the case for gaming, as evidenced by the economics and business literature. By promoting the take-up of cloud gaming, the transaction will make it easier for gamers to multi-home and lower barriers to entry and network effects to the benefit of all competition and consumers. Again, I don't know how much it makes sense to say cloud gaming may or may not be viable. Cloud gaming doesn't really exist right now, but it also might prevent all the problems that you have. It's worth a couple of paragraphs, so I don't begrudge Microsoft that. But I don't think we're anywhere near being able to make any assertions about how cloud gaming apps or uses will actually impact market and market behavior, which I think is the strongest point Microsoft makes. It's way too early. You guys should not be getting involved in this. We have no idea whether anybody's going to make money on it. We have no idea how it's going to shake out. So you using a theory of harm that's based on the fact that we have servers somewhere is ridiculous. That's the strongest stuff. Now, the lawyers get paid to add some of this stuff. I just don't think it's as strong as the others. No existing or prospective advantage for Microsoft in cloud gaming owing to its cloud and OS assets. Theory of harm number 2 postulates that Microsoft has an existing advantage in providing cloud gaming services due to its Azure and its OS. The CMA is, however, incorrect to assert as its starting position that Microsoft's multi-product ecosystem already places it in a much stronger position than rivals. As acknowledged in the referral decision, Microsoft's xCloud service is provided on dedicated Xbox consoles located in Microsoft data centers, streaming console games on the Xbox operating system, rather than servers running Azure and streaming Windows PC games. The CMA nevertheless considers that because Microsoft has considered migrating its cloud gaming service to Azure, it may have a significant advantage over rivals without a cloud platform. Snip, 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 snip. Moreover, while the CMA asserts that Microsoft may have a significant advantage over rivals without a leading OS owing to its ability to promote its gaming services through Windows OS, this is not supported by the evidence. The evidence cited in the referral decision clearly demonstrates that promotional strategies are not effective customer acquisition tools. These must, moreover, be considered in context, and the equivalent promotional strategy available to cloud gaming rivals such as Amazon, which owns Twitch, the leading game streaming site, as well as Amazon Prime, Google, which owns YouTube and the Google Play Store. Hey, viewers on YouTube, as well as a leading digital advertising business, Sony, which has a multi-product entertainment ecosystem, including Sony Pictures and Sony Music, and Meta, which owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Giphy, or did, as well as a leading digital advertising business. These social media and entertainment-related services are more suited to promoting a mature-rated game such as Call of Duty than Windows, which is used across a broad range of enterprise, school, government, and domestic settings. Actually, I could totally see the little Windows button just having like a Modern Warfare ad in the corner, but hey. The emergence of several cloud gaming providers that do not rely on Microsoft's multi-product ecosystem demonstrates that Microsoft does not have the ability to foreclose competition, as explained in more detail below. As set out in sections 3 and 4 above, it is not credible that the merged entity could foreclose rivals in console and multi-game subscription services through total or partial foreclosure of Activision content. The same is true of rival cloud gaming services, many but not all of which are also providers of multi-game subscriptions. The referral decision does not specify how the merged entity could target cloud gaming rivals with foreclosure strategies, instead referring to its analysis under theory of harm 1, right? We called them out on this however many hours ago. We said, well, that isn't actually useful. I was always wondering exactly what a regulator would do or say about the cloud gaming side of things if they chose to go that direction, and they just kind of threw their hands up. It's the same as everything else. They got a lot of servers. Look out for them. Industry analysts have noted that Activision Blizzard has sat out cloud developments. As such, Activision Blizzard content cannot be considered an important input which would drive cloud-based gaming streaming developments absent the transaction, nor could any decision by Microsoft not to make Activision Blizzard content available to rival cloud gaming services have a foreclosure effect. Indeed, Activision Blizzard's reluctance to make its content available through cloud gaming services has not deterred several companies from launching cloud gaming services in recent years. Furthermore, as noted above, there's a vast array of gaming content potentially available to cloud gaming providers to build viable catalogs. As the CMA notes, cloud gaming technology will become feasible for most game titles in the foreseeable future. The referral decision presents no evidence to suggest that such providers could be foreclosed due to a lack of available streaming content. No ability or incentive to foreclose access to cloud infrastructure to cloud gaming rivals. They might not have an ability, incentive, I don't know, if they could. The referral decision alleges that Microsoft could raise rivals' costs by denying access to Microsoft's Azure cloud platform or offering Azure services on worse terms. This assertion does not reflect the market reality that if Microsoft sought to raise prices or technically degrade cloud infrastructure to cloud gaming companies, it would just push these customers to procure elsewhere. Amazon and Google, along with Alibaba, Huawei, IBM, Oracle, Tencent, NVIDIA, and many others have made large investments in cloud infrastructure and compete head-to-head as they seek to reduce costs through increased utilization. We are fighting other giants here. Workloads like cloud gaming rely on infrastructure as a service to provide cloud gaming streaming services to end users. Providers deploy virtual machines running on powerful graphical processing units with fast data transmission capability to ensure the complicated graphics, low latency, and high bandwidth that games require. All major IaaS providers have the capability to design and offer VMs to meet these needs. All providers use the same commodity hardware from third-party suppliers, for example, AMD and NVIDIA, and the prices for virtual machines running Windows in the cloud are similar on a cost-per-hour basis across major cloud providers. Moreover, customers regularly multi-home by procuring services from 2 or more service providers. Microsoft's commercial incentives, like any cloud provider, are to drive workload volumes on Azure to achieve economies of scale and scope and reduce costs. Azure's pricing structures in line with industry practice are not end-use specific. Microsoft's entire corporate focus is on the opportunity to drive down the cost of cloud services overall, to attract more customers to those services, which will be undermined by pursuing any discriminatory strategy aimed at indirectly favoring Microsoft's own cloud gaming service. Any such strategy would be highly unlikely to be successful, particularly in the presence of credible cloud infrastructure alternatives, which Microsoft's cloud gaming rivals could turn to while putting at risk billions of dollars of revenue from Microsoft's wider cloud computing businesses. We aren't going to scrap our enterprise for Activision and Call of Duty. You're going to have to make that case a wee bit stronger, CMA. I can't disagree with Microsoft's stance on that. No ability or incentive to disadvantage cloud gaming rivals through Windows licensing policies. The referral decision further alleges that Microsoft could foreclose rivals through denying access to a Windows license or offering it on worse terms. This is incorrect. Microsoft's extensive and well-established licensing program for Windows does not alter Windows license terms based on end use case, and Microsoft could not effectively target cloud gaming rivals. Windows Server is primarily licensed to cloud computing providers under the Service Provider License Agreement, the SPLA. These licenses are available to a wide variety of providers across many industries and sectors, including data center providers, telecom operators, media streaming services, and many others. Microsoft does not alter its pricing based on the type of use case a service provider serves to its end customers. Indeed, companies which license Windows Server from Microsoft are not required to inform Microsoft of the services which they are offering using the licensed software, meaning Microsoft has no way of selectively charging more for cloud gaming use. Furthermore, even if Microsoft were hypothetically to attempt to target rival cloud gaming companies, they could, in any event, get access to Windows Server from other cloud providers. In particular, cloud service providers such as Amazon and GCP use SPLA licensing for a wide variety of workloads to serve end-user customers across many industries. Microsoft has no way of selectively charging those customers more for cloud gaming end uses. Service providers focused exclusively on cloud gaming can therefore build those services on the infrastructure of other SPLA licensees like Amazon, GCP, and others to obtain access to Windows Server. The referral decision also notes concerns raised by one cloud gaming provider that the Windows client version of OS is superior to the Windows Server version for gaming. This is incorrect. Windows Client OS, SNP. In particular, Windows Client contains hundreds of services for client computing, such as the desktop graphical user interface, browser, virtual assistant, and timeline features that consume significant resources and are unnecessary for cloud gaming. By contrast, Windows Server is purpose-built to serve multi-user cloud workloads in virtualized environments. Claims that Windows Client is required are therefore misleading. In any event, as noted above, SNP. Not the most useful paragraph for an outside observer. Finally, there are a number of established and emerging technologies for games to be built on Windows OS alternatives, such as Linux. Compatibility tools, including Proton, Wine, and Vulkan, have proven commercially viable for eliminating porting costs to Linux for top PC games, eliminating the need for cloud gaming providers to license Windows at all. The top Windows-based PC games are already widely available through Proton. Valve, which owns Steam, the leading distributor of PC games, has been a long-standing supporter of Linux adoption, having integrated Proton into the Steam client to allow gamers to play Windows games on Linux devices. Valve's successful new Steam Deck console, launched in 2022, has a Linux operating system and uses Proton to make Windows PC games available on the device. As such, Microsoft has no ability to foreclose cloud gaming rivals by denying access to Windows OS license, given the alternatives available to them to run a Windows OS or alternative operating systems to support their streaming services. It equally has no incentive to compromise its sophisticated Windows OS licensing system in a vain attempt to foreclose a nascent cloud gaming segment. Like I said, the CMA on the cloud gaming stuff is deserving of absolute obliteration. For the reasons set out above, it is not plausible that the transaction could give rise to a substantial lessening of competition in relation to cloud gaming services. The referral decision fails to articulate how Microsoft could meaningfully raise its rivals' costs, or how its incentives to do so could change as a result of the transaction. Moreover, the CMA wrongfully ignores the benefits that cloud gaming has the potential to deliver to gamers by lowering barriers to entry and network effects and expanding access to content previously available only on consoles and high-end PCs. The referral decision also raises a concern that if Microsoft were to acquire significant market power in cloud gaming, it could become a de facto gatekeeper. As explained above, this is patently incorrect. Cloud gaming services will coexist alongside and compete with other forms of access to the same gaming content for the foreseeable future, and game publishers will therefore have multiple avenues by which to deliver their content to gamers. Conclusion. Microsoft has engaged constructively with the CMA throughout pre-notification and the Phase 1 process. Microsoft was disappointed that it was not offered the opportunity to explain these points to the CMA in detail prior to the Phase 1 issues meeting and supplementary issues meeting, despite several requests to provide teach-in sessions for the benefit of the case team. Microsoft looks forward to engaging with the panel through the Phase 2 process to explain the benefits that the transaction will bring to gamers, developers, and the gaming industry more broadly. Now, that's an interesting point here. Microsoft is effectively saying we offered to talk to you about the specifics here more fulsomely in teach-in sessions to actually talk about what this technology does, and that was rejected. The scheduling didn't work. We don't know exactly the story there. For the reasons set out in this response, the theories of harm and evidence presented in the referral decision do not provide any plausible basis on which it could be found that the transaction will give rise to a substantial lessening of competition. Certainly, the CMA cannot find that this would be the case to the requisite standard at Phase 2. Now, again, I think Microsoft throughout this document, we did finish it, folks. We got through 100, however many pages of these kinds of comments. I do think Microsoft probably pushes a little bit too hard on what is a probable cause standard at the Phase 1 level. But I think the way that the CMA treated their Phase 1 report is kind of indicative of how the CMA is thinking about this, and Microsoft wanted to try to nip it in the bud as much as possible. So you get the CMA kind of going a little bit far in what they have to say, and you get Microsoft going a little bit far in defending themselves from what the CMA has to say. And that's what we've got on that. We're at 6 hours and 23 minutes. We're going to hit some super chats. If you've got any other questions, if you've got any other comments, if you've seen other tweets, if you've seen other articles, now is the time. Because for the most part, if you tweet at me, I'm going to just direct you to the 6-hour stream, and I will try to put chapters in or make things available probably tomorrow because I have to get ready for, what is it, already 9:30 here on the East Coast. We're going to have to get ready for Hangouts and Headlines tomorrow. But let me know. We're going to cover these super chats. Leave it in capitalized questions. Leave it in a super chat here, and we will go from there. Andy B. Drumming. Shouldn't they make this a bigger deal rather than just a footnote? The inability to place Call of Duty titles on Game Pass for a number of years. Okay, so that was one of the footnotes that people had asked questions about. Again, I said this before, but what Sony has done with their marketing deal makes all the sense in the world to me. That is exactly what I would have recommended were I in the shoes of Sony paying millions of dollars for marketing rights and to try to sell their hardware and those games on their system. To say, no, you can't put it on the free service that somebody else has, the no additional cost service, because that is going to eviscerate the value of our marketing. You can think however you want about Game Pass and Sony's relationship to Microsoft and things like that, but its existence in that kind of sphere of a subscription service would obliterate the reason we are purchasing whatever it is we're purchasing from you, the marketing combinations, all the things that go together with an exclusive marketing arrangement. So I just don't think it's that important. That contractual commitments prevent it from being on Game Pass, and we're going to honor those. It's fine for Microsoft to honor those. It doesn't really change anything. From the CMA's perspective, if we give them the benefit of the doubt, what you would say is the contract doesn't matter, right? We're worried about the future, not just what you agree to a contract right now, nor does Sony have to be obligated to agree to your contract terms in order to get the benefits of antitrust law. So I actually think footnote is probably proper for it. It doesn't really drive any of the considerations that the CMA had or that Microsoft had in response. Roketsu86, wowzers, you weren't kidding about this being a super virtual legality. You started on my lunch break and now I'm home eating dinner. Jimmy John's, for those wondering, gonna have a lot of video on demand for my commute. Yes, I wanted to get through this all. I felt you all deserved it. You all have been great supporters of virtual legality for a very long time. And a lot of you were asking questions, and I feel like that's a blessing that you guys are interested in my thoughts on these, and I could do my very best to get out all my thoughts that I could on this stuff. So yeah, 6.5 hours, 550 viewers still in here. I don't think we've gone below 500 on this stream. That's very cool. Riketsu86, shout out to Boom and Young in chat for pointing out this stream is longer than Infinity War and Endgame put together. That's right. We're the Avengers of Law here, or at least an Avenger. Don't know which Avenger I would be. You can leave your comments below as to who that would be. If you made it this far, if you did make it this far, probably you don't hate it. Leave a like if you haven't already. I often forget when I'm watching streams that I enjoy. Question, do you think Microsoft trying to put Game Pass on PlayStation is a good move, and was it right for Sony to veto that? It is 1,000% okay for Sony to say, no, we're not going to funnel money to our competitive rival in this industry. I think Microsoft saying, well, they blocked it is a little bit cheeky, right? No reasonable person would expect Sony to put it on their service. And it doesn't foreclose, since that's the word of the day, Sony from saying there's an antitrust problem. Do I think there's an antitrust problem here? No, I don't. But I also don't think if there were an antitrust problem and a different kind of deal or combination or different kinds of PR that one or more rivals will be putting out there, that you have to accept the existence of your rival's product on your platform in order to avail yourselves of the protections of antitrust law. That cannot be the mandate that we have interpreting that in the UK, in the US, in the EU, or anywhere else. So it's cheeky of Microsoft. I get why it's in there. It's for console warriors. It's for coverage in journalistic outlets. It doesn't change absolutely anything from a legal perspective in my mind. So thank you for the question. Post up, you have been coded, sir. I don't know what that means, but I really appreciate the super chat and the support of the channel. Midnight Dreary with a $3 super sticker. I really appreciate it, Midnight Dreary. I appreciate you all. Thanks for being here. Sorry I didn't see this till the end. Replay crew it will be. Hey, that is all right. That is more than all right. I mean, goated. Yeah, coded is different. I was like, what? I don't know. Maybe that's cool. Maybe that's what the kids say. I have no idea. Kevin, hey, Sony loves Game Pass, Hoeg. After all, Sony put their own game on Game Pass with the Major League Baseball game. That's one of those funny stories, right? That's clearly a stipulation from the third-party licensor. That's clearly Major League Baseball saying it has to go on there. But it is still funny. Andy, question, where do you think the FTC is at this stage? They're evaluating phase 2. I think we have heard rumors that they are planning to do a kind of formal conclusory evaluation in November. They aren't bound by that. So that might be the case. They might wait out some of this stuff. But if the FTC comes to a conclusion that is either allow the deal to go through, just let the timer go, or is we're going to have to talk about concessions, we would not expect to hear that. That is not what the FTC does. That's not what the United States version of this looks like, is they don't publish this. They don't highlight this. If they come to an impasse and they have to sue over something, or Microsoft sues them, you might see some stuff in public. You saw this with Amazon's purchase of MGM. But outside of that, you would not expect to hear much about this process until either the deal is closed, or there is a consent decree, there are concessions that are put forth, or somebody sues somebody else. And my God, if there's a FTC lawsuit over this deal, we're going to be online forever. We're going to have videos till the cows come home, because that will be nuts. I think I skipped one. Nicholas Knight, can MS consider Logitech G Cloud and Steam Deck as competitors? Well, I think they're competitors, kind of. Steam Deck runs native. Logitech G Cloud runs cloud. They're portable game systems. I think they're competitors. Why? I don't know what the question kind of lands at there, but they could be deemed competitors depending on the context. What is your percentage of the deal going through now? Any changes? Yeah, I'm gonna reduce it to 60. I'm going to reduce my prognostication here to 60-40, and it's not because the law changed, and it's not because the structure's changed. I still think, if I'm king of the universe, this deal goes through 100% of the time. I don't see the potential problems that the CMA articulates, but I think we have to take into account that the CMA is acting very aggressively, that there does not appear to be a check on most of the logic that they use from their competition tribunal, if the Giffey decision is any kind of indication. And in that particular environment, it's possible that the UK could try to be, a stick in the mud. Now, still 60-40, maybe 65. Maybe we'll do 65-35. We'll reduce it by 5%. Because I think Microsoft has the better part of it. I think Microsoft is more convincing than the CMA in these documents. But we do have to reserve that 35% for just raw illogic. And we have to reserve it for a jurisdiction that just decides that this is going to be fine. This is the way we're going to go, and we're going to be a stick in the mud. So we're going to go from 70-30 to 65-35. That's not right. That's not how math works. 70-30 to 65-35. Yeah, it does. That is how math works. It's late. Don't trust on lawyer math, folks. Sony Nakamura, question. The real deal, I think, is king. Do you think Microsoft is going to push Apple to open its ecosystem for Game Pass? Absolutely. I think Microsoft is all in on Team Coalition for App Fairness and Epic and seeing if they can break down the walls of the mobile ecosystem. Now, I do think that could rebound against them and their Xbox entirely. I don't know that they care because Game Pass is their moneymaker. Question, wouldn't Ubisoft and EA Play being on PlayStation give credence to Xbox asking for Game Pass to be on the platform as well? No, Electronic Arts and Ubisoft are publishers. They are not hardware producers. They aren't in the same market that we'd be concerned about, right? We saw game consoles. We don't see a lot of producing, publication, development arguments in any of these documents because it's so self-evident that Microsoft wouldn't take a market position in that. That's what those publisher relationships look like with respect to Sony. It's very, very different with respect to Xbox. It would be very, very different with respect to Nintendo, 100%. One Bad Mother, longest podcast I've ever listened to 100% to. Yes. Great stuff today, Hoeg. I also listened to 100% of it, but kind of a mandate. I'm here. Michael Mooney, one thing Microsoft could remind the CMA of is that VHS versus Betamax and Blu-ray versus HD DVD wars. I think everybody involved in this from a government perspective needs to be reminded that technology is very difficult to get your hands around and that you should be very cautious about assuming that the future is anything like what you think it is, even 3 years down the line, let alone 10. And so I do think regulators, which are doing their jobs, are trying to protect competition, mostly. We can have our arguments with the CMA and whatnot, are going to want to look at these things very closely, especially at the $70 billion level, but got to be really, really careful with technology. Because what works one day doesn't work the next, and suddenly you're enforcing regulatory antitrust concerns over the equivalent of MySpace, and you're looking around saying, what in the world even happened by the time you get your decision done? Question. Could the CMA cite Sony's financial data as being commercially sensitive as to why it was not disclosed? Yes, that was the purpose of not disclosing it. Thoughts on that if it was the reason? Yes, that's okay, but we have the Meta Giffey context in front of us from this year, which says you still have the right to essentially confront your accuser, right? It's not quite a criminal case, but they can't just hide everything that they might otherwise be basing their decision on. So it is the kind of thing that I think is challengeable, and Microsoft certainly hints at the fact that they might challenge it, since it sounds like you're adopting Sony's positions on these things. Question, where are the other jurisdictions on this deal outside of the US, EU, and UK? It's basically anywhere that Microsoft sells into. So we've seen Brazil comment. We know New Zealand. We know Australia. China is mentioned in their SEC documents. It's everywhere. I mean, it's anywhere that they would sell into, but most regulatory bodies are not going to be this public. They're not going to try to make a show out of it. And most of the smaller jurisdictions, not the ones that are named here, EU, US, UK, China, are mostly just going to go along to get along. In general, historically. I can't make any promises, of course, but in general, they're going to go along to get along. Kevin says the CMA is puffing up so that they can say we matter now that they are not a part of the EU. That is all this is about. I don't know. It's certainly got a political, we're protecting you, platform, look out kind of situation to it, but I don't know. Here's everybody commenting on lawyer math. Yes, as I can't put 65 and 35 together. Always a tricky situation. Better Call Saul. I don't know why you're referencing it, but I love that show. Good reference. That's not how math works. Hoeg, 2022. Indeed. Question. Don't you think all of these MS arguments only hold until the next generation of consoles? Microsoft could be able to say you have to buy our new hardware when we get it to the PS6 era in order to play Call of Duty. Yeah, absolutely, they could say that. But I don't reject the notion that they have an incentive to make their stuff exclusive. In fact, I think that that's the weakest part of their defense. I reject the notion that a console can't survive without Call of Duty. I don't think that's tenable. I think that's some of the strongest things they say in their response, which is like, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Nintendo exists. We can't just say, oh, Nintendo doesn't count because they successfully competed around the status quo. That's the point. So yes, I think Xbox could absolutely have a long tail plan to remove this stuff and exclusivize it. But is that a guarantee? No. Also, since Microsoft is playing a repeating game here and wants to do more acquisitions after this, it might just be that they accept that they're not min-maxing the value of their Activision assets in order to get the next set of assets. And so there's a lot of stuff going on here. Monsta 530, I've been listening since lunch and I haven't been not interested once. Woo! Great work, Hoeg. I appreciate it. Blu-ray 1 by Sony using into its advantage of having it in the PS3. That is certainly a very strong case for how Blu-ray won the high-definition disc war. Question, how would you rate Microsoft's lawyers? Very strong. Microsoft has excellent lawyers. Sometimes, you have to play the hand that the client wants, right? Even Microsoft's lawyers are still beholden to the client that is Microsoft. So it might be that they wanted a few more extra paragraphs on cloud computing or whatnot. And certainly I agree with what they said. There is no incentive for us to kill our $1 trillion company for Activision and Call of Duty. So I don't know what we're talking about here, folks. And you didn't even articulate how we would do it. Is a valid defense. I just think maybe you didn't even need to spend that much time on it because it was so patently absurd even in the document. Problem is the procedure, right? The CMA doesn't appear to have a lot of adequate checks on what it can do in this context. And so that's why we reduce the percentage, not because of the underlying facts. Where are MS in the processes around the world? Okay, so they just turned in the stuff to the EU. The EU is going to look at that in the next few months. I believe the CMA has reserved for itself until March of 2023 to conclude phase 2. The FTC has had their second look documents for a long time now. And we would anticipate them to start working on what I believe will be a consent decree with Microsoft over this kind of winter period. But Microsoft is going to want to synthesize whatever it agrees to with all the jurisdictions that have a problem with it. So that's probably going to be delayed, and we're not going to hear about it until there's one specific kind of set of promises they can make to everybody that allows them to sell into all the markets. So it's going to be a complicated procedure. This is why the lawyers get paid the big bucks here. Obviously, with $70 billion on the line, the lawyers' fees can be extensive, either outside or in-house counsel. You're still spending the time and the resources. So that's basically the gist. I still anticipate this is kind of a late Q1, early Q2 closing, but things are getting a little finicky, especially with the CMA here. East-West, thank you for the great insight and content at Hoeg Law. Thank you for joining. Hey, like, subscribe, do all those fun things. I really appreciate it. Tell your friends we're having these conversations. Sony Nakamura, question, I see other people say Sony bought or pushed the CMA, but is there a reason no one is saying that about Microsoft to Brazil? I am very reluctant. In fact, I will tell you not to assume that there is corruption on these kinds of things. What you've got is you've got different jurisdictions evaluating different things, using different philosophies under different laws. And Brazil took a conservative approach, a historically precedential approach. That's the way that we would expect antitrust rulings to kind of come out on this type of stuff. And the CMA, the EC, and the FTC have kind of rattled their sabers and said, we want to be more activist. We don't think that antitrust has been used enough against deals. And so we're going to evaluate this with a stricter kind of eye. And so, no, I would not go around. I would not go on Twitter. I would not go on social media and suggest there is a blatant corruption until you got some other kind of piece of corroborating evidence. That's just not fair to these regulators. Hoeg, would Microsoft be allowed to buy 51% of a publisher like EA? Well, 51% would be a controlling stake. You would be evaluated on normal kind of purchase principles like we're doing right now. I can't tell you. It's all facts and circumstances based, right? And so if this deal fell through, I think certainly they could buy a company the size of EA, which is, I don't even know, half the size of Activision, maybe less. But if they get the Activision deal done, would Microsoft move on something like that in the future? I mean, you're getting dicier and dicier, right? You're getting regulators that are more and more concerned with this kind of stuff. So yes, they would be allowed in the first instance to announce it and to agree to it with EA. Would the regulators permit it? I cannot make those promises. We'd have to wait and see what that looked like, which would be exciting, certainly. Question, what percentage would you put on Microsoft taking CMA or FTC to court if they block the deal? So again, I'm an American attorney. I know that we've got the tribunal. That's a litigatory process with respect to the CMA. I'm unclear exactly how you elevate from there if you have massive disagreements with the CMA. We saw in the Facebook case, they just demurred. They said, we're not going to fight this anymore. We're just going to accept the decision. But I think Microsoft is likely to pursue the normal means of appeal, the competition tribunal, certainly, the FTC in the federal judiciary here, because I think they believe they have a strong case. I don't disagree with them. That this deal doesn't trip the normal antitrust considerations. And so I think they'd fight for it. But at the end of the day, would they compromise their entire company? Would they eliminate their entrance into Britain and all the enterprise software and things that they sell into that entire jurisdiction? I don't believe so. So they'll fight for it. And at some point, they'll capitulate if the jurisdictions just keep fighting back. So it's interesting to watch. Hoeg makes law entertaining. Thank you. I appreciate it, Nico. I try. Question addendum. Steam Deck Logitech, I was talking about in regards to the deal by regulators. I don't think those particular devices matter for this deal, if that's the question. Question, after reading through MS's response, are you still at like 60% passing chance or regain some faith it'll pass? I'm going to have it at 65-35. I really do think that in the current environment, we have to account for a given jurisdiction just being what I might describe as a little bit crazy. And that is what's reducing the percentage. That's, I think, why you see some of the reaction in the marketplace, which isn't quite, it's not going to pass, but it is like, we don't know. Question, how would you rate Brad Smith specifically? I've heard some good things about him. Never met him. I've seen his posts. They are very well considered. I do have to admit a certain bias, which is that they're also very corporate messagey. So I have evaluated his statements, and they are, as I said, considered and corporate. And so they are a little bit hollow, but it certainly seems like he's been doing a good job of getting Microsoft out in front of what they deem to be their early weaknesses, like the union, like the App Store, and other things that they knew would come, and probably was a part of suggesting that they try to get a Sony contract in place back in January when this was first announced for Call of Duty. So I think he's doing a good job. And certainly I think that the role of kind of the government liaison between a company like Microsoft and the various jurisdictions of the world is a very, very important one. And I have no reason to believe that Microsoft isn't handling its business there. It's just that you sometimes might be dealing with crazy people. It's just the case. Great episode, Hoeg. Thank you for all your content for the Outbreak Podcast. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Question. Let's say one country said no. Could MS just say, hell, we will stop selling our gaming stuff here and do it anyways? Yes, the problem is they might have to say we have to leave the jurisdiction entirely, right? They're going to be a combined company at that point in time. Things get real iffy with these jurisdictions. And so Microsoft wouldn't be willing to necessarily give up all the big money. Gaming is getting bigger for them, but the big money is their own enterprise stuff, right? So it would depend on what the rules were. It would depend on what that would be with the other party. And honestly, that would be concessions, right? You could actually have an undertakings document with the UK that says, well, we'll never sell game stuff in here. So don't fight the deal and don't get on our case for selling Windows into your jurisdiction. There's a whole host of things that a consent decree or an undertaking could be. Hoeg Law, if the FTC approves, does that increase the likelihood that the CMA backs off? The FTC does not approve deals. This FTC only allows them. So you probably wouldn't hear a press release from them. You might get one from Microsoft, depending on what the context was and if they thought they could move the needle on these jurisdictions. But no, generally speaking, jurisdictional regulators are jealous of their sovereignty and power. And so they are unlikely, if it's going a different direction than them, to go and say, well, I guess those guys have it right. We'll go in that direction. Is there some political pressure? Would Microsoft call them up and be like, hey, the FTC allowed it. Who are you to stop it? Sure. But would they necessarily just fold on that? No. Question. Do you need me to send some B12, man? I had to leave a couple of hours ago. Just got back your machine. No, I had a 5-minute break. We refueled. We pumped up in that 5-minute break. And so we're good for right now. We're closing up shop on this. You don't have to worry about me. People just keep asking questions and super chatting and things. So we're having fun. Everyone, hit like and subscribe to this Outbreak Podcast. Please do. That's a big help to me. I really appreciate it. Question. Hoeg Law, do you foresee other regulators adopting such interventionist approaches similar to the CMA? Skadden Law Firm even warned about this adopted position by the CMA. Yep. You will see client alerts of like the FTC statements and the CMA statements and the European Commission statements. We're in an environment where you've got major jurisdictions being very interventionist. And do I think other regulators will adopt this? I think the FTC and the EC are very susceptible to being this interventionist on antitrust right now. Do I think their claims are strong? I do not. I've said that. I said that the Microsoft deal in my perfect world of antitrust doesn't really move any needles for me. I think it should be allowed through and we move to the next one. But Do I think that the FTC could move? Yes. Do I think the European Commission could move? Yes. In fact, I expect them both to ask for at least minimal concessions on Call of Duty availability and things like that, because Microsoft has been out there saying we are willing to make these promises. Microsoft has been out there selling itself on mobile and cracking open app stores and things like that. I can imagine consent decrees that would say things regarding those topics. And I expect, since Microsoft has said that they're basically willing to give them, that mostly those regulators will ask for them, which means that the consent decree is ongoing. Question. Sony paid to keep Call of Duty out of Game Pass. What would happen if they just made the game free on Xbox? They'd lose a lot of money. I don't know. I assume that, as well as saying it won't be on Game Pass, there is a clause that says it'll be functionally equivalent, which would include price in most cases. Again, we're kind of hypothetically talking about a contract that I don't have in front of me, and everything lives in the words on those pages. But I can imagine that there's a provision that says, no, you're not going to undercut us on price. That would be ridiculous. Post-up says it doesn't go to court. It goes to the CAT. That's the appeals tribunal. And if the CAT finds something, they send it back to the CMA, and we redo all this over again. That's what you saw with Meta and Giphy. The question becomes whether or not there's a mechanism to fight at the tribunal level for their findings. And I honestly just don't know that answer. I'm sorry to say. Question. What if Sony is successful in blocking Microsoft and Microsoft was to go after Square or Capcom? It's totally possible. Would Sony complain about Final Fantasy or Resident Evil being unique as well? They would lose on those. Those are small companies compared to Activision. And those are small sales compared to Activision. And we'd be living in a weird world in which Final Fantasy is controlled by Xbox. And I don't even know what that world would look like. Brad Smith is connected politically? Absolutely. You don't get that position. Vice President of Government Liaisons, that's a political position. That's what you're designed for. Question, what if Microsoft pulled the Windows OS from Britain in protest? Again, they could, right? We talked about this at the very top of the video, which I will totally forgive anybody for not being at, but they could do very draconian, excessive things, but they don't generally want to shoot their feet off with their own weaponry. And their enterprise software and presence in Britain is a very important one. It's a financial capital of the world. And so it's more than just video games. And that's one of the reasons why that jurisdiction is as important as it is. Gaston, we don't deserve you, Rich. Thank you for doing this. Much appreciated, pal. Absolutely. I love this. So many people were asking questions. So many people. Sony Nakamura, do you think it's because of Microsoft's past with Windows that the CMA and others are worried? I don't know. It's 30 years ago, right? But Microsoft did develop a reputation that saw itself in the halls of various governments, and it's possible that you see that name on the top line and you say, we're going to take special care of Microsoft. Question, you said nothing like this acquisition has happened in the gaming industry, but do you think any regulators could use another industry acquisition with a similar value as an argument for the deal to not happen? Yeah, maybe. The problem with that, of course, is that the size of this is so big compared to the industry itself. So you actually have to find an analog that kind of matches the market parameters, and that's not easy to do. So even if the numbers are the same, the market isn't the same, the participants might not be the same, it's very difficult to kind of find a perfect analog for those kind of analyses. Question, and I think this is going to be the end of the video. With the CMA's attempt to segment market, wouldn't PlayStation Plus having more MAUs weaken its argument? Furthermore, even if we were to bring Xbox Live and PS Plus numbers, this would further similarly aid PlayStation's market position. Let me make sure I make sense out of this. So the CMA is trying to segment market into things like subscription services. Wouldn't PS Plus having more MAUs weaken its argument? I really don't know what PlayStation Plus we're talking about. I will just be honest with you there, because there's enough snipping and there's enough footnote snipping that I've seen people play games at both the Microsoft side and the Sony side with what number we're talking about. So I would want to know with specificity exactly what these comparison points were, because it's so muddy and blurry. I want to compare Game Pass, including Xbox Gold, to PlayStation Plus, including at least kind of the middle tier, at least, to kind of compare those two as to what those numbers are. I would be surprised if Game Pass isn't a massive leader right now. But it's to Microsoft's advantage to say, well, there were already 50 million PlayStation Plus subscribers even before June. It's like, well, that's not equivalent to Game Pass at all. So I can't answer your question because I can't speak to the numbers themselves, but I appreciate it. And that's exactly the kind of thing that regulators will be considering and will be looking at. All right, folks. 6 hours, 48 minutes in, 500 of you. Again, if you would be so kind as to both share that we did a video like this, we talked about these things. I will try to at least put chapters in probably tomorrow, and leave a like on your way out. I would very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope this was a help. I really enjoyed being here with you all. Have a great rest of your, what day is it even? Wednesday. And I will see you on the next episode of Virtual Legality. Virtual Legality is a YouTube video series with audio podcast versions presented as commentary and for education and entertainment purposes only. It does not constitute legal advice and does not create an attorney-client relationship. If you have legal questions about the topics discussed, please consult your own legal counsel.